Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
Okay, the 30-second warning if everybody wants to find a seat. Okay, we will call the February 7th, 2023 Volusia County Council meeting to order at 10 a.m. We will start as we do every meeting. In just a second, I'll ask you to stand for the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation is open to any faith group in Volusia County. If you would like to participate, just send a message to kgreen@volusia.org, and she will get you set up to do that. So if you would stand with me for the invocation, if you care to, and the pledge.
Hi, Josh Owen from Spruce Creek Presbyterian Church. I'm delighted to be with you and want to welcome any of you to visit and worship with us anytime. We'd be glad to have you. Let's pray. Almighty God, Heavenly Father, from whom all fatherhood in heaven and earth is named, you have appointed these governing authorities to be your servants for good, a terror to evil conduct and an approver of what is just and honorable, each one acknowledging the supreme authority of your Son, Jesus Christ, to whom you gave the nations for an inheritance. We give thanks to you for the well-ordered liberty and peace that we enjoy in our county. We acknowledge your grace in blessing us beyond our merits and despite our demerits. And we ask that by your kindness we would be led to repent where we are failing you, seeking your mercy and your paths of righteousness. Father, I pray for these representatives and their families. Thank you for giving them hearts to serve others with the strength and skills you've given each of them. May you grant them even this day that wisdom from above, which is first pure, then peaceable, gentle and open to reason, full of mercy and good fruits, impartial and sincere. And so may a harvest of righteousness abound from their labors of peaceful government. Father, as you lead us in your everlasting ways, we ask that you prosper the government services and businesses in our county that are honorable, to flourish in service to the community. Bless our hospitality to visitors, that we would be not only industrious, but also genuine and kind as we receive them. Increase our love for our neighbors, especially remembering the poor, the orphan, and the widow. Strengthen your church in this county, that your ministers would ever exhort us to do justice, to love kindness, and to walk humbly with our God. Through Christ I pray. Amen. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, Carissa, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Kent,
Here.
Mr. Reinhardt,
Here.
Mr. Robbins,
Here.
Mr. Santiago,
Here.
Mr. Dempsey,
Here.
Mr. Johansson, Mr. Brower.
Here. And we do have a quorum, full membership present. We will start with public participation. We have a few people that care to speak. We appreciate you coming. When I call your name, if you would just come forward to the podium here and make sure that one of the microphones is very near to you so that we get it on record. You will have 3 minutes to talk. Tell us, the council, whatever you want, and we'll just ask that you adhere to the 3 minutes, and if you would just tell us where you're from. You don't have to give your physical address, but what city, town you're from, so that we all know. First is Debbie Kruk Forrester.
Good morning, Debbie Kruk Forrester from Ormond Beach. As I said, my name is Debbie Kruk Forrester. I'm a military spouse and commander of Ormond Strong. For those of you not familiar with Ormond Strong, we're a 501c3 I founded in 2015 when my husband, Sergeant First Class Tim Forrester, deployed along with 200 comrades from the then Daytona-based 1st of the 265th ADA for 1-year mission to Afghanistan. His previous deployment took place 2 weeks after we got married. It too was a 1-year mission. It didn't go really well. So that's when I started Ormond Strong. We met every morning at 7:30 at Ike's Bait and Tackle Shop located at the southwest corner of Granada Bridge in Ormond. We kept a vigil morning bridge walk, which commenced March 29th, 2015, Vietnam Veterans Day. For over 367 consecutive days, Vietnam veterans, first responders, their family members, and patriots in our community walked together as a team carrying American flags, service flags, and the veterans proudly wore their retirement caps. A year later, when all 200 returned home safe, over 1,000 members of the community were present at the Daytona Beach Airport to welcome them home. First in line to greet them were the Vietnam veterans who gave them the welcome home that they did not receive but greatly deserved. I'd like to introduce you to one of those special veterans, Bob Robert Benlin, retired from the fire department and Vietnam Navy veteran. That's Bob. This year marks 8 years of Ormond Strong. Believe it or not, we still keep up the bridge walks. We're getting older, slower. Some of us have passed away, but our passion and enthusiasm for our military veterans and first responders has never wavered. In addition to Bridge Walk, our group hosts and assists with a multitude of events. We've been doing this for the past 8 years. Bob and I are here to invite you, the council, and the community to our 6th annual J.J. Martin Military Veteran First Responder and Community Family Appreciation Day, taking place Saturday, February 25th at Rockefeller Gardens in Ormond Beach, noon till 4. That's 1,600 for you military out there. The traveling Vietnam Veterans Wall will be included in it, be escorted into Rockefeller Gardens at 0800. Citizens are invited ahead of time to line the sidewalks either side of Granada Bridge, holding flags in honor of the over 58,000 killed in action, including 45 from Volusia County. Live entertainment will take place throughout the day. In closing, I'd like to thank you for your support of our military veterans and first responders. To each of you who have served or are serving, I leave you with this. On behalf of a grateful nation, thank you. On behalf of our veterans, we salute you. And from my heart, I love you. Ormond Strong out.
Thank you. Well done. Thank you for your service. Next, we have Chris Wilson.
Hello, and thanks for this opportunity. I am here in support and with a growing number of people that ride e-bikes. I am physically handicapped. I've had some injuries from work. My knees are out, and I've not been able to ride a bike for years. With that said, I'm on a weight loss program because with my handicap, I've been gaining weight. I'm 54 pounds down from my highest weight, but my mobility's still been suffering, and a friend of mine got e-bikes. So my wife and I got them, and it's been a lifesaver for us. It's got me flexibility and mobility back in my legs. I still pedal everywhere I go, but I have an assist that allows me to move forward in places I couldn't put pressure because of my knees and my hip. With that said, we went riding we like the beach, and there's sections of the beach that's restricted from vehicles. They allow bicycles, but they don't allow e-bikes. We didn't know that. We parked at the Dunlawton Bridge and was going to go down south, and we ran into a sign about a quarter mile, and it had all the restrictions, four-wheelers, golf carts, and then it had e-bikes. Back in 2020, the state signed a bill, and it was approved 39-0 Senate, 118 House, that allows e-bikes, as far as state's concerned, on any bike trail, because they were limiting people with physical handicaps from enjoying the same thing that others do. A healthy person on a regular bicycle can travel twice as fast as an e-bike goes. An e-bike, the median age is 55 to 75. A lot of those are handicapped people that otherwise couldn't enjoy them. I've talked to the beach patrol, and I've went through the steps until I've got to here. And with an e-bike, you know, some people can't use stairs without a handrail. You can go up stairs, but if they don't have a handrail to hold them, an e-bike is a lot of people's handrail for being able to get out. I've been told there's people that say, well, I've started a group, and then I'm in a group, that a lot of people on there say, well, they said just ride them, most people won't say anything. I'm not one of those people. I don't want to go somewhere that the law shouldn't have to turn their head to allow that. There should be something. So I'm asking the council and whoever's responsible for that to take a look at that, because healthy people on regular bikes go twice as fast. The median age is 55 to 75. If you read House Bill CSCS HB 971, that's CSCS HB 971, it was 100% approved to allow e-bikes on all of the Florida trails. That means something in today's time, even in 2020. Where do you ever see 100% support of a bill? I wish we could have a lot more of that, but in today's divided government, we don't. But we would just appreciate you all to take a look at that and see what you can do. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Paul Richardson. Time's up.
Good morning, Council. My name is Paul Richardson of DeLand. In honor of Black History Month, let me read this quote from a speech from the great American Frederick Douglass. One thing that I'm going to make sure that you understand that I'm quoting him, so know that this is from a black guy in the era of the Civil War. One thing which they ought to do in order to hold their own against the enemy is to give up cultivating what they call race pride, a sentiment too much like that which is the line in the way of our progress. Do we not know that every argument we make and every pretension that we set up in favor of race pride is giving the enemy to stick to break our own heads? You will perhaps think this criticism uncalled for. My answer is that truth is never uncalled for. In some of our colored public journals, I have seen myself charged with lack of race pride. I am not ashamed of that charge. I have no apology nor vindication to offer. If 50 years of uncompromising devotion to the cause of colored man in this country does not vindicate me, I am content to live without vindication. While I have no more reason to be proud of one race than the other, I dare to say, and I fear no contradiction, that there is no other man in the United States prouder than myself of any great achievement, mental or mechanical, of which any colored man or woman is the author. This is not because I am a colored man, but because I am a man. We also need to be more like Frederick Douglass and reject this race pride nonsense. There is no ethnic American. America is a great melting pot of the world. While it is a great thing to celebrate and learn about the past, we cannot live in the past and we must unite as one people. And as you guys know, as Danny and Jeff know, I'm a proponent of celebrating the upcoming 250th anniversary of America, which will be in July 4th, 2026. I've been talking at great length about setting up a committee to do this, sponsored by the council. We would take no public money, only private sponsorships, and any money that we do hold afterwards will go to charity here in Volusia County. I'll be more than happy to talk to any one of you about this and about this committee and the need to get this set up as soon as possible, because while it is 3 years out, it's best to get it organized as soon as possible, because we don't want another disaster convention or stuff like that has taken place over the years because they were done ad hoc. So I'll be more than happy to talk to any one of you about this. You guys have a good meeting and great Black History Month.
Thank you, Paul. Nanette Petrella.
Good morning, Council. It's my pleasure to meet with you this morning face-to-face for the first time. My name is Nanette McKeel Petrella. I'm a resident and a property owner in Daytona Beach and a property owner in Daytona Beach Shores. I am here this morning as president of Daytona Dog Beach, Inc. First of all, I want to congratulate all of the newly sworn-in commissioners and truly wish you all the best wishes for your collective success in representing the people of Volusia County. We are truly counting on you to represent us as you would want others to represent you, really looking at all the things, the little things sometimes, that make all the difference to the people of this community. It is my understanding that on February 21st, you will be discussing dog-friendly beach opportunities. And this is an issue that is at the core, at the heart of Daytona Dog Beach, Inc. We are a Florida-registered 501c3 nonprofit. We are led by an entirely volunteer board of directors, bolstered by community volunteers, and funded solely from individual donations as well as grants. It is my understanding, as you prepare for the 21st meeting, the meeting on the 21st, that you will be given previous information that the previous board received when they considered this 2 years ago. In that should be a publication that we put together from our organization advocating for dog-friendly beach opportunities. And while that information is 2 years old, I've looked through it, it is still valid. What I would say is that we have garnered a lot of additional information about the benefits that dog-friendly beach options would provide to the area, as well as some information that we've gleaned from our experiences. Today, I've brought you a printed copy of our quarterly e-newsletter, Sandy Tales, and I hope that you will review it at your leisure. It'll give you some information about the things that we are trying to do within the community, and also some information in support of dog-friendly beach options. We also invite you to join us at one of our monthly People in Paws beach cleanups. We're into our second year now. We've collected over 600 pounds of trash, and we welcome you. Our greatest hope is that you will explore this issue in depth, that you will consider engaging us further for our expertise and our information. We want you to know that we are ready to financially support a dog beach, should that be your decision, and we have a group of volunteers willing to help maintain it. I'm confident that if we work together, we can find a mutually agreeable opportunity. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you, Nanette. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. A couple of things before I start. One with the dogs. We already did it. We discussed it at length. The proposal in the past was to take out another section of the boardwalk. The county did that before, and it killed the boardwalk. So the idea of where you place them matters. to the people that have to deal with it. So what damage are you going to do with where you're going to put the dog parks? Because wherever you put it, you're taking away the access to 500,000 people. So you have 100, 200 people using the dog park, and you have 500,000 plus 10 million tourists that cannot use that area. All right, it limits it, so you have to play with it. The idea that it's going to come up before you every 2 years does not make sense. When something is done, it's done, unless there's something untoward to change it. The idea that just because the county council changes and one person wants it, it shouldn't take up all of your time. You have very little time. Secondly, the e-bike. Again, the gentleman says, well, we can't go as fast as somebody with a pedal bike. Well, obviously, I can't go as fast as a runner. I'm old. That has nothing to do with a physical disability. It just happens with age. So when you look at that again, because we already did look at it once, so now we're going back to it a second time. You don't have the time. And lastly, on moratoriums, several cities have talked about moratoriums, and I know it's going to come before you guys. We are in an area right now where we've waited the 40 years I've been in Volusia County for this boom, the ability to develop what we have. The difference is we're much smarter than we were 40 years ago. We are much more cognizant of the environment than we were 40 years ago. So I'm asking you, rather than have any kind of meetings or anything on development, any moratoriums, go to your staff. Tell them what you want. You have qualified staff. Let them do the work. Let them take the time and give you their best opinion. Don't waste your precious time, the precious time that you're supposed to be giving to the county, on something that can be handled by staff, because I think we have a great staff and we should use them more. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Sandra Lawson.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to be here. I'm with the Small Business Administration's Office of Disaster Assistance. Just wanted to give the community an update as far as our work here in Florida with the recovery from Hurricanes Ian and Nicole. Hurricane Nicole, physical damage deadline is coming up on Monday, February 13th, so we urge anyone, homeowner, renter, business of any size or small business or nonprofit, if you did have physical damages, go ahead and apply. That deadline is Monday. Volusia County was one of the primary counties impacted there. In Florida for Hurricane Ian, $1.6 billion have been approved in disaster loans. Volusia County has been approved, applicants within Volusia County have been approved for $97.6 million in disaster loans. For Hurricane Nicole, Florida total is $4.4 million, and for Volusia County, $2.2 million have been approved. So people are being made available to get the help that they need. We don't want anyone to miss the opportunity while the workers are here on the ground. We will be entering into a recovery mode, and we have resources available for that as well. The organization has the Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program that's available a little while longer for businesses, which are small, or nonprofits, to apply for that. If they lost business and had some economic impact because of either one of the hurricanes, there's still time to apply for that. You can apply online, but we still have recovery centers open in Volusia County. One is at the Health Department on Holzenbach Drive, and the other is at the Deltona Regional Library. We have a small business recovery center there, and they have staff that will help walk you through the process if you're not so savvy at applying on your own online. So we encourage you to apply. And also physical damages, if you have someone who applied for the physical damage loan and they did get approval, they can get what we call mitigation assistance, and that's an increase in their physical damage loan, up to 20% of the total verified loss on top of your physical damages. So you can build back better is what I'm trying to say. And we haven't been emphasizing that in previous disasters, but because the nature and the frequency of such disasters, this is a real great opportunity for Florida residents to consider that mitigation component. All right, so we are available, and if you have questions, just let us know. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Great information. And Kevin Captain, all this is available at volusia.org. You've got that posted there. We're coming down to the final.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable members of council, Kevin Kaplan, Community Information Director. All of the Small Business Administration and FEMA information is on volusia.org/PIN, P-I-N. That is our public information network. That site is updated on a regular basis with the information that's provided to us from the SBA and FEMA. It's updated in real time as we receive it, and there are links on that page that will take you directly to the SBA and the FEMA sites to go and fill out those applications. So we encourage our residents to visit volusia.org/PIN. I'll also add that when you go to volusia.org, there are other spotlights and sliders that also have those same links that will bring you to those pages to provide you with that information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to item 1, the consent agenda, and I will ask the council 2 questions here. If you have something, any item on the consent agenda that you would like to pull for a vote, let me know. If you have something you would like to just comment on after the vote, let me know that as well. So first, does anybody have anything they would like to pull for a vote? No. Anybody have an item they want to discuss after the vote? Oh, I'm sorry, Troy Kent.
Yeah, excuse me, Mr. Chairman. I don't have anything to pull. I'm fine with the consent agenda. I do have a comment afterwards, after the vote, and I'm happy to make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Okay. Motion to approve by Mr. Kent. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Reinhardt. And what item did you want to pull for?
I don't want to pull an item, Mr. Chairman. I just
You want to make a comment on one?
I just wanted to make a comment once we approve the consent agenda, if that's okay.
That's perfect. Yeah, that's good. I just wanted whoever from the county is going to be here for that, I just wanted to give them a heads up that they.
I'm briefly going to talk about item E, the agricultural rental rates.
Good. E for discussion after the vote. Anybody else have an item they would like to discuss? No. Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Councilman Kent, second by Councilman Reinhardt. Any other questions or discussion? All in favor of approving the consent agenda as presented, say aye.
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 Any opposed? And motion carries 7-0. And Councilman Kent, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very briefly, I just wanted to say on item E, I was really pleased. I mean, with a budget of over $1 billion, I'm going to talk about $7,000 here, but I think it needs to be brought up. I'm so appreciative that staff has looked at these rates for the annual agricultural rental rates, and it was an increase of $7,000 for the county of Volusia, which I think is extremely appropriate whenever I went through the information. And now we will receive $86,000 annually from those rental rates. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Worth noting. Okay, that brings us to item 2, 2023 Internal Audit Plan. Jonathan Edwards, thank you.
All right, good morning, council members. Jonathan Edwards, Internal Auditor. The 2023 audit plan is included in your agenda packet for approval today. I developed the audit plan with a risk-based assessment on the risk categories as shown on the slide. Areas were developed with discussions with each of you and county management. Included in the audit plan is the risk matrix detailing how each area was scored and ranked. And every year, these audit areas are rescored and reevaluated for your consideration. The recommended 2023 audit plan for your approval considers the available audit hours of the year and the scores of the top-ranked risk areas. And those are cybersecurity, which I will be outsourcing to a contractor who specializes in hacking computer networks, animal service operations, payroll, community assistance grants, impact fees from the assessment to the collection, and EMS billings. The charges and fee audit is currently ongoing with the report to be presented at a future meeting. And also included are the ECHO and Volusia Forever audits that are part of the renewals in the programs in year 2020. I also wanted to report to you the follow-up of recommendations given during calendar year 2021. And those audits were over VOTRAN, Purchasing, ECHO, and Volusia Forever. For 2021, ECHO nor Volusia Forever had any audit findings or concerns. A total of 50 recommendations were given during the year between VOTRAN and Purchasing. 33 have been implemented and completed, 15 are in progress, and 2 have not yet been implemented. The Purchasing Division implemented and completed all the recommendations given. And VOTRAN experienced significant turnover within their finance section, which caused delays in implementing their recommendations. They've implemented 16 of the 33. 15 of those were in progress by the end of December, and several recommendations revolved around incompatible job duties the account clerk was performing, inventory controls over bus tickets, and procedures on fare box repairs. 2 of the recommendations have not yet been implemented or started, one related to documentation of supervisory reviews, since there are some duties performed by one staff member, and the second recommendation related to spreadsheets being used for invoicing and tracking customer payments. The county has been working with First Transit to transition some of those job responsibilities to the county, which will help implement those recommendations. In fact, during the consent agenda, you just approved some contract language to help with First Transit. The follow-up audit report, as well as all of my reports, are available on the website. If you have any questions, I'm here.
Council, I would entertain a motion to approve his report and a second for purposes of discussing his presentation. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Jake Johansson. Is there a second?
Second.
A second by Danny Robbins. Any questions? You did a good job. All right. So I'll call for the vote to approve the plan as laid out before us. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. And item 3, presentation of economic development data for the fourth quarter of 2022, presented by Helga Van Eckert and Cyrus Kalem.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, gentlemen of the council. I am Cyrus Kalem, Aviation and Economic Resources, and it is a distinct pleasure to introduce Ms. Helga Van Eckert, who's going to give you the fourth quarterly update for our economy in Volusia County.
Thank you. Thank you. As you said, Helga Van Eckert, Economic Development for the county. It's a pleasure to give you the briefing for this quarter. Some of you, it's the first time getting to hear the briefing. Others, I know, have made it to the Q events in the past, so hopefully we see more of you at the Q going forward. So basically, I've got really good news to share. Okay. So I'm going to go into the GDP for a minute, but first I just wanted to give you an overview. You know, at the end of the year, we take a look at the prior year to see where the economy has been and what's happened over the past 12 months. And Volusia County is actually doing very well. We're very strong. Better? Okay, sorry. Our year-to-year growth has actually gone up in all of our key performance indicators from the prior year. Employment, for example, is up 5.4%, and we are at a new high for the number of potential employees or workforce within the Volusia County. Our residential construction is up 2.5%. Tourism, 19.9%. All of our key target industries, such as manufacturing, up 8%, leisure and hospitality, 10.9%, professional services, 8.5%. So we're seeing nice, steady growth. And if you take a look now at our GDP for 2012 to 2021, we like to give an overview so you can see any trends that are happening. Volusia County is actually the third line down on the graph, and you can see we're right in line with Seminole, Brevard, and we're doing a nice, slow, steady growth. So what that does is it's reassuring that it is something that is somewhat sustainable, as opposed to having the highs and lows, right? If you want to look at the county and what our GDP is by industry, largest export or gross domestic product is finance, insurance, and real estate. From 2019 to 2021, we've seen an increase of 9%. And you'll notice that we skipped 2020 because we didn't want to show artificial highs in those numbers. We wanted to show you the numbers pre-COVID, right? Because COVID, of course, everything went down a bit and it would show a much higher growth. What I want to get across with this is that we are back on course where we were prior to COVID affecting our economy. I mean, if you look at professional and business services, we've seen a 10% growth over those 2 years. Same thing with wholesale trade. Areas where we've actually gone down a bit, real quick, the manufacturing, no. Arts, leisure, and hospitality is showing a reduction of 3%. Again, that's a minor thing in comparison. We are showing a larger drop in information. Information is not IT per se. Information tends to be publications, newspapers, those things. And as you know, with the internet being as strong as it is, we continue to see reductions in those numbers on a national basis. Agriculture and mining have also gone down, but the percentages are high in that because it's so easy, because that's such a small part of our overall economy. When you have a slight drop, it actually looks like a larger number on a percent basis. Looking at our export rankings in our MSA, again, you can see transportation equipment, 55 million that year. Machining, 46 million, computer electronics, 43. So our numbers, again, really strong, 3% increase overall. When you look at us compared to the other MSAs, we're really holding our own. Again, nothing too crazy going high, nothing too crazy going low. I know in some cases people consider that to be really boring. From an economic standpoint, we love that kind of a number, because not only does it show sustainability, it also shows that we can keep up with our economy. We're not having any huge gaps. Okay. Now, labor force, as I said, we are at the highest numbers we've ever been with available labor force, whether employed or unemployed. But you can see we're really in good shape. This chart, many of you are familiar with. The teal color actually are the percent employed within our county. The purple line is what's available, and that yellow in there, that's the delta of the unemployed. So that keeps staying steady now, even though our population is increasing. Our unemployment is at record lows overall, and our employers are all still actively looking for workforce. So I can tell you my office works on a daily basis trying to help companies find their employees and trying to work with programs that will train employees for the jobs that are available out there. Okay, major industry, employment by major industry, you can see education, health services is top within the county. On the far right to this slide, the numbers going down, any number that's black is a gain, the red is the loss, and you can see the loss again is in the information sector. Everywhere else has gained within our county, so we are looking really strong on all of those fronts, and there are still more jobs available, so we can always use more workforce. Okay, going to jump to building permits. Again, this is one of our key performance indicators when it comes to investment in the community and what the sentiment of the general investment community is with respect to our county. Construction building permits are doing quite well. You can see there were 30 just in this last quarter. Overall for last quarter of 2022. Overall, for 2022, we are right on par with some very solid numbers. Same thing with the commercial redevelopment permits. Permit numbers keep going up on that as well. And redevelopment is always a positive, especially from my standpoint. It's redevelopment's my background, but it really does show that we're taking properties that are within our community as opposed to greenfields and working with existing, trying to upgrade and build up those areas rather than sprawl. New construction on residential. So this slide's a little bit different than the bar chart because we felt it was important to show the value of the residential permits versus the number of permits. So there's a lot of talk out there about so many building permits coming in that it's problematic. This chart actually shows the number of permits, but the value of
Can you
those.
pause one moment? We have a question for you before we get too far off of it. Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Can you go back 2 slides? I just want to make sure I was seeing this correctly. Is that right on the fourth quarter, like the bar graph, 30 permits is above 60 permits and 54 permits? Like the way
So it's not cumulative. This is the first quarter of 2022.
Right.
The first blue slide is 52 permits. The second quarter was 54 permits.
Gotcha.
The next one 60, and the last one 30. The height of the bar is the value of those permits, the cumulative value for each quarter. It can be confusing.
Now that makes sense.
Yes.
Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Okay.
Thank you,
We just
Chairman.
feel it's important to not only show the dollar value of the investment, but to also show how it's spread out over the community. I should have been a little clearer about that.
No, it's okay, and I appreciate that clarification, and I'm pleased to hear there was another council member that was confused about it as well, which if I was sitting in the audience looking at that, I would say, what's going on with our basic elementary math here? This bar graph doesn't look like it's correct. So
We would have
thank you.
stacked.
Thank you
yes.
for sharing that.
Thank you.
Okay. And please, I prefer the questions while I'm on the slides. It's great. Thank you. So anyway, so this is the residential, shows you again, and this is actually why with the residential, because it can be so confusing. We showed this one to show the dollar value as a line as opposed to the bars with the number written on it, so you can really get a better understanding. Okay. And then residential foreclosures. This is another indicator that the economy is doing well. When you see the foreclosures way back when versus where we are now, we're still at a very low level of foreclosures over the last year. And 2022, I think the reason that you see it as being a little bit higher than what it was the prior year is because the restrictions on foreclosures as a result of COVID were lifted. So things that had been kind of sitting in abeyance came to the forefront, and that's where we're seeing that jump, okay? No real cause for concern with respect to trend. All right, this is a new slide that I'm really excited about. We're trying to be a little more precise because I can be talkative. The Q4 sector highlights on the construction permits, warehousing, business residential, $3.9 million, healthcare, $23 million worth of investment in this quarter, leisure hospitality, $11.7 million, retail, $14 million, multifamily, which includes for sale multifamily and leasing, $54 million, and municipal, $16 million. So that's a snapshot. We'll go into more when the actual Q booklet hasn't been printed yet. So as soon as we have that, we'll get copies to you. And then, of course, we have the Q meeting, the breakfast meeting that I'm hoping I see you all at. Any questions?
Matt, did you want to ask your question now?
It wasn't so much of a question. I will tell you that I really look forward to this, and I know Cyrus knows this as well. Those of you that have not had the opportunity, again, you just said it best when you said this is just a snapshot of what it is. And Councilman Kent, thank you for asking that question because I had the same. But I definitely understand it. I was very, very happy to see that the unemployment where it's at. Of course, we always want to see it even lower. And I'm very happy to hear about redevelopment. That's huge, and I ran on that. So seeing so many buildings, and I know the citizens out there see it as well, as you're driving down the road and you see these buildings that are unattended and unoccupied, that you can be able to take the opportunity and convince people to redevelop those areas. I mean, brick and mortar, I still love that, even though we're in a world today where you can order everything online. Just ask my wife. So I appreciate what you're doing. Thank you very much. And I'm looking forward. I will be there just like I've been all year. Thank you.
Councilman David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Councilmember Reinhardt, I think all of the Amazon drivers know how to get to my house pretty easily, too, all of them. But, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to ask the presenter two questions, and I can ask them both in one. I think it'll be pretty simple. On the slide that you had about industries, I think you packaged 3 or 4 different types of industries in the categories. You went further back, but my question relates to, do you track, I think it was that one, the one before that. Doesn't matter. I think you went too far. But do you track emerging or trending industries and how Volusia is doing compared to our neighbors in capturing that growth in those new emerging industries?
So we track the types of industries overall that are coming into the area based on who's actually here. We don't have a chart or anything specific by industry. I mean, we do show growth with respect to employment, so that is an indicator whether or not those industries are growing in our area. Because, for example, B. Braun is medical, right? And they just had a major expansion. I think it was $300 million expansion the last 2 years. This year, they just last year, we just did the grand opening on that. They've got 400 employees. When they do an expansion, they're investing millions of dollars into our community and creating more jobs. So we track the dollars and the jobs rather than the company, because we could have 100 companies that each have 10 employees versus one company that has 400 employees. If we want to track the growth of that sector, we go by actual employee count. Does that make sense?
It does, and the purpose for my question leads to just an additional question, is that are we capturing organic growth that would just happen, right, given the state of the world and U.S. economy, or are we, not being critical because I don't know the answer, or are we just being very proactive in accelerating and expanding these areas? And if we are, which is great, I just want to make sure we're not we're also focusing on emerging and trending industries so we continue to diversify our economy.
Yeah, no, that's a really great point. And it's actually one of the questions that has kind of haunted economic development forever, because especially as a government entity doing economic development, we don't create the jobs, right? We don't create the business. We set the atmosphere to facilitate the growth of those businesses. We put programs in place to help the businesses to succeed. We don't manage their day-to-day operations, so we really don't control it to that level. What we do is so for example, we have Volusia Business Resources, which y'all are going to hear a lot about from me because it's all I usually talk about. It's a great program that we've put together with all of the economic development entities within our county. We meet on a quarterly basis now. We've just switched to quarterly versus bi-monthly. And we talk about the trends that we're seeing, where the gaps are, what we're hearing from the businesses as far as what their needs are. And we do a survey on a regular basis with all of the businesses in the community, no matter what the size is. We take that information and then we get together and we brainstorm on what kinds of programs we can put together to help those businesses meet their needs.
Mr. Chairman, just final comment, if I may. And the continued motive on the line of questioning is to make sure that we stay focused on that, and probably maybe increase the focus. You know, the world economy is changing, right?
Agreed.
The dynamics are changing, whether it's manufacturing, information technology. all of it, right, all the above. And I think Florida is uniquely placed to be a beneficiary of that continued global changes. And from past life histories, I've seen counties that are very successful in capturing opportunities, both from statewide support and federal support when things are on the cutting edge. So I want to make sure that it's always at our forefront.
Yeah, well, you're spot on. You know, the difficult part with that is always being on the cutting edge means that you have to take some risks. So you have to be willing to try something a little bit new and a little bit different, and that's always hard, getting people to rally behind something that isn't tried and true. But when the trends are there, if the support's there, we're 100% on board.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Councilman Johansson?
Thank you, Chairman. For the presenter, if we can go to slide, it's 3-4 on mine, but the export rankings. There's a similar continuation of Councilmember Santiago's conversation. I've been associated or otherwise chatting with economic development people for a few years, and it seems like we're always targeting advanced manufacturing, logistics, aerospace, and aviation. I see the top goods export sectors on the export rankings, but if we're spending all this money and energy, and it says Deltona, Daytona, or yep, that's the one. It says we're spending we're spending all this time and energy trying to get those things in here. Where are we on that cutting edge? Where are we on that risk assumption? I got the top goods export sectors. That's great, because that's a good news story, because they're our top exports. Where are we on the ones that we're investing all this time and energy on? Are we making progress, and can we see that progress? And if you tell me, well, you get that at the Q breakfast, I'll wait for some Danish and coffee.
Okay. We get bacon at the Q.
Yeah, well,
It's not Danish.
you always get bacon.
Sweet bacon.
Sweet bacon, yes. So I don't fully understand the question with respect to, I mean, we are seeing growth. Are you talking about new businesses being recruited within the community?
What are we
or
doing with
expanding?
exporting and working on these economic sectors that we spend so much time and energy on? Where are we with aviation, aerospace? I got the transportation equipment as our #1 export. Are we exporting ball bearings to Cape Canaveral yet?
No, not that I'm aware of, but you know, we don't go that granular into the numbers. The data that we receive actually comes from, typically it's labor statistics. So they're looking at larger trends. They don't get that far into the weeds. We can go more granular if you'd like, and try to pull some of that stuff up to show
I
it
know
to you.
that the county writes a hefty check to Team Volusia.
Yes, we do.
I know the cities write a hefty check, and I know that private sector also does. We're spending money to try to get that here. Let's see a little result that the citizens can say, all that money we're putting in is resulting in something. And I think it's there. I just think we need to see it. And that applies for all the sectors that we see. So, and the second question is, because I know you want to answer that one too, is as you look at this slide, we have a 3% change in the positive, which is great. I know you know what the other groups are doing to come up with 2174, 93. Sebring, the middle of God's country, I'm sure, 93%. What are they doing out there that's sparking that 93% change, and are we taking best practices?
Right, so.
Or stealing. Whatever it takes.
We're not stealing yet.
Poaching.
So with respect to growth, we are seeing a lot more activity in Volusia County. Last year, we had a lot of people in kind of kicking the wheels. We have new companies that have come in. Our office has been predominantly focused on the expansion side. We work with Team Volusia on the recruitment. When they have somebody, or when Enterprise Florida sends somebody in for us to talk to, there are companies that obviously we can't talk about publicly that continue to look, and I think this year is going to be a really great year for us. Part of it has been the economy was very strong in the Space Coast area, right? So there's a lot of growth down there. That area is starting to fill, and we're seeing it come north now. We're also seeing I-4 area, you know, Orlando area starting to get saturated, so that growth is starting to come east. And then the Jacksonville growth for residential and such is starting to come south. So I think 2023 is going to be a pretty stellar year for us, with, if it's anything like what we're seeing in the calls we're getting. And our local businesses are expanding as well. We're putting things in place to try to help them. You know, with every positive, there's always a ripple effect. So when you have new companies come in, you kind of have to hustle around trying to find workforce for those people and making sure that we keep them. Retention is always paramount in everything we do.
Thank you very much.
And might I add, of course, you know, we're in a very competitive market right now, especially Central Florida. We're all kind of grappling for this business. So one of the things that we're trying to do in particular when we're speaking about aviation is, in trying to bring in companies, we need to ensure that we have somewhere for them to go. So getting infrastructure in place, having some of this land shovel ready so they can, when they arrive, we're ready to go. We don't have to go through tons of environmental work or backfill different things that our competitors are already on top of. You know, we want to be there to have places for them to go when they come and see our properties. So,
County Manager George Rectenwald.
Well, thanks. I was just going to, actually, they hit it right at the end. We can have Team Volusia come in and give a report. They are our recruiting element that we use. And so some of Mr. Johansson's questions, I think, could be answered by what they're doing, and they have a nice presentation to show where they're at for the community. And then I'd just reiterate what Mr. Callum said, a lot of concentration in the last couple of years. We've taken advantage of some grants, and we're trying to put ourselves in position with some infrastructure, especially, you know, our duty is around the airport and the aviation sector. It's one of the target industries because of the airport. And so we're doing what we can do to have shovel-ready projects, shovel-ready area for projects to come in. And I do know that's going on in other areas of the community as well. So other things we've done in previous councils, we did the space overlay, some other things to help with, you know, again, that permitting process to make sure we're competitive when companies are looking at us. And a lot of them are looking. It is a matter of, you know, I think Team Volusia shows a funnel typically. You know, you got to cast a kind of a wide net, and as it works its way through the various processes, it comes down to a smaller number. But our concentration has been directed by council too, is for keeping businesses here, retention and expansion, and to what Mr. Santiago pointed out, growing our small businesses, helping them take the next step up, and we've been very active with that as well.
Councilman Santiago.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, thank you, though. I just wanted to follow up on the comment that you made about, I think you used the word shovel-ready. Do we lose a fair amount of projects that may come here because of that issue?
absolutely, and I'll go through that when we start talking about the budget for our service level presentations, because one of the things with Central Florida, of course, you know, the metropolitan area with Orlando and of course Stanford, when you start to talk about people being ready to go and having all of the environmental clearances, taken care of. You know, a lot of the businesses that come into the community, and they don't want to spend a lot of that money up front. And so if we already have our land ready to go, we have infrastructure in place, water, sewer, fiber, you name it, things that businesses need in order to get off the ground and start going. If we have those already laid out, we'll be even more competitive. And so that's been a challenge for us. And so we're trying to be a lot more proactive to make sure that we're competitive in that manner.
Just one follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Please.
If I could just add to that real quick, it's an issue as far as having inventory at the airport, but it's also been an issue on a county-wide level. We haven't had a lot of the buildings that businesses are looking for, so that would require being built. One of the really great things that's happening now is we actually have 3 different industrial parks that are actually coming to fruition, and the builders are investing to build. We've got a 1 million in Edgewater, 1 million square feet. We've got property in DeLand that's being built. The DeLand Crossing, the county owned a property in there that we've just sold this past year, and developer's going to be building 20,000 square feet in there. So we are seeing the next step to get us ready for the growth that we're looking for.
Yeah, the follow-up question was, if you could put a number to it, I wouldn't hold you to it, but a guesstimate. We lose 1 in 10 inquiries because of this, 3 in 10, just so I have a gut feeling of what we're missing.
I'll give you an example of something that we're going to face in the upcoming week. So we've been shortlisted as a site, and we're competing with 2 other locations. So we have a 1 in 3 chance of getting this up-and-coming industry to focus on developing on our site. So that's where we're at. I can't speak to the time before me because I've been here probably about 1.5 years, but just been coming from and knowing Central Florida so well. I was in the Orlando area, oversaw some airports in Orlando, and just watching how the emerging trends are happening this way. I think we're in a prime opportunity to take advantage of businesses coming into our area because, as Helga said, there is some saturation there. And we do have land that's available, but we have to be proactive to make sure that it's ready once these companies come into our area. So, yes, sir.
Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. I think you just hit on it, though, with regards to, I heard the phrase shovel ready. I always said hammer ready when you talk about redevelopment, and yet we're limited on the amount of buildings that appeal to people, even with the sewer, the water, the fiber that's already in place. And I guess I was kind of curious as to how much emphasis was being placed on that as opposed to open land, because the first thing people see is yet another structure going up, and they wonder if it's a development, of what type, but how much are we utilizing the older properties that could be redeveloped?
So anytime a company can go into an existing building that, rather than building new, it cuts down on the time, it cuts down on unknowns, it cuts down on any kind of risk. So they're always going to look for something that they would fill their needs. The problem is once a building is constructed, you've got to kind of deconstruct oftentimes to get it to fit your needs. The issue from a building standpoint is that we just haven't had the inventory. I can tell you a great story, just real quickly. Fit USA is a wonderful company that manufactures in Volusia County, and they were in Ormond Beach at the airport. They were outgrowing their location, and they were sharing it with another company that was also growing well within that building. Was it last month, 2 months ago, we actually helped them relocate their operation to DeLand, to the old battery tender site. You'll see a temporary sign up in front on ISB. They are in that square footage now, expanding. They've got new contracts. They're doing phenomenally well. And the company that was left in the Ormond Beach one is taking over the rest of that site. So before the buildings have any time to sit vacant, there's somebody else lined up for it.
Okay.
So it's a really good time. So are we growing? Yeah, but we're doing it in a nice way.
And I also know what could negatively impact that would be a chain where they have a specific look, if you will, and it may not, that existing building may not be what they're looking for.
Right. Right.
And also, when you have a number of businesses leave an area, for one company to come in to sit alone doesn't appeal to them as well. Well, I appreciate that, thank you.
Lots of moving parts, right?
Just one other, well, two quick questions. The question's quick, I don't know what your answer will be. I think the council, you're hearing a kind of a unified voice. I want to add to it that we, in the future, we really need to bring more high-tech energy companies into Volusia County for higher paying jobs. I think it's time, and I'd like to discuss this with y'all privately, to make another invitation to Bomax. Very high-tech energy company, and they're just right next door in Seminole, but the owner lives here, and I think we can attract them without offering dollars, just they need more information. But I want to go back to slide 3, to some of our older historical, what used to be the bedrock of employment, hospitality and agriculture. Agricultural, especially in West Volusia, it's down 19%. Any ideas what's happening there, why that's the case?
Oh, the agriculture, forestry, fishing, and hunting. Actually, I haven't spent a lot of time evaluating that. I know we did have somebody leave. I think it was in Pearson, if I'm not mistaken, but I can find more information out on that. Again, part of what you have to look at is the percent change. I mean, if you have 2 and you lose 1, it's 50%. So it is really relative to the number that you have to start with, right? And it's not our largest industry from a GDP standpoint. There may be a large number of them, but the actual GDP isn't as high.
Okay, and then thank you. The other one is hospitality. You have it listed here as arts, leisure, and hospitality. I thought that I heard you say it was up 19%, but it shows it down 3% here.
Yeah, so tourism, the tourism receipts are up. I think it's like 19%. I think you're right. The tourism receipts include a number of different things besides art, and it includes some retail associated with that, and it's a different metric, so it has a different grouping in it. It's the only way I can really explain it. And again, when it comes to tourism, this is GDP, which is products and services on an annual basis, so it's not going to show the count of employees in there. It's the services and the items that are manufactured and whatnot. It's a different type of industry.
It is, and one that was hurt by COVID.
It was, but actually we came back really quickly on tourism afterwards, because so many people stayed local instead of flying. Our tourism really has always kind of been based, and I know I'm going to get yelled at for saying this, on a driving. Yeah, I know. But it is where we've marketed the heaviest within the state, right? So that wasn't hurt as much because we were able to maintain the open space. And I mean, Florida really was hit, but from a tourism standpoint, compared to some of the others like New York, it's a big difference.
Good. We still have a beach. We still have multiple springs. We still have the racetrack. We still have a lot to offer in Volusia County.
Amazing stuff.
And we're open, so come. Thank you very much. We don't need a vote on this one to accept your report, but we gladly, we appreciate you coming. We look forward to the Q breakfast. Any other questions, council? Before you go, I want to ask the council to do something a little unusual. I'd like to ask for someone to make a motion to suspend the rules for this purpose, that you are almost the last item on the agenda today, item 24, to give your report on aviation and economics. I know that you need to get back to the airport. We need more planes coming in. So I would like to ask the council to suspend the rules that after lunch, wherever we are, that we bring item 24 forward so that you have reference point, and you can plan the rest of your day. David Santiago makes that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Matt Reinhardt, and this has to pass by 2/3. I hope it passes unanimously, but any questions? All in favor?
Obviously, I bring it up every time. I know these two people have important jobs and have to get back to work, but we have many people here waiting in the audience as well.
We do.
For items, and they may have to get back to work as well. So I hope item 24 is not dilly-dally, and we can get through it pretty quick and get on to business. Otherwise, we're holding up about 50 people's time.
And I agree with that. That's why I'm not doing it right this minute, but we have another hour to get there, or longer, depending on when we do lunch. But that's a great point. Any other discussion before I call for the vote? And again, it has to pass by 2/3. So, Krista, would you call the roll? A vote for this is just to move this item up to after lunch.
Mr. Kent?
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Robbins?
Yes.
Mr. Santiago?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Dempsey?
Yes.
Mr. Johansson?
Yes.
Mr. Brower?
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to item 4, a purchase agreement with Volusia Groves and Cattle and joint participation agreement with the City of DeLand. Brad Burwell.
Good morning, members of council. So this is your first Volusia Forever acquisition that's coming before you. So congratulations. I'm going to provide a little bit of context for you in terms as we work throughout the application with Volusia Groves and Cattle. So what you have before you is an acquisition of 128 acres. It's a wooded lot that includes a 16-acre moor lake. It's in southeast DeLand. And this property's actually been on our radar for a conservation land purpose for about 16 years. It came in the door in 2006. And the second cycle in 2006 was evaluated in 2007, put on the A list by a separate Volusia Forever Advisory Council, by a separate council. Unfortunately, when it came to negotiate a purchase price with the landowners, we just couldn't get there. So it fell off the list. Well, it came back in 2021. You have an entirely new staff. You have an entirely new advisory committee. And the previous council approved putting this on the active acquisition list. So that's why we're here today. As you can see, the purchase price is $4.3 million. We hired 2 appraisers to look at these properties and give us a valuation. They're both, one of the appraisals came in at $4.4 million, one came in at $4.35. So we are buying this property for under the appraised value in partnership with the City of DeLand. Contribution 70% for the county through the Volusia Forever program, and 30% through the city. I know that Mayor Cloudman and their city manager is here as well, Mr. Chair, when you will allow them to talk. Funding projects with cities is not uncommon. We did 7 in the last iteration of Volusia Forever, where we had bought some land in cities. It's typically more expensive if you're thinking of properties in cities where there's a high urban interface and infrastructure. So keep that in mind. Our investment will be protected with a conservation easement. So what this does is basically puts the contract out on the table to the city to say that these are the allowable activities on this. It needs to be in alignment with the ballot language, resource-based recreation. And then we have some enforcement mechanisms if it starts to evolve into something that doesn't align with the ballot language. So our team will go out and treat it just like a privately held conservation easement, do an inspection and make sure that they're managing the habitat for the ecological function benefits, but also doing what they said they would do as part of the easement. I wanted to share the snapshot of the property and share with you that the ECHO program did a quality of life survey 2 months ago. We had 900 folks respond. And the two things that they identified that most importantly influenced their quality of life living here is trails and water access, and we have that on this property. I know there were some questions about access in terms of what would be the primary point of access. So you can see MLK there, your left. No. You can see the Martin Luther property. There's kind of two easement access. One is from a driveway into a subdivision, but there's also, if you look at the zoomed in picture, there's a recorded easement that the city anticipates using for entrance and access as the primary point for the public. So it would be directly off MLK. They would be able to pull in there and not have to go through the subdivision. So the habitat, as I mentioned, that in the property report, if anyone read them, we have some scarce and unique habitat. It's a high groundwater recharge area. These are all of those conservation values that we look at when we're trying to make a Volusia Forever purchase. It meets 13 of our 19 criteria. As I mentioned, it came to us in 2006 and 2021. We're paying more, we're paying 70% for this portion, but it will be managed by the city and amenitized by the city and staffed by the city. So that's kind of why we've adjusted that partnership. We do that with other partners when they're taking lead on managing a property. We'll make some adjustments in the overall acquisition cost. And then just some required signage that we've asked the city to put out within 90 days of closing, letting people know that this is what 76.2% of you voted for in terms of Volusia Forever. This piece is. So with that, I'll answer any questions council may have.
Can you go back
Yes, sir.
to the slide? I'm showing it on page, that one. It looks like that's maybe a little more or about half of Lake Miller that remains in private, as private property. Is that do you know anything about the land adjacent to that? Is it scheduled for development or?
My understanding, based on the aerials, so let me share, that's my understanding, that the development is happening around there, and it would be generally owned by the HOA. Clay, someone correct me if I'm wrong. So we'll own 9 acres of the 16-acre lake, as you can see the property map there.
Okay. Don Dempsey.
Yes, I noticed in one of the appraisals, the Clayton appraisal, it said that one of the extraordinary assumptions that we're making with this appraisal is that no phase 1 or 2 has been done yet. Has there been a phase 1 or phase 2 environmental study?
Yes, so a phase 1 is mandatory. We typically do it after we get signatures here from the partners and peer that has the county's commitment to move forward to the due diligence process. We don't want to spend money unless it's been approved. So we'll move to environmental 1 if there's something that's found. A 2 is not required, but if something's found, we'll do 1.
Okay, so we don't know if there's any environmental issues out there or not?
No, sir.
And in the appraisal, it said that was an extraordinary assumption that there are no issues environmentally.
And I believe there's language in the contract that if we both believe that it can't be solved, we can both walk away from the deal if something's found.
All right, thank you.
Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Brad, I just need some clarification.
Yes, sir.
A few things jumped out to me. The initial value, or what's listed with the county of this property, is about a little over $1 million. I know inherently it's lower than appraisals. With that being said, though, there's a $3.3 million gap in between the appraisals and the value. Do we have any insight onto what that could be from? Does that have any exemptions or a forestry plan or anything that would bring that property value down agriculturally? Anything like that, planted pines?
I don't believe that there's an ag or a green belt classification on the property, but those, Yeah, I don't know what that would be, but those are typically much less than what you would see on when you're using an appraisal versus it being done on a widespread. And I think I have asked this question, with all due respect to people who've pushed back on me before, is would you sell your house for the price that's listed on the property appraiser's value?
If I wanted to sell my house, but no, I understand what I understand what you're saying, but there's a pretty big gap there. But I'll go ahead and move on. I think my point was taken. So this is an overall conservation easement. Can the buyer still use the property once it is secured by us, since it's a conservation easement? Can the owner of the property still use the?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
So it just protects the conservation values and spells out what they're able to do on the property.
And if DeLand can DeLand sell this property at any point?
So the agreement allows them to sell it. There's a clause in there, and I will explain why. Because we've run into this on conservation lands before, where DOT is coming and taking something in terms of eminent domain. Well, if it's not in there, if it's not in the agreement, it's not allowed to be able to sell that portion to DOT. So that's why it's in there. The conservation easement, however, runs with the land. So the conservation value will always be protected.
So in the event, say DOT does come in, and I don't predict that because it's all built out around there. But let's just say, for instance, if that does happen, do we have a stipulation in there that says Volusia County residents or Volusia County will get some of their investment back, or does those funds derived from the sale go to 100% go to the City of DeLand?
Well, I can share what we have done in past experience. We just had this issue on 17 up near DeLeon Springs, and we got our percentage back, and the individual, the other party, the Water Management District, got their percentage back. Well, the percentage of the proceeds, we actually made about $200,000.
Okay. And I'm sorry to keep putting you through this stuff, but I just need some clarification. On page 78, I looked at, I don't know if we can go forward within the agenda item. I believe that there's a picture all the way at the end. We say vast majority is environmentally sensitive. I know there is a lake on it, which we're getting a portion of, but the graph kind of shows a little bit otherwise. We show a wetland right here on the screen where the yellow road left to right meets that red little tooth that's cut out. That's really that's a small environmental area, and then there's, I believe, another one up in the corner on the other side of the edge of the lake. But really, I'd say about 75–80% of it is upland. Is it within the conservation corridor or the wildlife corridor that we've been focusing on?
It is not.
It's not?
No, sir. I will say, though, it does have rare and protected species on site. So when we talk about plants and animals, this is something where those would occur.
Do we have those reports?
So there's scrub habitat. So I haven't seen any scrub jays out there, but scrub habitat's home to gophers as well, and other endangered plants and species.
The reports showed a low ecological link. I'm just going to go over a couple of my findings because I think I may need some more clarification or information on this, depending on how this goes. Has a low rating for water body frontage. It's not within the 100-year floodplain. On pages 64 and 68, it asks if the property contains springs or other unique geological features. The answer on the report was no. Does the property have potential to capture beneficial recharge, reduce water consumption within a spring shed? No. That's on the report. Provide resource-based recreational lands. If we go to page 65, go to page 65. Let me see if I can pull it up on mine. Let me go back here. I apologize. Yeah, I got it. I just lost my place here. In terms of the enhancements, it looks like we're pretty limited. do we know if DeLand has an actual plan of what they're looking to do? Something outlined, hey, we are going to do this, or is, hey, we can do this, we're not there yet, we don't know?
I think that's why we give them a year, and this has been a past practice, to develop the management plan, which they will come back to council with a conceptual plan on what they plan to do there in terms of amenities, as well as how they're going to manage the habitat. So it's not just a wooded area that we're going to continue to let grow. It needs to be managed based on scientific principles, just like we do on the 38,000 acres we own. So with that being said, I think that they want to get some public input on what they want to see out there. And they're they're revising their Parks Master Plan this year, and they're going to use that forum to gather input from the community as to what they would like at the site.
Okay. I'm just looking at number 14, does the property offer potential for establishment of enhancement of resource-based public use opportunities? And it says yes, but on the graph, it's more towards like low, but it's still a yes, I guess. You can finish last place as a medical school and still be called doctor, you know.
Your point is taken, because we have changed these to numerical values in the next, at the recommendation of the auditor, because this is subjective. I will tell you why we have our rationale as to why it got, because it really doesn't connect to a lot. So it would get higher if you could establish trails that connected to something else off property.
Okay. It concerns me because there's three, it's surrounded by development, you know, and I'm trying to, I do see value in it, but at a $4.3 million, and I try to go through and look at, break down a blanket statement. Okay, it has environmental value, but the environmental values, once you dig into the report, appear to be a little bit otherwise or different. But I'd like to hear what my colleagues have to say. You know, I think, this is just my opinion, a lot of this would be 100% if it wasn't swallowed by the City of DeLand and subdivisions. Yes, you know, 100%, but I have some reservations, and I hope you understand. Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Councilmember Danny, thank you for bringing up those points, because I think they're very valid. If you really dig into the report, it gives a slightly different perspective on the value of the land and whether it should be invested in or not. But I just got a couple questions. To follow up on a questioning earlier on the environmental study, I think you said that phase 1 would be done if we approve this first step.
Correct.
And then I think you said also that staff would then determine what happens next. Would that come back to the council for final approval if we had concerns on the environmental?
I don't know. I'll turn to the attorney.
Russ Brown, Senior Assistant County Attorney. Good morning, Mr. Santiago. No, sir, generally not. It's a condition of the purchase agreement, so if something is disclosed in the Phase 1 environmental, staff evaluates it and determines if the Phase 2 is needed, and that just gets carried out. And then based on that Phase 2, if there's a condition that the parties can alleviate among themselves, then there's a contingency in there that allows the parties to walk away from each other.
I asked the questioning because, I mean, I have all the facts, so I'll first say that. I reflect back on prior purchases that the county may have made. I'll use an example, Gemini Springs. It was purchased, and I was one of the happy individuals that had the opportunity to swim in it when it first opened, and then all of a sudden these issues appeared, right? And again, I don't know all the facts, but my gut was telling me that something probably didn't get completed there, probably, a due diligence. My concern would be, could we fall into the same process here if it followed a similar process for acquisition? So just wanted to put that on the record. And my question on the appraisal process. Can you tell me a little bit, and maybe for the public also, I guess, benefit, explain to me our parameters on hiring appraisers and what checks and balances do we may have in place to prevent coercion?
Okay, so we put out requests for qualifications when Volusia Forever got reauthorized. One of the things that we wanted them to be on the DEP approved list, because that's kind of the gold standard for conservation land purchases. And if we're taking projects to DEP, we need to have those appraisals come from these on the state list folks. So that's one level. We basically are using the individuals that reapplied or applied through the RQS program at this point. We've talked about opening it back up. I think we have 3 currently. Yes. So we have 3 currently, and we used all 3 of them on this project. So we wanted to hire a reviewer because it was a high dollar amount and make sure that their valuations were adequate.
I think I used the wrong word. I was looking for collusion. Are there parameters in place when we contract these individuals to explicitly say that communicating with each other in any form during this process is prohibited? Again, I'm not suggesting it, but I'm asking it because I'm sure it may have crossed my mind, maybe crossed others.
So he just was going to answer as I would. They'll communicate through the reviewer. So if we hire a reviewer for some of these, they communicate through the reviewer, not to each other. However, when we give them 2 jobs, if they talk to each other, we can make that explicit that that it's not acceptable to us.
I think that would be a good practice, ensuring that we get good, valid appraisal. And I'm not suggesting this is a bad one, but it'd be a good practice to ensure that the public's getting the best deal.
Yeah. And may I add one additional point that may help ease you there? So when we had this property appraised previously, our average of our 2 appraisals right now is $4.35 million. When we had it appraised in 2007, it was 4.7.
Gotcha.
So,
and the more lake access. My last question, Mr. Chair. The access, will Volusia County residents, and I know the city's going to develop their plan for it, but do we have anything to ensure that residents will have access to that lake for recreational uses? I'd hate to see a beautiful lake that we buy for $4 million and residents don't have access.
This is the county resident park. We're the major investor, and it's open to everyone to use. It will be open for everyone to use.
You're welcome. Don Dempsey.
Yeah, just a couple of observations. I think you said that we were looking into this property for about 16 years now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it looks like the only time this county got serious about this was in 06 and in 21, which are peak market prices during those times. I remember in 06, everything was right before the housing crash because all the prices were overinflated. And now we're back at 2021 time period where everything is overinflated. Is there a reason why the county didn't look at this back in 2010 when everything had crashed and values had plummeted and we could have probably got it for maybe $1 million or something significantly less?
So the owners rejected our offer in 2008, so they never came back until the program was reauthorized.
Okay. The other thing I would note is in the appraisal, the Clayton appraisal, it talked about 4 different periods in an economy: the recession, the recovery, the expansion, and the oversupply. And it talked about how those different periods affect market value. They're saying that this property was valued recently, and it's in an expansion phase, which tends to be the highest value. So basically, we're looking at buying property at the peak of the market. And we're not only that, but we're buying property that is, it's valued at its highest and best use. We're not buying farmland, right? We're buying property that's zoned for residential development. So is there a reason why we're not looking for farmland, which would be much cheaper than buying property that's valued according to the appraisal? We're paying $56,000 an acre for this property, of the usable property. Why aren't we looking for farmland, which would be much cheaper?
So I think with our program, we take a balanced approach. And finding those very large intact tracts are important because of their ecological function. But we also need to balance that because some of the feedback we got at our listening sessions when the program was reauthorized is, I don't want to drive 30 minutes to enjoy a conservation area. So we need to balance with some high-profile properties that have conservation value that may be in an area that's got maybe a little higher in value. I will tell you, I went back and looked because I was prepared for this question. And, you know, of the 7 that we bought with municipalities previously, 3 of them cost more per acre than this one.
Okay. But were they this vast of an acreage? I mean, obviously, the
Some of them
price
were.
per acre diminishes. What's that?
Yes. Some of them were. Some of them were close.
Okay. Well, the other thing is there a drainage ditch coming from the subdivision to the north that goes into the lake?
So there's an overflow on the stormwater pond.
Okay, so basically, as we all know, there's a huge flooding issue in that area, correct? Is that right? I mean,
Yes.
I mean, are you aware? Okay, as we all know. So the new subdivision to the north has a lot of reclaimed water being used for sprinkling the lawns and stuff, correct? Is that right?
I'm not sure.
Well, okay, has that been looked into?
Not by my team, no.
Okay, so if all this reclaimed water is getting put into that subdivision and the overflow water is now flowing into this lake, will that have a potential of making that a contaminated, another Gemini Springs at some point?
We could explore it, certainly.
And that would be part of the environmental phase 1 or phase 2?
If not, we will add it, if it's the council's direction.
But I'm clear that it's not going to come back in front of council for a vote if we get a bad phase 1 or phase 2.
I may be speaking out of turn, George, here, but it may not come back to council, but we would alert executive leadership who would probably brief you on things that we found that you should know about.
Is there a reason why that drainage ditch wasn't mentioned anywhere in these reports or these appraisals?
No, sir.
Okay. That's all I have.
Thank you. Really good feedback from all of the council members. It's interesting as I hear their thought process, how I hear and have the same questions, and it kind of brings me to another conclusion. I think Don is absolutely right that this piece of land stands potential to be ruined. It really goes back to Mr. Robbins' point too. It is going to be swallowed up all around it from development from the City of DeLand. And if we don't protect some of that land, it's just going to be ruined. It's going to be polluted. It is going to have runoff. I think that in this area where there is, Don is correct, I mean, this is his district, there is intensive flooding in that area. And Mr. Robbins brought up on page 64 that one of the few no's that this property got. This comes from Volusia Forever with a very strong and high recommendation that we do this. Number 9 says, does the property have the potential to capture beneficial recharge, reduce water consumption within a spring shed, or replace degraded fresh water? Well, there's not a spring here, there's not a spring shed, but there's no doubt that it is going to receive water. And in that area, as everything gets developed around it and paved over, and in these pervious surfaces becomes impervious, we need this area to receive water so that it can seep through the ground instead of backing up on Martin Luther King. We're seeing flooding on Taylor Road, flooding in all around this area. I think we need this little oasis in the middle of what is going to be intensive development all around it. I hope that we're going to hear from Mayor Cloudman in a minute. Maybe he'll address that. But it's been approved for development. We need this area. One of the things that I've learned from hearing from the public in all the developments that are already there is that they frequently see black bears in the area. This is not part of the wildlife corridor, but it probably should be. And if we allow this to be developed, every one of us sitting up here knows what's going to happen with those black bears. They'll be in everybody's backyard and turning over their trash cans. So let's give them an area that they already live, that they're already contained in, and allow them to live there. But it's not just for the animals, it's for the quality of life of Volusia County, and especially in this West Volusia area that's under such intensive development pressure. So before I call for a motion, and we need a specific motion for this, Councilman Robbins wants to speak, and then I would like to hear from the public, because we do have a lot of public, as Mr. Johansson pointed out, that have been sitting here that want to speak on this item. Danny, I'll call on you first. Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Carissa, or somebody, can we pull up Google Earth and the map so we can get a better idea, aerial, of what surrounds this? Yes, please, if we can put it up there. And Jeff, I agree with you 100% in the sense that, you know, things do need to be preserved, and I say that, but we're not dealing with a virgin ground or virgin area. And I think with the aerial view, and this helps determine a value of this, both environmentally and economically, we'll be able to see that, because it's literally surrounded by the city on all three sides. There's no connectivity to the wildlife corridor.
Correct.
And it was noted by Mr. Burbaugh, that this is a high ground recharge area, but the report is conflicting because it says enhanced water recharge and or protect aquifer, no. So I'm trying to get some clarity. Can we zoom out a little bit? Keep going. Keep going. All right. And can you put the mouse on the location in question? All right. So we got, just so everybody knows, what, 1, 2. We got subdivisions all around it, and it looks like the last side of it, I mean, it's blocked by a road, but and block cut off by roads, but it's looks like it's still within the city. But hopefully that gives some folks a little bit better aspect, and that's all.
Yeah, I guess, Jake, I see you there. I guess, again, my point is that does this area necessarily need to be developed along with, can we not have some areas of a little oasis in the middle of all this development? Jake Johansson. Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, let's hear from the public first. I'm just going to call them in the order that I have them. Chris Cloudman, Mayor Cloudman, you're up first.
Mr. Chairman, can I bring up a question or point of order? We don't have a motion and a second right now, and we're kind of already in debate, now asking for public comment. Should we have the motion and the second and then go through this process, or should we spend a lot of time and then spend a lot more time after we motion and second and debate? Just, I'm not clear on the process here. This is something I'm not used to.
Well, your point is well taken. By the letter of the law, we should have a motion and a second and then debate it. As you have said it to be a few minutes ago, we've had all these people waiting to be able to speak on this, so I hope that they will get the opportunity. But if you would, or anyone in the council would care to make a motion, really the motion that's needed in order for this to proceed, to see if it's going to happen, is staff is for the purchase agreement and joint participation agreement, and request authority for the county chair and county manager to execute any documents necessary in support of the transaction and related closing documents.
And Mr. Chairman, I not only support that, I recommend, and we're going to talk about rules later, that we, unless otherwise agreed, put the motion and get the second before every item, and use the recommended motion of the staff, just so we all know and we can look back and say, what's the motion? It's right there at the bottom of our agenda, and that way it's clear, unless we all agree to make a alternative or amended motion. So having said that, I make a motion to approve the purchase agreement and joint participation agreement, and request authority of the chair and the manager to execute all documents relating to the subject.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
And it's seconded by Matt Reinhardt. Okay. Chris Cloudman.
Well, good morning. Chris Cloudman, Mayor of the City of DeLand. And I did ask our city manager to come up just to save time. He has a card in there as well, so you can, if you have questions for either of us, you can. You know, just like you, over the last several years, the public has asked us to preserve land for future generations within the city. They've often come and asked us in the middle of an application to deny someone and tell them that they can't build anything, but there are property rights. And so, as I often explain to people, the only way you can truly control what's going on with a piece of property is to own it yourself. So that is something that we're attempting to do. This is a beautiful piece of property. Yes, as pointed out, there are developments going around it, but I think that's all the more important of why we need to preserve it. You know, there aren't large tracts of land within the city of DeLand left at this point that we can preserve. This has potential to also solve another request from the public, which is to give more recreational opportunities to the people who live within our community. You know, I actually have an undergraduate degree in Parks and Rec myself, so it's a soft spot, but kind of at the irk of our Parks and Rec director, I'm more of a outdoor recreation person, and so I love the possibility of offering passive park, you know, trails and possibly canoeing and different things like that to our citizens. That is something different than just fields and gymnasiums. And so, you know, I'm just asking you to consider that, and I'll yield my time to our city manager, if that's okay.
Well, he has a ticket, so he's got 3 minutes, so go ahead.
All right, Mr. Chair, members of the council, thank you so much for this opportunity. This is actually a really exciting, you know, project. We've been working on it for a long time. It ranked the highest of all the applications in your last cycle for Volusia Forever. It obtained a recommendation, positive recommendation from your Forever Advisory Board, as well as the unanimous approval by the previous county council to be put on the A list. You know, I think Mr. Borbach did a great job outlining the benefits of preserving this piece of land. You know, it has a bunch of rare and endangered species, both flora and fauna, as well as animal species on the property that have been well documented, particularly by the residents around that area. But I think it is a real opportunity, Mr. Chair, you covered this, to preserve a great piece of native Florida land, you know, for residents to enjoy into the future. And the City of DeLand's intent is passive park, so that we can go in there and do ecological tours, canoeing on the lake, maybe tours with school classes or colleges to be able to enjoy what that property has to offer. And so the last thing I would say is that, you know, I know that the appraised value came back as a lot, Mr. Robbins, but I will tell you that, it is in the middle of the city, and I think Mr. Burbaugh did cover that point, that, most of the properties that have been purchased by Volusia Forever that are within cities, they're going to be a higher property value. This is already zoned for residential, so the property value is going to be higher, but the City of DeLand is bringing a 30% match. We have agreed to manage the property, and so we are bringing something to the table to help leverage those Volusia Forever dollars. And lastly, Mr. Chair, if you would permit me, there are a number of people here, if I can just ask them to stand, that did not fill out speaker cards that are in support of this project. And so if you could please stand, just so you know that there are a lot of people that really would like to see this piece of property be purchased and preserved forever for our residents in the entire county of Volusia to enjoy. So, and we will stand by for questions if you have them as you get speakers that come up. So.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, as well.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Larry Stein? Sorry. Stein?
Thank you. Larry Stein, DeLand. I live in the association that surrounds that property directly to the south. It's actually my backyard. I have a backyard that opens up onto that property. I should apologize to the current owners because I've actually walked the property several times for exercise, and I can attest personally it's an extraordinary piece of property with ecological value. I would also echo your comment that it absorbs a tremendous amount of rain. During this recent hurricane, when we had 17 inches of rain in 24 hours where I live, there was no flooding in our association or the other associations, but Taylor Road, as you mentioned, was a complete mess for several months. And there's still some piping out there. So it has a tremendous amount of value in terms of the amount of water that it will absorb. I would also add that if you note, there's an association developing directly to the north of that this fall, and it will be run off reclaimed water. There's one on the opposite side of the street on the west. There's another residential association going in about 2 miles to the south of us. And I mention that because the residential associations are important because of the amount of traffic they're putting into the area. The intersection of New York and Kepler over the last several years has become extraordinarily busy. And when you think of traffic gridlock, you think of major cities like New York, Chicago, Boston. But that intersection is backing up tremendously during the rush hour periods where it could take you 5 or 10 minutes to get through it. And New York is a major east-west corridor within the county. So I think there's a value of helping to protect this from being developed for residential because it helps keep a little bit more traffic off of that intersection, which is very important. And I appreciate everything you do on behalf of the county. And your questions today and the presentations indicate how seriously you take your responsibility to steward the assets of the county, which is both our financial assets, our land, and to protect our future and grow it. And I'm neither against development or against keeping green space for green space. I'm for the appropriate balance of those interests for the best interest of the people in the county. And I think the purchase of this property represents that balance in terms of protecting against flooding, protecting the ecological value for the future generations, reasonable financial asset management. So I'd like to thank you for everything you do and just repeat that I think this is a wonderful balance of what's always competing priorities with real value to the residents of the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Shirley Burnett.
Good morning. I'm Shirley Burnett. I live in Victoria Gardens at 1273 Farmsworth Court. If you look at this map, my home is in the lower right-hand corner, which is adjacent to the tract of land, and there is a conservation area in Victoria Gardens that it's also adjacent to. My neighbors and I paid significant premiums for our lots because we were led to believe that this tract of land was already a conservation area. I have lived here for 5 years. In that time, I have personally seen bobcat, deer, bear, flocks of wild turkeys, raccoons, pileated woodpeckers. Turkeys fly into the trees to roost every night and raise their young on this land. I have heard great horned owls and Chuck-Will's widow. A wide variety of birds shelter in the trees, especially during migration time. After a rain, the frogs sing thank you. The land is excellent habitat for scrub jay and gopher tortoise and is needed as a wildlife corridor between developed areas. I and my neighbors do not have bird feeders or put garbage overnight because we want the bear to eat from the land. This land is extremely valuable as a stormwater sink. During the recent hurricanes, I personally witnessed thousands of gallons of water from the rains pouring into the low parts of the property and sinking into the land without causing the kind of flooding experienced along Taylor Road. If this land were to be developed, a major drainage plan would be required to prevent damaging floods. I am not a water expert, but I am sure this water recharges the aquifer that the City of DeLand gets well water from. I am highly in favor of the land acquisition, and I ask the council members to vote in favor of it becoming a passive park and conservation area for the City of DeLand. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Gerald Fieser?
Hello, my name is Gerald Fieser. I am on the Volusia Forever committee. I'm also a lifelong resident of Volusia County, and I've lived in, well, approximately 4 or 5 miles from there for the last 35 years. On the Forever, when we went through this was probably one of our most cherished projects that we saw for all the different benefits. Some of you all have picked out today, and others in the crowd have said too. You know, obviously a lot of us would like to see more. You know, we would like to see more green areas. It would be nice in future land development regulations, both in DeLand and Volusia County and all the other municipalities, to have more connectivity to the green areas, so that this would not be a question that would come up. But having said that having the property stand on its own as it is probably one of the most valuable pieces of property we have left on the DeLand Ridge. There are farmland available, as someone said, out where, but that's not what the people see every day. People want to see that rural vista. They want to see the green space. And as the lady said, there are a lot of animals. I live on Lake Talmadge, and just the other day I had a bear scat in my backyard, and it's fenced. So that tells you, as all this development is, there are a lot of animals on this ridge that are still looking for homes and places to go, as well as the people wanting to see the green space. So I would really encourage you to please vote favorably for this project, and thank you for so.
Thank you. Steve Crump?
Thank you, Chair, council members. Steve Crump, 701 Johnson Lake Road. I too am on the Volusia Forever Advisory Committee, and I'm here today to ask for your support and approve this purchase. I don't need to reiterate what Gerald said, but I do have some additional points. Some things that came to me: this is one of the few tracts we have seen so far that has scrub habitat. Mostly we see flatwoods properties. A lot of it is in the central corridor. Those we are actively pursuing. I want you to consider the scrub habitat as being very rare. It's more rare than what we usually see. The second thing is that this is an opportunity to steer development away from a special area. We don't have that opportunity very often to move development away from something or to stop development from happening. And in my unofficial surveys of our current Volusia Forever purchases, the parking areas are often filled with Priuses and Subarus. I'd like to see opportunity to have more minivans, baby strollers, opportunity for more people to actually access the properties that they are paying in purchasing. I think that's one of the big benefits, if you think about it, is putting a special place next to a high population area, a rural and an environmental sensitive place like this, next to a high population density. And the last thing was mentioned was site vistas. I think that's special too. If you think about Martin Luther King, the complaints you are getting are not the houses are beautiful. The complaints are, where did all the trees go? This is one way to save some special looks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that's the end of the public comments that were turned in. Great comments. The public participation is really important. And I think for me, the points that you, the public, have made are some of the most significant. And I hear from the council well-placed, great concern for the amount of money that we're paying for this. Unfortunately, just like in the Florida wildlife area, it's driven by willing sellers. We can't make them sell when they don't want to. Did the seller maybe wait till the market was higher? Could be. I don't know. In my opinion, when I look at this little oasis in the middle of built-up, very built-up area that's already experiencing severe flooding, it's worth every penny of it, and I hope that the council will approve this. Jake Johansson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A few questions I might have to call the City of DeLand back up to answer, but oftentimes cities ask developers to put forth a little money toward a project like this. Some of the development is already done, Victoria Gardens, but some of it to the north is not. Is there any motivation to get them to participate, or have they already, other than mandatory impact and prop share?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Johansson. Well, I will tell you, right across the street is the 13-acre park that was deeded to the City of DeLand when the DRI for Victoria Park was approved. So that would be an active recreation park. With regard to this, and certainly with regard to our match, $1 million of our match came from our tree reserve, which is directly funded by developers who had to pay in that when they could not replace trees on properties that's being developed. So I guess the short answer would be is yes, there is developer money that has gone into the purchase.
Got it. And a second question for y'all, just to make sure I'm clear, is that all the surrounding subdivisions, prior and future, will have retention of stormwater, so they should not be dumping into the lake.
That is correct. All the subdivisions that are surrounding there are required by St. John's River Water Management District to keep all of their stormwater on site. They cannot discharge externally.
Right. And the last question, probably not for you, but for the staff, Brad, is the line of demarcation in the middle of the lake going to prevent anybody from participating in kayaking or canoeing or anything in the?
No, I think, as I recall, Mr. Johansson, the Lake Park PD agreement called for that to be a conservation area, even for their, for them. So I don't think that will be an issue at all.
Great. Thank you for answering my questions.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have, sir.
Yes, sir.
Don Dempsey.
You guys want to stick around? Can we go back to that map that Danny was asking for? The Google Earth map of that area. Guys, I've been here living here primarily for 33 years. I was born here, actually grew up north, but came back. But so I remember when Kepler and Martin Luther King weren't even in existence back in the day. You know, Kepler just dead-ended into 44, and then this whole Martin Luther King down to 472 came into existence within the last 30 years, okay? And I've logged a lot of dirt bike time with my son riding in that exact area that we're talking about. And you're right, there's a lot of animals through there, there's a lot of nature. But my question to you guys is, I don't know if we can get in closer, but we've got closer to the subject property, Lake Moore, okay. Now I look to the north, and there's a subdivision going in on the north side of Lake Moore. And that was county ag property at one time, correct?
I don't recall what it was, but it was now City PD, and it's called Lake Park.
Okay, so the county, instead of them going through the county to develop this and displace the animals, they went to the city, and the city allowed this high-density subdivision to come in. And then to the south, we've got another subdivision. If you could lift the picture up.
It's the gardens.
Other way, other direction. And then to the south, that was also county property that the city annexed in and changed it from basically agricultural in nature to high-density housing. Is that right?
Well, it's not high-density housing, but...
Well, it's definitely a subdivision. And then look to the left, we've got that subdivision, both on the north and south side of Orange Camp Road, which was once county property that the city.
That's all part of the Victoria Park DRI, Mr.
Correct, so the city annexed all that in?
Yes, sir, in 1999.
Okay, and now go up to the north, and then we've got another subdivision being built, according to this Google, it's under construction, and that also was county property annexed in by the city, correct?
That's correct.
So it's fair to say that the city is responsible for allowing all this overdevelopment in that area, displacing these animals, correct? Well, I mean, the county, but you're wanting the county to kick in $3 million to basically preserve the one last remaining environmental area that you guys caused all these animals to be displaced from, and to have to seek this one little parcel to hide in. Is that right?
I don't agree with the premise of your question.
Well, I mean, but none of these subdivisions were developed by the county.
I understand.
And were these same people at the rezoning hearings with the city when you guys approved that subdivision to the north and to the northwest of Lake Moore? That's my question. I mean, I'm all in favor of you guys buying it. I don't know why the county would have to kick in $3 million.
I will tell you, Mr. Dempsey, that, you know, we did attempt in partnership with the county to purchase this in 2006, long before the two subdivisions to the north actually occurred. Now the Victoria Park DRI was in place, but Lake Moore nor the Reserve at Victoria were in place at the time. So we valued this as a conservation land even back then. The deal did not go through. Well, we could not reach an agreement on the price, but
why should the county have to kick in to kind of preserve an area that you guys have caused all these animals to be displaced from?
When you say the county, it's Volusia Forever, and I think the taxpayers intended for this to be set aside for purchasing conservation land. You do have a conservation land in this 128 acres that, you know, rank very highly by your Volusia Forever board. So, you know, I just don't understand why you're saying that, you know, why the county, we're partnering with you on it. The purpose of Volusia Forever is to purchase conservation lands. This is a conservation land.
Okay, I guess my concern is we're kicking in the lion's share of the money, though, $3 million, and yet you guys still allowed that I mean, we're hearing all about the environmental benefits of purchasing this land at highest top dollar value, $56,000 an acre. That's a lot of money. And you guys are asking us to kick in the large percentage of that, but yet you guys allowed that subdivision to go into the north just recently. And I'm just curious why you would allow that to happen and ask us to kick in at such a high dollar value.
Well, and just to be fair, Don, too, you know, the Volusia Forever is taxed to all residents of Volusia County, whether they live in unincorporated or in the city. So the residents of the City of DeLand have paid a lot into the Volusia Forever funds. So having Volusia Forever money come to this project is a return on investment of the people who live here in the City of DeLand. So it's not necessarily fair to say that it's county money versus city money, that kind of thing. I mean, because, you know, I do think the residents of DeLand should see some of their dollars come back that they put into the fund.
I totally agree with you, Chris and Mike. I do. It's just, I don't feel comfortable paying top dollar it's valued at $56,000 an acre when you're going to use it to develop a subdivision. We're not using it for its highest and best potential use. We're using it for basically agriculture purposes. So we're paying subdivision pricing for farmland. And I think we should wait. I just think that we should be good stewards of the taxpayers' money, both the city and the county, and just wait. We've waited 16 years. Let's just wait some more. There's a lot of speculation that there's going to be another crash coming up. Let's just wait and see what happens with market value in another 3 or 4 years and revisit it.
And I hear your concern, but subdivision pricing can also be paid by Coulter Homes or someone and expand, you know, on what they have, if approved, but, you know.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, and it was valued, you know, even higher back in 2006. So I don't know that, you know, from an appraised value standpoint, that waiting would, you know, show a lower value.
I'm ashamed to tell you what I paid for my office building in '06, but I wanted it. But
Yeah.
values in '06 were high, and as we know, during the crash, everything hit bottom, and now we're back up again. I mean, if we learn anything from history is that it repeats itself.
Yeah.
We're at another peak in the market value.
I understand,
So
but I
we
think
need to wait.
Chairman Brower mentioned, you have to have a willing seller, and at this point, we have a willing seller. If we were to wait until the market bottoms out, or, we would try to appraise it at, values that are commensurate with agricultural land, then you probably wouldn't have a willing seller.
All right. Well, thank you guys for your time. I appreciate
Absolutely.
it. Thank you.
Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Don, I think we're on the same wavelength when it comes to this. You talk about willing sellers. What happens if the willing seller wants $20 million for it? Are we going to pay for it? Don, and I agree with you. We do have to be good stewards of the property. And I want the property. I don't think there's not a person in this room that doesn't want the property. I just want it for less, like you. I'm scared too with the potential of runoff going into that and setting ourselves up with another lemon, like Mr. Santiago had mentioned with one of our springs. And then I had a laundry list of unanswered questions there, but who owns the property? Let me get this off here. Who owns this other lake over there? Do we know? I mean, if we're really wanting to practice conservation, would it behoove us to look at, reevaluate things, wait possibly a little bit longer and see if we can capture that whole area, and maybe we can get maybe we can put together a package, but as it stands right now, I have the same reservations as several of my colleagues, but thanks.
Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. I have not had an opportunity to take a bite of this apple yet, so, gentlemen, this is one of the reasons I love local government like this. I came in here today, and I mentioned it at the last meeting, but Councilman Santiago, you weren't here, I'll say it really quickly. For me, preparing for these meetings, I send Mr. Rechtenwald an email list of what my concerns are. This was not on my list, by the way. In fact, I had written down here, how pleased I was. And we've got, Mayor Cloudman, great guy, by the way, here partnering with the county. Our residents overwhelmingly voted for Volusia Forever. This is a purchase that, yes, is high, but, some of the comments I've heard, it certainly makes sense. And the reason I said I love this type of local government is because then you have Don Dempsey, Councilman Dempsey, and he starts talking, and I was changing my mind. That's what I love about this. You don't come in here with your mind 100% made up, but Councilman Dempsey comes up and starts talking about raising some questions that are just common sense things, and I am so pleased you did. I don't like a couple of things. I don't like the rug being pulled out from underneath me, and I felt like there should have been a better answer from our staff as to why was there an omission in the staff report that stormwater runoff is traveling over to Lake Moore from these other areas. I didn't like that. I wish, I don't know the city manager of DeLand. For me, and we all answer however we want to answer, but I think, again, Councilman Dempsey brought up a great point, pointing out every location and saying, this was annexed by the city of DeLand, and then DeLand, you allowed this high density. And for the people on Eagleston Drive, I hear what you're saying. I would want the county to purchase this with the city as well. But just looking at that picture, I'm just thinking, not only that, but the other neighborhoods nearby, they're just crammed in like sardines. They've got them on top of each other. House on top of house on top of house. And, that's a concern because I thought your question was fair, and I didn't think the response was fair. It would have settled better with me if it was more of a common sense answer of, how do you argue against that? Yeah, you're right. So I can't answer for anybody, but I'm just telling you, Councilman Dempsey, I think that you have hit the nail on the head. You are bringing up incredibly smart points about this. And now, here's where I really am, is I'm still on the fence, even with all of that. Mr. Robbins, I think you bring up some great points as well, but here I am on the fence because if we don't do this, because we've heard from the residents, and I was actually really pleased to hear from the one woman that spoke that said, you know, true fact, they had 17 inches of rain in a 24, maybe 36-hour period, and I'm so pleased that you didn't have any flooding there, and that water was running off into this area. And there's no doubt in my mind that there's tons of wildlife there with flora and fauna. So part of me thinks this is still, even with the exorbitant price, that this still is a smart move, because the mayor is right. The land residents do put into that Volusia Forever Fund. And, you know, I'm eagerly waiting to hear from anybody else on the council if they're going to speak on it, because I'm still somewhat undecided. Thank you.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councilmember Troy, I gotta tell you, my experience has been similar, because I came in thinking the exact same way as you, and I have to confess I'm on the fence also. But Mr. Chairman, I wanted to ask a question, if I may, and I don't know who can answer it, but they talked about this particular parcel as it was appraised as residential. Can someone talk about the entitlements that are currently available on this property? And if this didn't go through, what could they do today?
Brad, do you have that?
The future land use is designated low-density residential, so it would allow for 5.8 dwelling units per gross acre.
Okay. And that's why the appraisers utilize that as their highest and best use to determine the value, correct?
Yes, that's the method.
Mr. Chairman, just a comment. I guess we're in debate, right? My experience, like I said, is as similar as Troy here. However, what resonated for me was 2 points, and it may indicate which way I vote on this. The Mayor, your comment was well taken about the DeLand residents also paying into that fund, as the council member said here. And that stands very strongly for me, because they should see the returns on that benefit also, given the constraints where we're at today, how the city DeLand limits are. And secondly, staff mentioned, users have mentioned that I shouldn't have to drive 30 minutes to experience I'll call it a sanctuary or an area such as this to benefit from it. And I also still have the concerns, as my colleagues have said, on how the appraisal process, and we're just in this kind of jam. So I look forward to more comments, and that's where I stand, Mr. Chair.
Jake Johansson.
Thank you, Chairman. You hit the nail on the head there, Mr. Santiago. I don't necessarily want the owners of this property to say, fine then, and go to a developer and develop this land. We'll be up here complaining about that. Are we put over the barrel a little bit with the exorbitant cost of the land? Yes, but what we represent, not only ourselves, but the people of this fine land, and many have written emails to me, I think to all of us, in support, most of them from the Victoria Gardens area, which Obviously, it's in their backyard, and they benefit greatly from this. But we also have a Volusia Forever committee that has done their due diligence and probably wring their hands for hours, well, maybe not, but for years, waiting for this land to become available. I'm a little concerned that if we don't take it for Volusia Forever, which is kind of what Volusia Forever is for, that it will be part of the bigger problem in the long run. So although I'm not happy with the price, I'm kind of interested in preserving it so it doesn't become part of a bigger problem that may already exist. You can talk about what DeLand did and what the DRI did or didn't do, but we're here right now, and the result of walking away may be the worst of two bad options. So that's where I currently sit with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Didn't want to be the last one to talk, but everybody else had the opportunity. I am like you gentlemen. I came in here with the mindset, I did not have a question to this during the conference on this, or the conversation with Mr. Rectenwald. I thought this was pretty much a done deal. And then to hear Mr. Dempsey talk, I started bouncing the other way. And then, so I'm literally doing like a score sheet in my head and on this paper in front of me, and I keep going back and forth, and I hear the great things that were said by the mayor, and I had an overwhelming amount of emails about this project. This is not my district, but we were one of 7. And the decisions that we make up here are long-lasting. That being said, I guess my biggest fear is like you, Mr. Johansson, is that does this slip away from us? And I understand, Mr. Robbins, what you said, and I love the idea of being able to look at that other parcel where that other lake is at. Totally get it. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, I guess. I wish, I don't want to be sitting back a month or so from now, or 2 months, or a year, whatever, and say, you know what, we should have gotten that. I think the most impactful conversation from the public so far was that of the lady telling us about the rain and our recent storm. Being on the beach side at my district, I've seen the devastation that it has over there in our Midtown area, and here's an opportunity to prevent that. So I don't know if what I'm saying is helpful, but I'm still going back and forth in my head, so I'll leave it to Mr. Robbins.
Danny Robbins.
Is Brad still here? Brad? Brad, who owns that property adjacent to it or connecting to it there? Is that on any of our lists? Because what I'm thinking is, I can kind of gauge the council. If we're going to do this, I kind of want to do it right. Have we approached them or that area to see if we can lock that down and kind of solidify this area? Because what's going to happen is we're going to have another subdivision by the city on the other side, and we're going to have this little tiny area in the center, is from what I'm seeing. Have we explored that at all, or is that on our radar?
We have not explored it. This was the application that came in. We evaluated based on the property that's submitted.
Okay. Does this have to be done right now, or is this something, and this is at the will of the council? I want to make this work, and I want to support it, and I want to support these folks. But would it behoove us to buy a little bit of time, not just for maybe a price point, but for also to see if we can approach these other folks, or maybe reach out to them to see if we can make something work, if we really want to do it, because we're surrounded at 3 sides here. If we really want to stop and make this count, I think there's a better way possibly to do it.
Well, I will say, I do believe that there are some conservation easements around the property that are in your map, so there are buffers and corridors, and that got a point. I don't think it would be fair to the property owners to make this deal contingent upon their opportunity to sell.
Yeah, you're probably right.
I'm just coming from the ag industry where I've worked with large property owners. They want to be treated fairly.
No, I get it, and we're going to do that. And what was the build out on this? I know it was said to be 5.28, but
I believe it's 5.8 dwelling units per gross acre.
Okay, thank you.
Troy Kennel.
Thank you, Chairman. So, Council, something else that is weighing on my mind is the Volusia Forever committee members that came and spoke today. And where they ranked this project, I think that is important and it is impactful. Now, I love that we threw this Google map up here, and I think that was Councilman Robbins. In fact, I don't think I know it was that asked for that. So thank you for that, because when you look to the left, you see the Tropical Paul Resort, and then you see, I think it's Rockingham Lane, and not all of the development in DeLand looks like some of the other developments we see here, where I mentioned houses on top of houses. Council members, you know that I come from a long background serving the city of Ormond Beach, and I answer for that. I'll answer for those 19 years because our growth rate was 1% or less every year. Fact. And, I'm not going to try to answer for DeLand. DeLand has to answer for DeLand with their growth rate and with their density that they will allow. That is up to the mayor and the city commission in DeLand, and I've already mentioned that I'm a fan of the mayor. That being said, I think going forward with this does help solve some pretty major problems in this area of DeLand that I've heard from several of my colleagues say that it's very prone to flooding. It also solves the problem of allowing a different form of recreation for people that live around this area, in the entire county, but especially those that someone mentioned don't want to drive more than 30 minutes to get to a piece of property like this. So, thank you very much.
Don Dempsey.
Yeah, I guess, I don't know if I could get Chris or Mike back up here or not, but,
Bring your checkbook.
yeah. It's my understanding that in the northeast corner of this picture, that's kind of, let me see here, where Daytona State College is on the northeast corner, across the street there to the west, there's also another development going in there that's been approved by the city?
It's not an additional, it's a future phase of the one you see to the north.
So you guys are going to displace animals there as well? Okay. And isn't it true, or I'm just going based on recollection, because I drive through here all the time, but that lake area that Mr. Robbins was talking about, that area is up for sale, right?
Which area?
Basically down there near Mackenzie Road.
Yes.
That's up for sale currently. And we haven't explored looking into purchasing that property as an alternative to paying $56,000 an acre near the proposed site.
As I recall, I think there was a developer looking at that piece of property.
And do you know what the asking price is per acre for that property?
I don't, sir.
No. Guys, I just think we should wait. We don't have a phase one done. We don't even know what we're buying. We might be creating a toxic environment. If there is a problem with this lake more from the runoff, now what we're going to do is create a park with a contaminated lake. We're basically setting up another Gemini Springs. I mean, I think we should wait until the phase one and phase two is done. The seller isn't going anywhere. The thing's been for sale for over 16 years. To sit here and say we have to rush into this before somebody else buys it, I mean, it could happen, but if history is any indicator, over the last 16 years, people weren't falling over themselves to buy this property right now. So I just think we should table this, or whatever we can do to look into the phase one and two better, look into purchasing the adjoining property to the east, and maybe seeing if the sellers will come down on their price on this property, potentially. But I just think it's premature to vote on this right now. That's all.
Mr. Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The parcel that was just inquired about that's for sale, I don't know we don't have the grid lines on the actual property. I don't know how big it is, but if it is a large parcel, do we know what the current land entitlements are to that parcel?
I think, if I recall, it's actually in the county, so it would have to be annexed, but I'm not positive about that. We can certainly look at that. I just don't know off the top of my head. Brad, I don't know.
It'd be interesting to know that also, and the size of it, because it is also on a lake. Mr. Chairman, I guess I've been bouncing back and forth, I guess like many of my colleagues, and I need to know what would be the sense of urgency in acting today or not acting today. Because valid points have been brought up, and I think having something like this in this area is worthy. But I think there's still some more questions that I think would make me more comfortable with the allocation. So I'm of the opinion now to support Councilmember Dempsey's request to just kind of put a little pause on this with some more due diligence.
Danny Robbins.
And I swear this is my last time. Chair, if you remember correctly, when we purchased the Loop property, the owner gave us, like, 90 or 120 days to kind of get some things worked out. Would that possibly be an option here, or is that something council would just buy us just a little bit of time? I don't think, we've worked with this purchaser before. Would that be okay, or excuse me, the seller?
We would have to contact the owner.
The proposed contract is a template. Looking at Russ, because he can correct me. It does provide both the buyers a 120-day due diligence period and one of the things that we're allowed to do is do a phase 1 and, if necessary, phase 2 environmental assessment. And if we come across something that is worrisome, the contract can be terminated. That's what's in the proposed language, which we've used in the past. That can be changed.
Right. It is it's 150 day roughly from the time of today to closing. So you have 120 days where staff does the due diligence, where we talked about different things, surveying phase 1, if necessary, phase 2, other title commitments, encumbrances, those types of issues are looked at. Then we have 30 days from the end of that 120 day period to get to closing. So roughly 150 days. Generally, if I remember correctly, I have to go back and look at the timeline. It was mentioned about the loop. We did enter into a letter of intent at that time, I believe, where we had some discussions ongoing. Those discussions have already occurred with staff in this case. So that's why the purchase agreement, as in normally a process for real estate acquisition is brought to you. I would point out that one of the contingencies in the purchase agreement that's before you, the seller reserved the right to withdraw from the agreement at any time prior to acceptance by either buyer. So they could walk away today if we don't purchase, or if you don't approve this agreement. Just want to point that out to council.
One of the things I just want to alert council to as well is we keep our appraisals private. So the Fords did not know that we were getting it for below appraised value. I know that it's high, but now that we're having this meeting in a public forum, they may not want to come back to the table with us, knowing that they're getting below appraised value. So just a data point in your decision process.
Yeah, I'd like to address that. Jake wants to speak as well, but I find myself in agreement with Mr. Johansson when he said, Don, there is not a person on this council that doesn't respect you, and nobody respects you more than I do. I think you know that. I have a lot of respect for your legal skills and your mind. But I think you're wrong on this one. And the reason for that is because of what you just heard. This is a seller's market. It's hot. There's nothing to keep Mr. Ford from going and saying, okay, I'll develop it like everybody else's. For me, when is the best time to tell your wife you love her? Before somebody else does. And I think that's what we're doing here. We have an opportunity. We've waited for 16 years. It's come and gone. We have two members of Volusia Forever that have taken their time off of work, well, at least one of them, and come here to appeal and let us know how important this is to the Volusia Forever Committee. We give these committees responsibilities, they make recommendations, and we don't always have to take them because they're fallible, they're humans, they're just men and women like we are, and they don't always get it right. I think they got this one right, and I think they're correct in saying we need to do this now. One of the things that is rolling around in my mind is that I often hear it said that, Mayor Cloudman, you weren't on the commission in 1999, and yet you've taken a bit of a beating today because DeLand, we're focusing on DeLand, and they deserve it. The City of DeLand is participating in what I feel is gross overdevelopment. We need this little piece of land, but we often say, as council members, well, this isn't our fault because we didn't have a bite at this apple. The City of DeLand did it. The city of whoever did it. I didn't have a vote in it. We have a vote in this. We can purchase this land and take it out of potential development and save it for the to absorb the water that we're seeing in other areas. That is, who said it? It's been months since Taylor Road was dry. We have a severe flooding problem in West Volusia, and we have to address it. It's part of our county charter that we have to address environmental issues like that. And so, Don, I'm afraid that somebody else is going to come along and tell Mr. Ford, I love you better. We want this land, and he'll sell it for a higher. Right now, we have it here, and I just encourage the council to take the opportunity while we have it. Jake Johansson, thank you for waiting. Okay, Don, did you?
Equal respect for you, Jeff. I really do, and Mayor Cloudman and Mr. Ployce, I know you guys very well for a long time, and I have utter respect for you guys. My frustration is I think we all campaigned on responsible growth. I mean, and I think we would all agree that growth is okay, but responsible growth has to be the priority. And my concern is, and you hit the nail right on the head, Jeff, or Chairman, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, basically that, there's not been responsible growth in this area. I mean, like I said, I've been through this area for over 30 years when it was nothing, and now I see what it's developed into. And I guess it's more out of frustration than anything that the city keeps allowing all these subdivisions to come in, and they keep approving. And in essence, we're left now to have to pay an exorbitant price to kind of preserve what's little left that can be preserved. And there's another one coming in right across from Daytona State College. So it concerns me, and I don't blame Mayor Cloudman or Mr. Ployce by any stretch for this, but I mean, it's just, there has been a tremendous amount of growth in that area, and I don't know if it's too much growth, too fast. And there's a huge amount of flooding. Jeff, I've seen your postings about the amount of flooding with some of the property owners down there. I think there's a lawsuit right now against the city for one of these subdivisions, and because of the flooding. And I'm just more concerned. I understand, I feel the same way. I'm on the fence merely because we have to do what we can as a county entity to preserve what we can, but the problem is they keep annexing in our property into the city and then allowing these subdivisions to come in, and we can't really stop it. So we're left to now having to pay top dollar to get what little property we can get our hands on to preserve it, and then we're still giving it to the city. We're going to lose control of this. I don't even know why we can't keep it. If we're paying the majority of the price, why shouldn't we have control of it to make sure the city doesn't change their mind later on and decide to subdivide this? I'm sorry? Okay, so, I mean...
Expense.
It would be...
They share the expense.
well, we're paying 3 million, they're paying 1.3. I mean.
But then all the maintenance.
Well, the maintenance, okay, but I think it was brought up earlier that the city could actually turn around, I think Councilman Robbins said that they could turn around and sell it later on or whatever they wanted to do, and we might.
Is that possible?
The only thing I'll say is that the conservation easement runs with the land, so it would still be subject to the easement. They could turn around and sell the underlying fee if they wanted to, but that value is going to be based on what the conservation easement, it's still in place, it runs with the land. So the county, so that land is subordinate to our easement.
Okay, and that's in perpetuity?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, so that's all I got to say.
Anyone else? This has, I think, received the kind of debate that it deserved. If there are no other questions, then I'll call for the vote. The motion on the table is recommended by the staff approval of the purchase agreement and joint participation agreement and request authority for the county chair and county manager to execute any documents necessary in support of the transaction and related closing documents. Krista, would you call the roll?
Mr. Kent?
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Robbins?
No for now.
Mr. Santiago?
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey?
No.
Mr. Johansson?
Yes.
Mr. Brower?
Yes. The motion carries 5
to 2.
3. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, council. That was, it was a good debate. Lunch? Pardon me?
When will we have those phase reports back?
Well, I'll ask him. Y'all want to take a lunch break now? You're good? Sure. Lunch break?
Yeah.
Do you ever eat?
We want an update on the phase one and phase two.
You ready? Okay. Okay, I think
As long as they don't.
the pleasure of the council is that we will take a lunch break. I know for all the people that have been waiting, you probably hate to hear that, but you'll get better results. It's 12:40, and well, I think because of the union contract, we have to take 60 minutes. Union contract with the sheriff's deputies, correct? So he was willing to take 10 minutes. All right, so we will adjourn until 1:40.
Check. 1, 2. Mic 1, 2. Check 1.
Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
Is that why Danny was looking at me? Okay, if everybody wants to find their seat, we're a little behind. And the Cyrus is not here. We're gonna, so if it's, hold on one second. If it pleases the board, we've had people here all morning for item 5. Why don't we try and complete item 5 and then we'll call Cyrus. Anybody? So suspend the suspension of the rules.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul Osoria, Senior Assistant County Attorney. So this is a continuation of the appeal that was heard before the County Council at the last meeting on January 17th, 2023. Just a few rules before I turn it over to Clay or the council. You are not beholden to your previous vote. As you recall, a motion was made and it kind of tied 3-3. So you need at least 4 members of a positive vote to approve or deny the request for appeal. Before I turn it over, this is subject to quasi-judicial proceedings. If you had any further ex parte communications, you would have to disclose that. And as a reminder, even if you disclose it, that any new information that was not previously provided at the PLDRC, you would have to disregard. Essentially, for these appeals, you can only make your decisions based on the evidence that was presented at the underlying PLDRC hearing. So your fundamental question is, was there competent substantial evidence presented before the PLDRC that meets all 5 criteria that supports their decision? So if you want to look at the criteria, it's on page 5-7 and page 5-34 in your revised staff report. A few other things and this is for the chair. There are public speaking cards. However, since this is a continuation of the previous hearing, you are not required to open it back up for public comment. As a reminder, you are stuck with the evidence that was presented in the underlying PLDRC. You can open it up, but once again, you're going to be hearing argument rather than new and additional testimony. You are also not required to provide additional 3 minutes, since this is the public's kind of second round at public comment. You can provide, at a lesser provision because you've already provided public comment during your first round. In your background information, there are links to the PLDRC hearing. There's a link to the previous council hearing. There's minutes. There's also a closed caption text, although unofficial, of what occurred at the prior hearing. And I'll either turn it over to Clay or leave it up to council for discussion on those points.
Okay, let's have a couple discussions on those points first. Mr. Santiago, if you want to begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to clarify what I think I just heard. Today, we cannot legally consider any new information presented before this council in our decision. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And for the body's purposes, and Mr. Chair, I want to inform you all that I have gone through all the notes. I've watched a video testimony that has occurred prior to today's meeting. And if the chair wishes and the council wishes, I'm prepared to move forward as appropriate. Okay? I have what I need based on legal's understanding.
So you're prepared to move forward without public
I'm not
public input again?
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying because of what staff said.
Okay.
I've heard what I can legally consider. Is that correct?
Yes. So the public, if they're speaking, would just be kind of providing you argument, just as us lawyers do. We can't provide testimony. We provide argument of, this was heard at the PLDRC. That means that they either did not or did have substantial evidence. So that's what you are mainly going to hear from staff and from the applicant and the members of the public who, if they choose to, can speak during this particular hearing.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to clarify that for the board.
Okay. Jake Johansson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, seeing that Councilmember Santiago is up to speed and on a level playing field with the rest of council, I would like to make a motion as recommended by staff to uphold the PLDRC decision to allow the variance, which in fact would deny the Conway appeal.
I'll second it.
Okay, so we have, if I can shorten that up, see if this makes sense to you, Mr. Johansson will make a motion to deny the appeal.
Yes, sir.
Go with the, seconded by Santiago. One other question before we start. We've got 2 orders of business we need to deal with, and that's ex parte. If anyone has spoken since our last meeting to any member of the public or the participants about this, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to disclose, I think I've received a few emails that are part of the public record, and I received a phone call from Mrs. Bloomquist, who's sitting there yesterday. She called me on the topic.
Mr. Santiago, was there any pertinent points of discussion on your conversation with Ms. Blomquist?
Pertinent to the 5 criteria that we consider? No.
Yes. And for me, I've received a lot of email on this, just not on the 5 points, just asking for, this is mostly from DeLand Spring. In fact, they were all from DeLand Springs residents asking to deny the decision from the PLDRC. Don Dempsey.
Yeah, I just wanted to disclose, I had some emails as well as I had a discussion with a Jessica Fender about this.
Troy Kent.
If my memory is correct, I think I received 1 email after the last hearing we had, and I've had no discussion, no phone calls with anybody.
Matt Reinhardt.
Just email, no discussion.
Danny Robbins.
Emails as well.
Jake Johansson.
Same.
Everybody got email. Okay. Second thing, and if I go with the feeling of the council here, we've got 10 people who have requested to speak. As council has just said, that's not required. They've been here all day. What's the feeling of the council? Do we dispense with 10 requests to speak, or allow them to speak?
Sorry, come back.
Don, is that an old David Santiago?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my intent was not to silence any of the members of the public. It was more so to bring clarity for the folks out there that as they do, if we allow them to present, that no additional information according to our legal counsel can even be considered in our decision here today. So it's a technical process from that perspective. Mm-hmm. And Mr. Chair and council members, I'm willing to allow the public to speak, and maybe it can be a shortened version of it at your discretion, Mr. Chair, as legal counsel, as advisors we're capable of doing.
Yes, and I didn't think you wanted to cut off debate, but he brought it up that we could or couldn't, and so I don't want to make that decision in a vacuum. I need to know what y'all feel. And if you're willing to let it go, is there anyone opposed, council, to having the public speak? There's one. Okay. Where did Paula go? Do you want to present anything first?
I'll leave that up to Clay. Clay, do we have any, I don't believe.
If there's any questions, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. I have nothing new to add. If there's anything that was identified from my presentation at the last meeting, I'll be glad to answer it. Otherwise, there's nothing more for staff to report.
Okay. Then I'll call the public and remind everybody what our counsel has just told us, that if there's new evidence, he's going to tell us we can't consider it anyway. But I think it's good. We've got 10 people that have spent most of the morning here, so just be brief. and we'll start in the order that they came in. Jennifer Scott. And this is the applicant. The original applicant to the PLDRC.
Yes. I'm going to read this because I'm not a good public speaker.
Yeah, me neither.
So, I never sent out, excuse me, I never sent out to hurt anybody or cause anybody harm. I just wanted to help my family and sell my property. This all started with my brother being sick and dying and helping a few other people in my family who were having health issues too. We're getting older. So in the beginning, I told my sisters when we discussed about selling the property, I said, I made a promise to Cynthia that I would offer it to her first. The Blumquist family, offer it to them first, and so I called Cynthia because we were friends, and I offered the property to them, and at the time she declined. So that's when I went to the realtor. We went to the realtor, Louis, and I didn't know the market value or anything about that, so we put the property up for sale. There was a for sale sign out there for the whole time, and we found out that the property was not vested, and the buyer, potential buyer, Mr. Burke, wanted the property to be vested. So I went down to the county and I asked the county, I said, what's the process? What do I need to do to get the variance for this and to get it vested? And so I went through the process. Everything that the county told me that I needed to do, I did that. I paid the fees. I went in. We went to the meetings. We went before the ODP department. They sat there and they explained to me about the way the land lays. I know Mr. Brower, he said that he was concerned about flooding and about things, but one thing he doesn't maybe understand is the property is high. It's up on a hill. So it comes down and then it slopes down, and then there's a little low area where my dad dug a little pond, and he used it for watering the garden that he planted there. So we went through there. They explained to me if we were to build, where the best place to build on the property. I got an environmental impact assessment to make sure that nothing would be harmed, or flora, fauna, animals. And so I went before the ODP department. They explained the right-of-ways, the easements, and we talked about the road being where I might have to repave the whole road of Arredondo Grant. And so, they said you can put in for a waiver. So I put in a waiver for that. And then, I'm sitting down there with all the people who assessed everything and pushed it through. And then they said, everything looked good, and I did all the, I met all the requirements, and so we went to the meeting and they approved the variance, and I know Mary and the rest are not real happy about that. I had another offer on the property. There was the man that lived directly behind me, Mr. Knuckles. He put in a cash offer. I could have took that cash offer. I could, and had no stress or anything like that, but he owned 100 acres there, and I thought, what if he wants to develop that and my property be like a roadway right back there near Lake Dias? And so I thought about how I would feel. So, because I wanted to be honorable and keep my word, and because Mr. Burke had put in a bid for the property, I went with him. Because he just seemed like a really nice man who wanted to build a small home, plant a garden, plant some berry
Mr. Chairman,
bushes.
point of order.
I'm sorry.
We're at 3 minutes.
I'm sorry.
What is your point?
So,
excuse me, 1 second. The point was over 3 minutes?
Yeah, we approached 3 minutes. The timer didn't start.
Yeah. I think the confusion is your point's well heard, well understood. Usually the applicant has more time. I don't, but if you could
I'm almost done.
wrap it up, and then we need to hear from the attorney again, I think.
Okay. So anyways, I thought about that. I have the same kind of concerns that my neighbors do. That I don't want this to become a Deltona or anything like that. And I thought about that in the offers and the bids that I took, to consider. So basically, that's it. I read Mary's appeal. She, things that she said upset me. She's, that I didn't have the rights. And so, I never emailed anybody trying to sway your opinion. I came here to be on my face value. What did I do? I went into the county. I did what the county said. The PLD said yes, and they sent me a letter, and I got the variance, and now we're here.
Okay.
So.
All right. Thank you. And with the next subsequent speakers, I don't have a timer on here. Is anyone else seeing the time? Okay. All right. Did you have anything? I think we heard some new evidence.
From that previous testimony, I'm sure you've heard new things, about the transactions, the kind of offers. Those were not introduced at the PLDRC, so if the council could disregard that testimony in making your decisions. As a reminder, your considerations are whether or not there was evidence for, that was presented for all 5 criteria presented before the PLDRC.
Thank you. David Scott for 3 minutes.
Hello. Mike, I got just 2 concerns. When you originally voted on this, you unanimously agreed that it was okay for the variance. You had the appeal, and then last time we met, there was a tie vote. So my question is, if there was nothing to overturn that appeal, because of the tie vote, does not, in fact, go back to the original ruling? That's my first question. The other consideration is my hearing's impaired, but from what I can gather, a lot of stuff, there was the issue of flooding that someone had brought up, the threat of flooding. And I know from watching the property, we had the hurricanes in 05. It was probably the worst ones that we had. And on the property, the Conway side to our south, they have a pond there. But the property really elevates very nicely in higher elevation there. So when we have the extensive rain and runoff, it runs across the bottom of our property and onto the Blomquist's property. And that area they have there's like a natural drainage. They left untouched. A lot of trees there to filter the runoff and everything. And all it does is just run across the road into a major swamp. And the fact that a house is somehow going to alter a flooding code, there's no flooding issues in anybody's house then. And those major storms that this house is going to, the question was going to pose a problem to flood somebody out of their residence doesn't make any sense. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Here we go.
Just another correction again. There's, a testimony about flooding. There was some statement about that in the PLDRC, but never to that extent. Also, as kind of a clarification, the flooding component isn't one of those 5 criteria. That's kind of in your report. So that's
okay.
Essentially the additional evidence on the testimony about flooding should be disregarded.
Okay, thank you. Mary Conaway, can you hold your comments to 3 minutes? No? I know she is. I would just thought I'd ask. For the rest of the council, she has asked for the appeal. She and the applicant both get more time. So.
All right. Okay. Forgive my reading of this. I wish I had the composure to do it without it. And if y'all came out to my property and stood among the cows and all, I could talk your ear off, but I'm not very good at doing this without reading some notes in this forum, so please forgive me. And all right, I want to first begin by, and I'm not going to be long, I promise, but we were, to be honest with you, the first hearing, the PLDRC, was very rushed. We were hurried because we were very last on the agenda. So when you watched that meeting, we we were pushed. And then anyway, so I want to begin by saying, I hope this process is not framed as Conway versus Scott, because it really shouldn't be. I don't have any animosity or hard feelings to the Scotts. I don't. I've known them a while. It's just neighbors in that regard. They live down the road on Aragon. But, so I would rather, it would be great if it was just like perspective 1 versus perspective 2, because that's what this is concerning. What's best for the land, what's best for the neighborhood. But this really isn't about feelings. It's about maintaining property in the form the county assured all of us along that road that A1 distinction would give us. As I said before, on 3 separate occasions, multiple county staff people reviewed this parcel and assured me there is no way it would be approved to build a home. Environmentally, it's sensitive. I know she spoke about the environmentally. They gave it approval, but they said right in the statements, if you read them, it's situated within the natural resource management area, and the county ordinance actually requires that any impacts to it be avoided or minimized to the greatest extent possible. And the pond that they're speaking of actually takes, if you look at your map that you all have in your packet, it reduces the property, usable property, to 1 acre. And that's before the setbacks. That's just when they take away the environmental setbacks that are required because of it being environmentally sensitive. So its zoning clearly requires 10 acres. It used to be 5. That change, I believe, reflects that those charged to decide what's best for our county believe requiring a larger acreage was the way to go, certainly not less. It requires, that environmental thing requires 25-foot buffers to the tortoises that are living there. So they have that to deal with besides all the other setbacks. And I guess you would have maybe hope you read in your notes that they're asking for exclusion from the setback from the main road. So they're fighting to get footage. So that's all in happening. The parcel lacks the footage for a home. In fact, and it doesn't conform to the Volusia's comprehensive plan ordinance. In 1985, the state of Florida mandated that all counties have a long-range plan. Hours upon hours of research, study, and discussions, and no telling how much money was spent to establish and complete the comprehensive plan. By 1992, Volusia County complied. The Growth Management Commission that was created from that state mandate required Volusia to implement a plan that was certain that the comprehensive plan and the county zoning be consistent to each other. And that comes into play with this. In fact, our very own planning department, where this whole process began, has the sole responsibility, according to their own website, for the preparation, coordination, and implementation of the Volusia County Comprehensive Plan and Zoning Ordinance. So if that's adhered to, it does not, changing this and giving this exemption does not follow the comprehensive plan. This parcel and all the surrounding areas, future land use is agriculture resource. And if you're familiar with agricultural resource, I'm glad. If you're not, this designation consists of land suited for intensive cultivation, ranching, aquaculture, and timber farming. In order to protect the agriculture industry, it is important that uses incompatible with agriculture and uses and facilities that support or encourage urban development are not allowed. So on every count, this parcel does not qualify to be exempted from the requirements that every other landowner with an A1 zoning follows. The Scotts chose in 2006 to receive the land from her father. Since then, nothing has been done by the county or any other source to alter or change the status of the property. They have exactly what their parents bought in 1982 and can do anything and everything on it as their parents did. In In law, there is not supposed to be a self-inflicted or created hardship. I realize it's worth more with the ability to build a home, but actually, they don't want to build the home. They're selling it, but they want the increased revenue available to them by asking you to change the rules. The Bloomquist offered $25,000 times the money that was its original cost to them, and I know it has a wonderful value as an agriculture property personally. It's not an albatross around their necks. As Mr. Dempsey and Robbins indicated, it's not always in the best interest of the public that a property owner demand the most money for their land. And I believe it may be thought by some that nothing should infringe on a person's property rights. And as cattle people and ranchers like we are, my husband and I have been all our adult life, we're very familiar with property rights. You know that there's a lot of problems with ranching that property rights, the issues come up. So I'm very familiar with them, and I agree that liberties and freedoms are wonderful, glorious possessions. But by the very idea that we are standing before y'all and surrounded by all the zoning and planning and code enforcements and tag and title offices and building departments, the landscape is far different than real life, where everything and anything is allowed. Florida has grown from 4 to 5 million to 22 million just in my life. Where there is no growth, having no or easing restrictions or infringements are manageable and doable, but land development regulations are necessary when people begin to inhabit in huge numbers. Wouldn't it be nice if we all could do just what we wanted and the outcome would be agreeable and suitable to all? And if nothing but suitable choices were made and an area grew to be all right and good. But that cow, excuse me for using that, but that cow left the barn decades ago. I grew up not wearing a seatbelt, but that regulation has probably saved millions of lives. Aren't we glad a nightclub, I can talk to this without it. It's just the property right, I'm not against property rights at all. That's not my thing. It's just that there's got to be reasonable things, and if when you purchase something and it's got, this is what it is, we all out there, my husband and I, we wanted to be in the cattle business. We searched out an A1 piece of property, and we've abided by everything within that governance, within what we were allowed to do. We've not tried to sell it to Walmart or put in a pet store. We haven't done any of that. We've complied by all that it's doing. So I think it's fair that everybody out there does that same thing. Last year, I was going to talk this, but I know I'm going to get flagged for saying it wasn't on the thing, so I'm going to pass it up. So my final thing is, if you're in favor of increasing the density and giving this exemption, and doing away with agriculture with this, because it's going to set a precedent, there's no doubt about it. People have called us trying to buy our land that own the land behind us now. So there's a reason for that. So if you're going to decide that you might want more density, and we heard certainly all the DeLand thing going on, then I don't think this is the right way to do it. Change the comprehensive plan and change the zoning rules then, and that would make it fair to everybody. That would be that, so then when my husband and I went to buy a piece of property, we already knew what was going to be expected of us. It's not like you change the cart in the middle of the stream, or you change the rules in the middle of the game. So so I just want to close with you sirs have very much power in what you're going to say. And just one word is going to be a lot of power. And please maintain and preserve the long-range plans for our county and hold back the tide attempting to pave over so very much of our precious landscape. God is not making any more land. Thank you very much, sirs, for listening to me again.
Thank you. Paulo, you're good?
things. I don't think the $25,000, buyback provision that was stated at the underlying PLDRC. There's also, I think there was an opinion statement of it not being consistent with the comprehensive plan. That's opinion, that's not fact, but once again, their whole point is they're making arguments.
Thank you. Okay, the remaining people have a limit of 3 minutes. Please be succinct. Tammy DeGrom.
Hi, gentlemen. Thank you again for listening to this. I would like to respectfully address the 4 of the 5 criteria that I believe do not meet successful passing of this particular variance. First, I'd like to start with criteria 5. The requirement states the variance will be in harmony with the general purpose of the ordinance and the Volusia County Comprehensive Plan. This variance would not be in harmony with the Volusia County Comprehensive Plan, future land use, or the surrounding A1 properties. Surrounding properties consist of 10 acres or more. Voting against the appeal could compromise the A1 AR zoning from 10 to 2 and has the potential to destroy the 10-acre zoning, directly violates the Volusia County Comprehensive Plan and future land use. If you look at page 0632, again, I'd ask for a handout. I don't know what happened to it, but I'll have to hold them up now, which will take a little more time. It validates the current zoning of the subject property being A1 and the future land use is AR. If the appeal is denied, this goes factually against the Volusia County Comprehensive Plan, specifically pages 616 of the matrix, which again, you guys should have gotten this, but because all this was part of the original PLDRC, all the stuff that was required. It actually is part of the Volusia County Comprehensive, or designation shows this would not be compatible. If you look at that page 0616. If you go to 0617 and 18, which is part of the Volusia County Comprehensive Plan, it defines agricultural resource. Some of the verbiage is protect the agricultural industry, protect the viability of agriculture, and each unit can only be 1 dwelling per 10 acres. So again, that's all part of the comprehensive plan. If we look at 0660, the future land use, it clearly shows the subject property and all surrounding property is AR, which is 10 acres, and it shows the rural is 5. This directly violates the Volusia County Comprehensive Plan and the future land ordinance. This was outlined again in that plan. If we go to the zoning staff's findings, it says allow the applicants to construct a single-family residence. The applicants are not seeking to put a residence on that property. They're seeking to sell the property at the most, at the highest market value. The zoning staff findings also state it's not likely to be injurious to the area involved. That terminology is speculative. It does not emphatically say it would not be injurious. It would be harmful or adverse to the area and the Volusia County Comprehensive Plan. It opens the door for other property owners to seek variances on their properties to subdivide into 2 acres. The potential for gross overdevelopment, which I've heard used. Criteria 1, 1983, the parcel wasn't correctly created. It was a non-conforming lot up until today. For 40 years, nothing has changed nor any attempt to make a change on this property. Criteria 3, 1983, it didn't meet the zoning requirements. The zoning staff finding says it's not been able to obtain permits. In 40 years, neither owner has applied for building permits. The property has remained exactly as it is. Can I make 2 more statements? Only because I had to hold up these papers that I was assured you all would get.
Okay, 10 seconds.
Okay, 10 seconds. Section 06 and 10 and 11 both say that the subject to any existing zoning regulation. Councilman Johansson at our 717 meeting mentioned the term buyer beware. It is the responsibility of any buyer to be aware of the zoning regulations. And criteria 4, the zoning staff, they said reasonable use of the land. Reasonable equates to good and sound. Voting against the appeal would allow a variance to reduce that A1 to 2 acres. Based on this information, I ask that you would vote in favor of the appeal. All of this was factual information already submitted in the Volusia County Comprehensive Plan. So I hope you'll adhere to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. Corin Meeks, I'm sorry.
Corin Meeks, I'm at 1255 Cherokee Drive, Leon Springs. I'm speaking in favor of the appeal. Essentially, what you're looking at here is as the attorney indicated earlier, that you're dealing with a pretty high standard of proof if you want to speak in court terms. But essentially, what you needed to determine at the last hearing, the PLDRC meeting, is that enough evidence, competent, substantial evidence, not just any evidence, but competent, substantial evidence, much higher burden than it's likely. That's a pretty high burden in my view. That enough competent substantial evidence for each of the 5 criteria needed to have been shown then. It's not good enough to just say, well, we have 4 of 5. You just heard from Mr. Grom that in fact, we submit that there was competent substantial evidence on the other side saying that 4 of the 5 were not met. So you don't have to look at this and say, well, staff says to do it. So we've got a lot of other stuff to do today, and if staff says to do it, then we're just going to go ahead and go with what staff says because they've spent a lot of time on it. In fact, you're our last, as a public, you're the last defense that we have to say, hey guys, I don't think staff got it right here. It's not that they don't normally get it right. Perhaps they do normally get it right. They do spend a lot of time on here, but this appeal is the public's only opportunity to come before you guys as council members and say, hey, I think we need to send this back to staff and say, I don't think you guys got it right here. And when you do that, if you vote in favor of the appeal, you're not telling the property owner, okay, sorry, you're stuck with this land that you can't ever sell forever. In fact, that's not even at issue here. The only issue is when you guys made the rules many, many years ago, saying this is what we want for Volusia County, you said, all right, there's going to be certain circumstances where we'll vary from the rules, hence the term variance. The idea is that when you created that, you created 5 specific criteria that says, okay, the variance needs to be very special. And in fact, it must meet all 5 of these things. And that's a very high standard. It's not enough to just say, well, we feel bad for this person, or, well, they got 4 out of the 5. That's most of them. You actually have to say, well, if we took the time to make these rules all those years ago, we need to stick to it. And right here, what we're not saying is staff is incompetent. We're not saying that they did a bad job or some kind of corruption going on. We're just saying, hey guys, the rules weren't met here. And if we want to protect agriculture, if we want to let other buyers know that, hey, when you're buying A1 property, know that as a buyer, you have to be aware that it better be 2 acres, or it better not be 2 acres, it better be 10 acres, because that is what the comprehensive plan requires. So it's a simple issue of, hey, are we doing our job as a upper level board, a quasi-judicial board, however you want to say it? Are we doing our job by saying we need to review what was said before, we need to look at what was done before, and perhaps it's our job to send it back down where it needs to go. There's other opportunities for the landowner to sell and market their property, whether it's through rezoning or neighboring property owners. And as I said before, it's actually not an issue. Were the rules followed here? If they weren't, and there wasn't enough evidence submitted, perhaps it was close, then you must support the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy Manizzi.
Good afternoon. Amy Munizzi speaking on behalf of the members of the DeLeon Springs Community Association. We're in favor of the appeal of the PLDRC's decision to grant this variance that will pave the way toward an overall development plan that is not consistent with A1 zoning. When this parcel was created in 1983, there was no regard for Volusia County's subdivision process. When the purchase was made soon after, the deed clearly stated subject to existing zoning regulations. The purchaser could have easily obtained the information saying 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres. In 2006, when the property was quitclaimed, the deed stated subject to easements and restrictions of record. The zoning at that time was 1 dwelling unit per 10 acres. It was incumbent upon the purchaser to seek out that information if there was an intent to build. In reference to the 5 criteria, we believe that criteria 1 may not have been met. The special conditions may have been created by the applicant, since as shown on page 22 of 98, the written petition for variance, it states we bought the property in 1983. According to the 2006 quitclaim deed found on page 23, that deed was actually created by the applicant. Criteria 2 was not met, as the rights commonly enjoyed by others is agricultural usage, and those rights remain without a variance. Criteria 3 was not met, as the reasonable and zoned usage of the land is agricultural, and without the variance, the parcel continues to be very valuable for agricultural purposes. Criteria 4 was not met, since the request to separate non-conforming lots for the purpose of building a dwelling unit is not consistent with preserving the agricultural character and intent of A1 zoning. Criteria 5 was not met in our opinion because we believe it is injurious to the surrounding area. It vests this parcel with a right that has never existed, and it does not exist for the other parcels around it in the same A1 zoning. This variance gives special privileges to this lot in particular. Lastly, according to the survey included on page 8, this lot is only 149.3 feet wide. According to Senior Zoning Manager Scott Ashley's comments on page 56 and 57, A1 zoning requires a minimum lot width of 150 feet. So this parcel will require another variance to the minimum lot width, and if granted, creates another precedent for lot sizes that are simply not intended for A1 zoning. We respectfully request the Volusia County Council vote in favor of the appeal of the PLDRC's decision to grant this variance that disregards the parameters of A1 zoning that have been in place on this property for decades. Thank you so much.
Noah Lee.
Hi. I hear a lot of stuff about, the zoning thing, and I understand the zoning, what's for, but why give a variance? Why give a process to it if it can be subject to opinion? One of the things that, my family's done, they've held the property for a long time. It was filed improperly by the county at the time and with the lawyer who dealt with the property sale. Not necessarily our fault. One of those things where we had to try to correct it. And then now we're here dealing with, the issue at hand, which is property rights. Property rights are fundamental, if I'm not mistaken. If I have a piece of metal and I decide to turn it on a lathe, I turn it into something else. It's the right that I have to that piece of metal that I own. So if we can't do a variance on a piece of property that we owned, or my parents owned, then what are you actually saying? I've heard a lot of arguments, before about this possibly being a wetland and flooding issues and causing harm, as in Section 5 says in the variant, that it could hurt the neighboring families or their way of life. 1,400 square foot house on 2 acres realistically won't do that. The council that, with the EPA, the ODP, and the PLDRC are the professionals who look at this stuff. They went through it. They're the ones who are paid a salary to do this. They are the people who are, more qualified than people's opinions or whatever. They look at those facts, they give an evaluation of it, and we got the variance in the beginning because of it. Now, I don't want to, I'm not somebody who would want to deny somebody their property rights. I don't agree with stuff like that. Now, whether there's other purposes behind it with special interests or whatever, we're not familiar with. The people who are trying to purchase a property, they told us they want a 1,400 square foot house to put a garden behind it and retire. They're putting a garden. They're not necessarily developing it. It's 2 acres. Now, it's, if you say no, I think it set an even greater precedence that people don't have a right to property and how they can dispose of it. So, that being said, I thank you for your time. I'm sorry that it's come to this as far as have to come here and argue points like this. Thank you for your time anyways.
Thank you. Roy Bloomquist.
Good afternoon. First and foremost, my family's one that originally owned the property that was sold to Jennifer's father. You should all know that the Scott family is my family. I love these folks. They've been in my household forever. We've gone to school since 8th grade. They're just great folks. This is not about them and selling their property. I want them to sell their property. Get rid of it, do what you want with it. My problem is the zoning impact that it's going to have. We've been out there for 1970, I guess my family has. We're probably the oldest family that's been out there. And having that change and opening up that door for 2 acre lots in our area is scary to me. That's not why we bought out there. I support what they said over here about that's the reason we went to this A1 area. And then just today, listening to your meetings, which was pretty neat because I've never been here before for all that, you guys actually dealt with this today. You know, state of Florida ranks number 12, or Volusia County ranks number 12th in the state for agricultural income to the state of Florida. Your own report today showed it dropped 19%. That's $37 million you've lost because of drop in agriculture. That's what this is all about. This is all about preserving agriculture in our area. I was in the fire service for 18 years in Volusia County. I had the pleasure to sit on the planning boards back in the day. And everything was always about making sure that everything north of DeLand stays agriculture. That's what we need. We got to keep the agriculture in our area. And that just doesn't seem to be happening. We keep finding reasons to say, we don't need that. Oh, this will be okay. Just what you were talking about earlier today, wanting to spend $3 million of taxpayers' money on buying a piece of property to preserve exactly what we're here for today. We're trying to preserve that. And this is not going to cost you guys anything. The taxpayers who own the property or are paying for it are willing to do it. We just need you to adhere to the rules that were put in place prior to you and me being here today that will support these things. And I have no problem with them selling their property. God, I wish they could. They're great folks and they deserve to get what they need. I just don't think it needs to be done under the precedent that we're going to take and change the zoning, and we're going to change parcels, or we're going to add this, we're going to add that to sell a piece of property. That's not what I support. I'm afraid that if you vote to have this happen, the Pandora's box that will open up in the future is going to be a mess for everybody in that area. And as I said last time I was here, please, please, please do not Deltona our DeLand Springs. Thank you.
Keith Jekyll.
Hi, I'm not here with a bunch of facts. I live across the road from the property we're talking about. 6 years ago, when I was looking for property to buy to where I could live an extended period of time, I did the research and I found this piece of property that was zoned in a way that I didn't have to think about switching neighbors all the time, because I know that you live on a place where they have smaller lots and whatever, people seem to come and go. A lot of them don't have a lot of respect for their neighbors. So I decided this is where I was going to move, and I did not expect to start seeing land change to where anyone can change their zoning to allow a denser population. And basically, I'm just coming to you with a adjacent landowner's opinion here. That's it.
Richard Feller.
Hi, thank you all. Richard Feller, 4178 Falling Leaf Drive in New Smyrna. I'm one of your PLDRC members. I was also one of the 4 votes to approve this lot separation. I usually leave it at that. I don't come to the county council meetings. I watch every one of them online. We do our job, and then we leave it up to you guys to do your job. But I felt compelled to come here and speak after listening to the last meeting and then knowing it was continued till today. Over the past 2 years in the PLDRC, I've heard countless cases for building on non-conforming lots. It's a common item, and I understand that there are complexities, many complexities with this case, because I heard it. Items 7 through 12 unanimous from the PLDRC. You'll breeze through them. But this one is hard. Since this is an appeal, I'm not going to add any new information. The highlights of what I said at the PLDRC are short and concise. The property owner legally obtained the land and has an inherent property right to build. But it requires this lot separation. Happens all the time here. Repeatedly in the county, and the PLDRC did send a recommendation of approval, although it was a close vote. We know that. PLDRC notes, I highly recommend coming to the hearings. I'm going to leave it at this. Minusing out anything you've heard today, you're simply deciding on whether the PLDRC did its job diligently at the original hearing. And I respectfully disagree that we rushed the process. We listen to every case and give it the merit that it deserves. Mr. Robbins said at the last meeting, we asked people to go through this process and spend money and check all the boxes. And he said, trust the people that, that you guys appoint to do these things. You have an excellent PLDRC. It weighs every case individually, takes into account all the items that have been spoken about here today. And it doesn't matter which side I'm on, which I'm on the losing side a lot. I support the decisions of the PLDRC, and I hope you guys will too. Thank you.
Luke, Brandon, Scott.
Try and make this quick. Has anyone here looked at the land? If you go out there and look at the land's a perfect place to build a home. It's got a lot of high ground. This was confirmed by the professionals following the county's recommended process. Substantial evidence of approval was confirmed. There's been a lot of trying to discredit this process, but where's the official report that rebuts the claim by the opposition? Have they gone out and had a team go out there and rebut every line? That's a very valid question. There's a lot of differences of opinion that we have as a people, as a nation in our society, but we're a nation ruled by law, and law is the common ground where we all stand. So I'm going to bring up, just what the, some elements of the law and ask a question that I asked before: who can administrate property without right? Very important question. This is a property right issue, making it a constitutional issue. I'm going to refer to American Jurisprudence, Volume 16. This is the law books in the judges' chambers. I'm going to read Volume 16, Section 155 real quick. Since the Constitution is intended for the observance of the judiciary as well as other departments of government, and the judges are sworn to support its provisions, the courts are not at liberty to overlook or disregard its commands or countenance evasions thereof. It is their duty in authorized proceedings to give effect to the existing Constitution, to obey all constitutional provisions, irrespective of their opinion as to the wisdom or desirability of such provisions, and irrespective of the consequences. Thus, it is said that courts should be and are alert to enforce the provisions of the Constitution and guard against their infringement by legislative fiat or otherwise. In accordance with these basic principles, the rule is fixed that the duty in a proper case to declare a law unconstitutional cannot be declined and must be performed. So, our forefathers considered property rights a serious issue, and I believe that we should as well. I'm all about keeping DeLeon Springs rural. I mean, I will be the front of the line on that argument. This particular parcel in this case is unique, and we shouldn't try to categorize it as something that's going to be set a precedence when it doesn't qualify. The merits that it possesses do not qualify for such a statement. So that's about all I got to say. Thank you guys for your time. Appreciate you.
Karen Clark is our last resident.
Just to share about that last speaker, none of that was kind of brought up during the PLDRC, to the extent that that's kind of opinion on, your role. Take that as it may, but I don't believe any of that was any factual provisions. That you do have a property rights element that is you're supposed to consider, and the PLDRC considers when factoring these types of decisions, but that's more of a kind of judicial role, what was just said.
Hello, Karen Clark. Hello, everybody, and all our new people. Anyway, enough's been said. I hope that they realize that maybe this time the PLDRC can be looked at again, that they got it wrong this time, because DeLeon Springs is rural, and maybe you can just keep it that way. And I don't know, look at it a second time. Don't say yes. I think the PLDRC got it wrong, and everybody else said exactly what I wanted to. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Chairman. Is the public commenting closed now, Mr. Chairman?
Public comment is closed.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I want to comment briefly, but also take a moment of personal privilege, because today, at least on 2 occasions, the city of Deltona was referenced. There's 3 people that represent Deltona here, and I personally live there in the city of Deltona. And if you're up here trying to convince folks to see your view and go on your side, I advise you to stay away from doing that. There are 16 cities in Volusia County. Pick one. But when you pick my city consistently, I have a duty and a right to defend them. If you're going to reference something specific, let me know. I will always call out any city, regardless of where they're at. Also, I want you to know that I take your comments seriously. I listen to every single person that comes up here, and I weigh the outcomes on both sides. So just a little tip to those that are here, that may have done it, and those that want to do in the future. As long as I'm sitting here, pick one of the 16, okay? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Jake Johansson.
It's nice to see I beat Troy to the buzzer there. First of all, I don't think this is a case of whether staff was right or wrong, whether the PLRDC was right or wrong. When it comes to interpreting the law, the rules, the land development code, the future land use, this is more of a value statement, an interpretation of, in this case, those standards 1 through 5, or those findings. And a lot of that is probably based on the elected officials' past votes and what the flavor of the council is, what the flavor and the culture of the citizens are. We got a little bit of lecture on property rights. Well, property rights, as I talked about last week or 2 weeks ago, go both ways. We have rights, but we also have rules. And the rules back when this property switched hands from your family to the new owners, I believe the zoning was 1 home per 5 acres. And then because we all agreed that we want to preserve the ruralness, in the 80s, it went to 1 home to 10 acres. But at no time did this property, be one of which was buildable. So as far as constitutional property rights, I'm listening to Ms. Conaway and the people that live around that area, and ask myself, do they have rights as well? Does this property in its current condition with a home on it live in harmony with everybody else? And so I have the same argument this week. I share it, even though Mr. Santiago said he listened. I share it for reiteration that this property and its 2 acres may not be in harmony. Having said that, I sure as heck, and Councilmember Dempsey brought this up last meeting. I sure wish the heck you guys could just get together and figure this out without having to come here. But apparently you can't, so it's up to us, and we'll make a decision. Thank you.
Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. I was going to have my comments really pointed at Councilman Santiago because he wasn't here, but the lawyer said, you know, all of us, you're not stuck with how you voted last time. So they're not just for you, they're for everybody here. And for me, this is real. This makes it real simple for me. Criteria number 5. Was there competent, substantial evidence to support criteria number 5? That it was not injurious to the neighborhood. And for me, it is injurious to the neighborhood. And here's why. So back in the day, it was 5 acres per residence. Then it became 10 acres. So before us, and before the PLDRC, was 2 acres. So is that not injurious? Is 1 acre? Is that not injurious? Half an acre? Quarter? 1/5 of an acre? 1/6? 1/7? 1/8 of an acre? We gonna let tiny homes get built on a regular sized lot? Is that injurious? I'm not trying to be funny. I mean, and I know y'all are taking me seriously. At what point does it become injurious? Well, if it was 9.999 acres, it's injurious to me. And I hate to be so black and white on that, but it's not 10 acres. 10 acres is what it says it's supposed to be. And for me, because of criteria number 5, if the motion and second that is up right now does not pass, then at that point, I will be making a motion to uphold the appeal of the PLDRC's decision. But that's why, for me, it's number 5. Thank you.
Oh, good. Well, no, Don, before I call on you, I say that because you said something last time that I really wanted to hear further explanation on, and I can't call you on the phone and ask you because it's coming back. You said that you are uncomfortable with this, but yet you were going to vote in favor of the PLDRC's decision based on the Constitution.
I think it's against. It's against the variance is what I was voting.
Okay.
I'm sorry, in favor of the variance. Upholding the decision. I'm sorry. Yeah.
I would like to hear your constitutional argument where you because I think that's all of our responsibility is to protect our constituents' rights.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. And again, I know most of y'all were here last time. This is in my neighborhood. Ms. Conway, I have a 145-acre farm. I have cows. I have grazing leases. I have horses. And I share your concern because I, too, bought out there in A1 so that I wouldn't have to deal with neighbors and I could do what I want on my property and live in a rural area. I love our neighborhood out there. I love where we live. I've had a lot of sleepless nights over this issue. I'll be honest with you. And again, like I told you before, I'm an attorney. I've been doing this 33 years. I'm used to arguing one side. I'd feel much more comfortable right now if I was at that podium arguing on behalf of one of y'all. Perspective 1 or perspective 2. I hate to even say Scott's or y'all because it's different perspectives. And if I was on the PLDRC, I could tell you in this one, I would vote against it. I would vote against the variance. I'm very sympathetic to you guys. I really am. I wouldn't want this happening next to my property. I'm totally sympathetic to why you're here and why you're arguing so hard. But, my wife's a judge. She deals with this every day. And it's just, I've been dealing with the courts and appeals for 33 years. I get so frustrated with the system because we don't like judges who legislate from the bench. We don't like, in the confirmation hearings or, every time we get a Supreme Court nomination, we always talk about we don't want judges who legislate from the bench. We don't want judges creating law from the bench. We have 3 branches of government, executive, judicial, legislative, and everybody has to drive in their lane. And when we got one branch of government usurping the other branch of government's function, then where are we as a country? We all took an oath to uphold the Constitution and follow the law. Never took an oath to be fair, took an oath to follow the law. And it makes me sick that I have to vote the way I do because I don't like the PLDRC's ruling. I don't. I know the Scotts very well. I know the DeGroms and the Conways. I know you guys. I don't know you as well, but I have a lot of respect for you guys. I really do. And I'm like making everybody mad in my district today. But as much as I understand Mr. Scott's property rights, I'm not even ruling this way because I agree with him on his view of property rights. I've always believed you should be able to do what you want with your property to the extent you affect your neighbors. Okay? That doesn't mean I own this property so I can burn tires every Saturday and have the tire smoke blow into my neighbor's property. You can't just do what you want with your property. But if there's more than that, and you weren't here to listen to this sappy comment last time, but I love our Constitution more than anything, even more than property rights and due process. And we have to drive in our lane. We're not here de novo. We're not here making a decision as the PLDRC. If I was on the PLDRC, I would vote no. Don't grant the variance. That would be my vote if I had full autonomy to vote my conscience. But because I'm here in a judicial, quasi-judicial capacity, I have to look to whether there was competent and substantial evidence to support what the PLDRC did. And competent and substantial evidence is kind of defined as such relevant evidence that a reasonable mind would accept it as adequate to support a conclusion. Okay, and there's a case that goes on to say it's not the judge's job to determine if the trier of fact was right. It's not our job to determine if the PLDRC was right. Our job is to determine was there enough factual basis to support the way they voted. I mean, the government probably makes decisions all the time. I'm sure Mr. Johansson, if you were ordered to invade Canada, you may not like it, but if your commander said you got to go invade Canada, he would probably have to do it whether he agreed with it or not, because that's just the pecking order in his former position. And so I don't like this, but as Ms. Conway said, it's perspective A, perspective B. There's two perspectives. Like Mr. Feller said, I mean, he's no dummy. I mean, he came up here and he spoke his mind. I don't even know where he is, but he spoke his mind. So it's not that I agree with their ruling, but was there enough factual presentation to support the way they voted? I don't agree with every person we vote in office. I don't agree with, but I mean, that's just part of living in our society. Sometimes the votes don't go the way you want, but there is enough of an argument there to support that. So that's kind of why I'm voting, is because we're not the PLDRC. We're just in a capacity to say, did they have enough to vote the way they did? And I would hope in the future, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to see, in no disrespect, I mean, I don't want to see North DeLand become highly Ormond. Yeah, don't Ormond my. I just don't want to. I just don't want to see that either. I like that we live in the country. I love the fact we are where we are, and I do not want to see subdivisions. I don't want to see 2-acre plots, houses next to me either. But golly, I mean, I would hope you would at least maybe respect the fact that I'm doing my darndest to just follow the due process that we have to follow, and I'm not trying to deviate. And I really do apologize for my vote to you guys, because I'm not trying to make enemies out of my neighbors, but I got to live with myself and my conscience. Thanks.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to preface that my previous comment does not affect my decision on what I'm about to do here today. But I want to compliment your comments, Councilmember Dempsey, because hats off to you, because it's probably process for me too. I've always been about a process guy, and that's how I take each particular issues. What are the rules of the game, if you want to, with lack of a better term, and apply them equally to everyone, regardless of personal feelings in many cases. And even so much so that I think I knew where I was going to be at the beginning of this hearing, because I heard all the previous testimony. But my friend here, Troy, brought up question number 5, right? And he made a compelling argument, and so I researched it, pulled up the form, and even had to look up the definition of the word so I could get some clear understanding. But the definition for me says causing or likely to cause damage or harm. I don't know if allowing this 2-acre, I've received any information, substantial confident evidence that says it would harm the surrounding neighborhood. I just didn't see it. There was some arguments about a flooding maybe, but I think there's a pond down there, but it didn't really rise to the level that the testimony supported, that it would be harm to the surrounding homes. So it didn't quite grab for me, but I did research on your debate, so that's why I appreciate it and I wanted to comment on it. So that's it. I'm ready, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Just like this morning's debate, I appreciate hearing what everybody has said. I too went back and looked at these 5 criteria, and Mr. Kent landed on 1. I'm going to be honest with you. I landed on 4 of the 5 and questioned, Richard Feller's my appointment to PLDRC. I argued this morning that when Volusia Forever was here and they were appealing for something, that we ought to stand behind our boards. But I don't think they got everything right. I have a hard time seeing how 4 of these, I don't see the substantial evidence to uphold them. So when I asked you about the constitutional argument, Mr. Dempsey, I didn't hear where I thought you were going, and that's fine. It actually makes me feel better, because the Constitution is first and foremost what we should be protecting, and our God-given constitutionally protected rights. And so I often struggle, with zoning and land management restrictions. Can you do that in a republic? And I think you can, for all the reasons that I've heard stated, that my property rights end at your property line, and I can't adversely affect you. And so I think that there is a place for zoning process and for land use rules. And so I think I'm the one that brought up flooding at the last meeting. And my intent in doing that, and I believe I coupled it with this, is that this area, I am familiar with the property. I did walk it. I didn't walk it with anybody. I walked it by myself. I didn't go to the Conways. I just wanted to see it for myself. And what I have learned is that this area is part of the watershed for Lake Diaz. And when I look at it, Troy brought it up, does it cause harm? I believe it does cause harm. It could cause harm to that watershed that's going into Lake Diaz. We have to stop harming the water quality in our waterways. I don't know if that will happen, but I think there's a reasonable expectation that it could. And maybe that requires, as somebody said, and the Scots disagree with it, this opens the floodgates, that there's going to be more and more small properties here. I don't want to open that floodgate. I think it's serious enough that we have to take the water quality seriously. And so I do think, Troy, that it could bring harm to that area just in water quality and the surrounding community, which, full disclosure, I'm part of, with 10 acres in that area. I hope that it will stay more rural. But I think we have variances, and we go through processes like this because no one rule always gets it right, and there are places for exceptions. For me, this is not going to be that place. So that's where I'm leaning right now. Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I said it before. 2 words used in a legal description came up: injurious, and harmonious. And we're dealing with that on a much smaller level where I'm at, an HOA, but kind of related to this, if bear with me. And I heard another phrase, Pandora's box. And these are the same things that are being brought up at a much smaller level, but it makes me think about that. If they allow certain things within a small homeowners association, say a fence, and I'm getting to a point, I promise, that, okay, we're going to allow it for this one particular area, and then that actually legally gives them an argument for the next person, and so on and so forth. So, that being said, do I think it is injurious to it? Yes. Just like I said before. Do I think it invades that harmonious? Yes, absolutely. I do believe. I heard a former council member one time say that the decisions he makes up on this dais, he has to be able to go to bed and lay his head down thinking that he made the right decision. And I will tell you, and I'm not afraid to admit it, that I felt good about that decision before, and I stick by it. And that's all. Thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't like to take too many bites out of the apple, but where I struggled was, because I'm listening to the debate, is putting a 1,400 square foot home, which was mentioned in the testimony. I don't see how that really causes an effect in the watershed there. And my understanding, I'm not a farmer, so I don't know the full parameters on what you can build on 10 acres, but I'm going to guess that I can easily build a 2,000 or foot shed on 10 acres in addition to my home, and maybe multiple sheds or impervious surfaces in whatever categories are permissible. So that's why that argument doesn't hold much for me, because I'm trying to grasp. I really am. But when someone who has a property next door can put multiple impervious surfaces within their property, what effect is that similar, or could it be worse? So I can't hang my hat on that debate to change my current position.
Danny Robbins.
I get what everybody's saying, but we have to also stick to the facts. Highest and best use. I look at this area around it, and I'm at the stance where the burden is probably just opposite of what people are thinking. We're dealing with a unique situation here on 2 acres. Is it ideal for the area? I'd say probably 100% not. I feel a lot like Don. But if you look back, and if we talk about injurious, every house that each of us own has been injurious at one point or another to something or somebody. If we look at the agricultural value, how much agriculture can you do on 2 acres? Not much. So you turn back and you look at highest and best use. Watershed, I don't know. I think that's more of an opinionated statement. But this goes back to the facts that we're talking about, highest and best use, not what can or cannot, happen. And this burden, I believe, is really on the larger parcels of possibly, and they have a right to do the highest and best use with their land as well. So, the same can be said for the folks that have 100 acres, 10 acres, 20 acres. If they sell, they have a right to put X amount of houses on that as well. So everybody's got to accept a little bit of responsibility here, but, this isn't an easy decision. I'm still at the standpoint of, hey, I don't see the harm in this. It is probably one of the highest and driest pieces of property in Volusia County. I think it'd be perfect for a 1,400 square foot house. And if you go within about a quarter mile, this whole area is single wides. There's a couple small businesses through here, small homes on much smaller lots. This is still 2 acres. We're not talking about a 50 or 75 or 100 foot lot. And I think we need to take that into consideration. But that's all I got.
Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Injurious. Let's see. The PLDRC approved, and I think wrongly, to allow a home to be built on a piece of property that is 1/5 the size of what it was on our books. That's a fact. Now, the attorney may tell me, don't listen to what Kent just said because this doesn't pertain to this case, but I think about where I live, on the beach side, Norman Beach. And my neighbor breaking up their property, their lot, into 5 pieces. And I don't have a good answer from my neighbors when they say, tell me how this is not injurious to us. Because it is. And so is this.
Jake Johansson.
Yes, this is a question for staff legal. Councilman Robbins talked about highest and best use. If I was to use that argument, which one of the criteria or findings would I jam that into, 1 through 5? Because those are really the only things that we can determine whether it was done properly.
Well, most likely would be number 5.
Okay.
Because, I mean, that criteria is, would the request be consistent with the comp plan? Would it be, is there evidence, substantial evidence that it is not injurious to the neighborhood? So that is a little bit more complicated of an answer, because you look at the adjacent highest and best use, what it's currently being used for versus, what the request is versus what can potentially be used for under that zoning district. And then you're essentially doing a compatibility analysis. Can those two particular uses coexist at the same time using their highest and best uses? Would they generate an incompatibility? Would they generate a conflict? Would they generate a nuisance with each other? So that's kind of a question that relies a little bit more on the type of evidence presented to make that.
And that nuisance is geographical, not personal or personality. Is that correct?
Yes. The nuisance would be related to the use, not to the people.
Thank you.
People come and go. Uses are pursuant to our zoning district, and they persist regardless of who owns it.
Thanks a lot.
Jake, I'm not sure how you understand it, so I'm going to ask a question because I'm not sure I do, but Paulo, is highest and best uses a legal criteria or a subjective term?
It's usually done with in an appraisal provision. When you're talking about land use, when you're talking about highest and best uses, you're really looking at your future land use comprehensive plan, because those are your theoretical uses that could potentially be on the property regardless of their zoning your zoning provisions. So what can, under your legislation, which is your comprehensive plan, what is the maximum potential use in terms of intensity, density, nuisance that you could generate and use permissibly on this property? So that's when someone says highest and best use to me in terms of a land use context, that's what I'm thinking of. What is the most intense and dense type of development I can put on this particular property? How does it relate to its surrounding properties?
Okay, thank you. Danny Robbins.
And Chair, I saw you were going, and I just want to clarify, I do not, say for instance, this land use designation did come back for 4 or 5 houses per acre. I do not support that, period, whatsoever. I do support 1 home on this, and that is it. I do support what they're asking for. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's it, everybody that cared to speak. Jake, I want to, Mr. Johansson, I want to clarify, anytime we have a negative motion, it always worries me that somebody's going to misunderstand what we're voting on. The recommended motion was to uphold the PLDRC decision. Your motion is to deny the PLDRC decision, correct? And be in favor of the appellate?
However you want to put it, but
What is your intent?
what I don't want to do is confuse people by making a motion that runs contrary to what is written down in front of us. Whether we agree or disagree, we just need to have our mind straight. So the recommended motion is to uphold the PLDRC decision, which is to allow the variance. Correct? That is the motion. If you don't want the house to be built, vote no.
And the effect of that is you're denying the appeal.
Yes. So a favor,
Are you using, yeah, see, that's the.
Time out.
That's the danger here.
By saying, this shouldn't be that hard, people. Uphold the PLRDC decision. That means 4-3, the variance goes through. So if you agree with that, say yes. If you don't want the house to be built, say no.
That's my understanding of the second, Mr. Chair.
Right. Are you disagreeing with that, Michael Dyer? Okay.
I think we're all saying the same thing.
Okay. Any other questions? Then Carissa, if there's not, Carissa, would you?
Mr. Kent?
Did you say Kent? No.
Mr. Reinhardt?
No.
Mr. Robbins?
Yes.
Mr. Santiago?
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey?
Yes.
Mr. Johansson?
No.
Mr. Brower?
No.
So, the procedural thing, the question failed, so we require our motions, especially this, to be in the positive. So if you want to overturn the PLDRC, I'm requesting a motion to overturn the PLD decision and to grant the appeal.
Okay. Would somebody make that motion?
I'll make that motion.
Matt Reinhardt makes a new motion to overturn.
Overturn the PLDRC decision.
Second.
By Reinhardt. And a second by Johansson? Was that Jake?
Yes.
Carissa, would you call the roll?
Can I?
Yes, Don.
I was
Go,
just
I'm
going to say,
sorry.
could I just get clarification? This is like one of those not type questions.
Yeah.
We're voting now on whether or not to
Overturn.
uphold or overturn.
Overturn.
We're voting on whether or not to overturn the PLDRC,
Okay.
basically denying the variance and granting the appeal of Ms. Conway.
And the motion was to overturn the PLDRC. So the motion on the floor is to overturn the decision of the PLDRC. And Carissa, would you call the roll?
Mr. Kent?
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Robbins?
No.
Mr. Santiago?
No.
Mr. Dempsey?
No.
Mr. Johansson?
Yes.
Mr. Brower?
Yes. And the yes votes prevail.
4-3.
Okay, we've done 5 of 25 items. And if this was a night meeting, it's late. Okay, our agreement was that we would have the item 20, is it 24? Go next, the Aviation and Economic Resources Budget and Service Level Presentation, item 24. You're sensitive to Deltona. I'm just waiting for the room to clear.
no, that's
so
perfectly understandable, sir.
trying to calm these guys down. And
Well, hopefully I'm able to provide some.
You're always a welcome guest because you bring good news, and
I
we're
do my
constantly
best.
seeing good things happening at our airport.
Absolutely, absolutely. Definitely excited about it.
Okay. You want to wait for the other two, or?
No, I think we're good.
I think we're good.
Oh, well, let's see.
Here's one of them.
I don't
We've
think
got
you
it
guys
for
have to
'em.
vote on anything that I have to present.
Yeah, we actually do have to vote to approve your report.
Okay.
So make it good.
I'll make it good. I will do what I can. Yep. All right.
Sure, thank
So, once again, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, gentlemen of the County Council. It's my pleasure once again to stand before you this afternoon to talk about our summary of budget and services provided at the Aviation and Economic Resources Department. So, first here, I'm going to give you a brief introduction of our leadership here and understanding what you all have before you this afternoon. I'm going to be brief with our presentation. Of course, if there are any questions, we're more than happy to answer those. But I am honored to be able to lead this department with two very seasoned professionals, one being Karen Feaster, who is the Airport Division Director, and then, of course, you met Helga Van Eckert earlier this morning, who is the Economic Development Director for the county. So, of course, we join in the effort for sustaining economic growth and encourage new investment, but also business expansion and business support throughout the county by creating value-added full-time employment, economical, sustainable, and thriving airport activity, and of course, providing customer service and needs for our citizens, tourists, and businesses throughout. So here's a pie chart of the department's budget as a whole. One thing that you're going to hear me say a variety of times through this presentation, the airport is completely self-sustaining. It does not receive money from the county's general fund. We are an enterprise fund, so we operate like a business. So all the money that is made on the airport stays on the airport, and that's also a Federal Aviation Administration mandate. So we do our best to generate revenues to keep the airport self-sustaining. Now, the Economic Development Department does receive funds from the county's general fund. But within that, you see the airport's operating budget, $48 million, or 74% of the entire department's budget. We have passenger facility charges, which I'll explain deeper into the presentation, as well as customer facility charges. And then, of course, the economic development budget is just under $10 million. So with that, I'm going to give way to Helga Van Eckert. She's going to go over her division and some of the budget issues and challenges and success stories that she has within the Economic Development Division.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Spending the day with you guys today. So I'm going to quickly go over some numbers, and if there's any questions, please stop me. All right. So the purpose for our office is the expansion, retention, and recruitment of businesses to the county. As you know, we retain the services of Team Volusia for recruitment. Our office focuses on expansion, retention. We also do creation, but that's through a contract that we have with UCF and the incubator, the Volusia County Incubator. Okay, so our office consists of 7, myself as the director. I have 2 positions for business manager, 2 for business specialist, a marketing specialist, and then an office assistant. We have 1 vacancy right now that we're hoping to fill within the next couple of months, and that's as a business manager. The breakdown of our budget itself, personnel services is $873,080. We don't expect any changes this coming year. Some of you may recall last year we reduced the number of positions we had within the office, so we had reduced our estimated personnel services at that time. Our operating expenses are shown as $1.1,909,470, And this line itself can be a little confusing in that that amount also includes the contract we have with Team Volusia and the contract that we have with UCF for the incubator services. And those together equate to $500,000, all right? Our development programs, $7,974,741. That is the money that we have for business support. Some of those dollars are already encumbered with QTI, Qualified Target Industry Incentive Programs. That was something that was previously offered that from the state that we had to match a component of, and the rest is sitting in reserves, waiting for a need for it to be used. As I said, we have 7 full-time positions. Okay, the breakdown with the operating and program expenses. Our programs, we have $669,500. Those are programs that we have in place with different entities that provide services within the county. Earlier this morning, I had mentioned Volusia Business Resources takes all of the economic stakeholders within the county, and we meet on a regular basis. Some of those organizations, of course, get our assistance, as the incubator gets $250,000 a year from us. Team Volusia gets $250,000, and then SCORE and some of the other entities, providers within the county get lesser amounts. Those total $669,500. Annually, we pay rent of $113,300 to the airport. That includes the rent for our office as well as the rent for the incubator. And we are charged fair market value. The FAA requires that that be spent that way. Marketing publications, $75,000 a year. Those are our outreach efforts when it comes to trying to connect with the businesses and promote the programs that we're putting in place. Contracted services, $73,190. Those are, we have a Salesforce. Many of you may know it's a customer relations management software. We have a company that works with us on maintaining that and making changes to it as we need. We also have a marketing contract for the DigiQ magazine that we send out quarterly, and then website and so forth. The remaining budget goes across 24 different object codes. It's $178,480. That includes things like paper, different products that we have to purchase during the course of the year, printing, mailings, those kinds of things. So when it comes to our future challenges...
Okay, can
yes.
you pause just 1 second?
Sure.
Sure I can.
Thank you. I had a question on that last slide.
Sure.
Really quickly. Talk to me really quickly about that Main Street DeLand. How much money is given to them?
Yeah, Main Street DeLand was a program last year. It was a diversity program that was done as a pilot to see if it was something that we would continue to move forward with. I think that was about 30,000. I'm pretty sure that's what the number was, but I'll get back to you if you'd like with an actual.
And since it was a pilot and you all were able to see it, is it going to be, and it's a Ormond Beach Main Street or New Smyrna's Main Street or the other cities, or is just
the money is still there. It's not allocated specifically to them for this coming year. So it depends if they have a program that we put before you that you approve that we would move with.
Thank you.
Did DeLand apply for it? Okay. And you can.
We didn't have an application process. They reached out and asked us to support the program.
She can share that with you.
Sure.
I like that idea.
The very successful program that was done. It was a joint venture between Main Street, DeLand, and Stetson.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it, and I'm pleased to hear that they reached out. But in the same sense, it makes me feel like the other ones didn't reach out because they didn't know, maybe they didn't know they could, they didn't know it's offered. And there's other main streets that I would love to see get involved and participate and be as successful. Because let's just say it, DeLand has a wildly successful Main Street. It is one that many across the nation try to mimic, try to recreate. And I know for a fact that, You know, Ormond's Main Street has come a tremendously long way over the past 15 years. I just don't know if they knew that they could reach out and ask about this, and not just Ormond, but Port Orange, New Smyrna, you name one of the 16 cities that has a main street, Deltona, all of them.
But we try to stay in good communication, but one of the challenges is letting people know what. Okay, continue. All right, so this is actually my last slide, where I just wanted to talk about future challenges and what we see as topics that we're going to be stressing this coming year. And some of them we actually talked about this morning. Maintaining and expanding the communication with local businesses. There are some businesses that are easy to stay in touch with. There are others that are a little more difficult because, especially the small businesses, the owners are so busy doing their day-to-day operations, it's difficult for them to take the time to interact with us. So we try to find creative ways to reach out and to stay in touch, and we continue to do that. We want to continue to fund small business and entrepreneur support programs and initiatives to help with resiliency and growth of the community. Again, those are programs that we develop a lot of times through the VBR efforts, through the conversations that we have when we learn about gaps and areas that need to be addressed. For example, this week, Friday, I'm presenting at the Alliance 4, which is in collaboration with Career Source. So we continue to try to reach out. And then providing sufficient state-of-the-art and technologically sophisticated incubation facilities. I don't know if anybody has been to the UCF incubator. It's at the airport. And we'd like to see those accommodations be improved with additional 3D printers, things that help our entrepreneurial community. And then finally, this morning, we talked about developing shovel-ready sites for the Daytona Beach Airport so that we can be ready to take advantage of the opportunities that come our way. We'll continue to reach out for grants that are out there from the state and federal level, and then work internally to make changes to the area. We want to see the growth there. That's it. Any questions?
Jake Johansson.
Yes, for Mr. Rechtenwald and the staff, I'm not going to do a line-by-line budget scrub, but I am very interested in the details of how the money is spent at the $670,000 is spent, as well as the contract services. So I would like a very detailed brief on how that goes and where we can trim or where you think we can trim, and what the effect is of that trimming if we trim. So that'll be important to me, and that'll go to every department. But I'm critical of some of these folks and what they do, and I want to get the most bang for the buck. I don't want to pay money just to belong to the club so I can go to the annual meeting. Thank you.
We, in addition to that, we'll take Team Volusia, which is a big part
Well,
of
that's
that
not where I
number.
was concentrating, but.
Well, that's, Team Volusia and UCF account
Yeah.
for 500,000 of the 669, so
Yeah.
then you have all the others are small. So we can break that out for you, but what I was going to suggest is we usually have Team Volusia come and at a certain point in the year and give an update about what they're doing.
Yeah, and that's the one, for me, that's the one I know the most about.
Right.
But it's the other ones that I know Michael Zaharias, and I'm not quite sure what they do for us at Zaharias Enterprises, so.
So Michael actually worked with us last year when it came to doing the first survey for the business community. When we went out and we went door to door. That was used to set the parameters and the guidelines around Volusia Business Resources efforts for that year.
Got it.
That contract was during that last year budget. This year
Okay.
we don't have Michael retained again, but that's the kind of
Got it.
opportunity we use.
Thanks, look forward to it.
Just a quick question
maybe almost a statement about the incubator. You brought it up, and I have been there. It's ever since it's been one of my favorite programs because I've seen the results of it. It is helping to build our economic foundation in Volusia County. You've got brand new budding entrepreneurs, some from Embry-Riddle, UCF, wherever, but also just members of our community that have started businesses and need help. And so I think that's a tremendous program, and I'm very much interested in seeing it continue. Just a quick question. You might not have the answer. If you could just get it to me. I know the incubator has a citizens advisory board. We're looking at boards right now. Are they meeting? How did COVID affect that, or is?
So the meetings were modified as a result of COVID. They were slowed down quite a bit, and we actually just recently appointed the person from my staff had retired as well. So we have our new person on the staff, and the meetings are going forward again. We're going to start meeting in person.
Okay, because I've had some people reach out about an application for it, and I'll have them get in touch with Kay Green and get an application.
I think the slots are filled now, but I can double check that.
Okay. I thought there was some open in March 23.
I'll
That doesn't, we can have this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Grow FL, was that an organization we still deal with, or?
Sure. GrowFL is a state organization.
State, okay,
Yeah,
that's where I was getting.
and they actually have business awards every year. A lot of our businesses from the incubator have won that award. Actually, just this past year, we had 2 candidates win the award.
And they help with more of the second and third stage?
That's right.
Okay, all right.
That's right. That's good.
All right, perfect. So let's get back into the airports division. And so currently we have 50 full-time employees, once again led by Karen Feaster, and 4 different units that are essential to the day-to-day operation of the airport. And that's the breakdown of the full-time employee counts there. Once again, and I'm not going to read this verbatim, but our primary mission, of course, is safety, security, but we have to be good at what we are. We're a small airport in a very competitive environment, and so customer service is extremely important. So we aim to make sure that our facilities are clean, they're easy to get through, the security wait times are tolerable, and I think we've been very successful with that. And so that's what keeps our regular travelers coming back. So when we talk about economically self-sustaining air transportation facilities, we're also talking about those facilities that are pleasing to our customers. And so with that, we'll be able to build upon what our primary mission is. Of course, naturally, safety and security is going to be number one. We don't want to have any incidents or threats that shine through as they come onto our facility, but customer service, ever so important as well. All right, so here's some of the numbers. So we're just over $4 million in terms of personnel expenses. Of course, those wage increases will be determined by you all at the time that comes up. Our operating expenses are $9.4 million, and we anticipate an increase close to the consumer price index. Capital improvement. So the Federal Aviation Administration disperses grants for our size airports in the amount of 90%, and then we have a 5% match, which is also matched by another 5% match from the state, the Florida Department of Transportation. And so these projects are going to vary depending on what infrastructure improvements we're making. So for this year, there's $675,000, and that's going to be our match contribution to those grants. Capital outlay contained our data storage system, some compact tractors on the airfield, light towers, and message boards to communicate information to those that are using our airport. The debt service is $969,000. That's for a commercial loan for our terminal renovation. If you haven't been out to the airport and seen our recent renovations, I would definitely invite you out. I feel that the facility is beautiful, and we are definitely keeping pace with other airports in the region, if not throughout the country. We're fortunate to have $40 million in reserves, which is something that will allow us to upgrade our access control and security system. We're upgrading that system. It's been 10 years, and we're bringing that up to fruition to where we need to be in order to, once again, keep pace with that safety and security component that's ever so essential to operating our airport. Once again, as I promised before, I was going to reiterate, the airport is an enterprise fund. No ad valorem taxes are used for the operation of the airport. So with that, we have to find ways to generate revenue in order to stay self-sufficient. So airline revenue is a primary method in doing that. We charge the airlines for the usage of the ticket counters, passenger boarding bridges, the hold rooms that their passengers wait to board the aircraft, the ramp that the aircraft park on, the baggage claim carousels. Back behind the house, there's bag makeup carousels as well, and also landing fees. Then you have airside tenant revenue. We have 3 fixed base operators. Fixed base operators actually handle the general aviation activity, the corporate jet activity. And so with that, Shelter, Yelvington, and ATP, we are able to generate land leases revenue from there, and also other private hangar operators as well. Our landside tenant revenue, that's from parking, our rent-a-car facilities, advertising, our food and beverage and news and gift concessionaires. Commercial tenant revenue, if you didn't know, the airport has 4 hotels on property that we collect revenue from, and also 2 restaurants, the Hooligans and the Outback Steakhouse. Also portions of Embry-Riddle University, which is a tremendous stakeholder to have. And then the Speedway, 3/4 of the Speedway is on airport property. We also have a bank. The passenger facility charge, which I mentioned earlier, is a fee that is collected on outgoing passenger tickets in the amount of $4.50. It's a program that is monitored by the Federal Aviation Administration. You can only use that money for specific projects. And so we collect $1.2 million up to this point, but the Federal Aviation Administration will require a list of projects, and then that needs to be reviewed. The airline collects that $4.50, and then they hold 11 cents for a handling fee, but the remainder of that funding goes into that pot for capital improvement projects. Similar to the PFCs is the customer facility charge, and that's a per day amount that's collected for rent-a-cars. So anytime you go and you rent a car from an airport, you'll see that there's a charge. We charge $2.50. There's a sliding scale. I believe the amount is up to $4.50 that you could charge someone that's renting a car. But that goes towards ground transportation projects, parking projects, things that, roadway improvements, things that support that method of operation. And then, of course, special events. We have a special event coming upon us here within the next 10 days. So the Speedway will be having the Daytona 500, and with that, there are parking needs, and so we provide parking and other support for special events that take place around the area as well.
Can you pause 1 second?
Yes, sir.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't know if this is the place, but I just got a simple question. Why does it cost more to fly out of Daytona than Orlando? This question might have been asked in previous councils. I don't know, but it's still stuck with me.
You're going to hear this as I bring continual items to you with regards to air service development, and so it's a supply and demand type of issue. Of course, Orlando is the big gorilla, as we would like to say. And so, all the demand is there. So the airlines know that. when the airlines are looking at who's booking reservations, they know where you're coming from. They look at your zip code, and they know somebody that's booking out of a 32114, for instance. I'm just throwing the airport zip code out, and they're flying out of Orlando. They know that there's no need to add additional capacity into Daytona because you're going to make that drive down to Orlando. So the message that we've been trying to present to our customer is, why make that connection for the airline? You driving is a mode of transportation, basically making a connection. A lot of people don't like the fact that they have to go through Atlanta or Charlotte, or now we have other options, Philadelphia, Washington Reagan, Dallas Fort Worth, which just started this past week. A lot of people don't like to connect, but if you think about driving the hour to an hour and a half, that is a connection. So we're working with our air service consultants, who I believe is absolutely phenomenal and is definitely going to set the stage for new air service opportunities. Another thing, a low-cost carrier. Low-cost carriers can come into the market. They don't have as much overhead, so they can come into the market and, I don't want to say undercut what the network carriers do, but we have two network carriers, American and Delta, that have been dominant in terms of market share. Once you introduce a low-cost carrier that goes to a similar market, then you should start to see fares come down because they need to be competitive. So I can go on all day, and I know you have a lot on the agenda with regards to that, but that's an excellent question, and it's definitely a welcome challenge. And one of the reasons I came here, because, you know, I teach this in academia and also in the American Association of Airport Executives. I'm the chair of the Board of Examiners, and we teach methods on how to attract air service, especially in markets like this. And so we're able to kind of put some of those methods to work, and we're starting to hopefully break some of that ice here shortly.
Jake Johansson.
Yeah, quickly, you said that the passenger facility charge holdback from the by the airlines is 11% for administrative fees for handling.
Oh, it's just 11 cents. 11 cents. Yeah, per the $4.50. So we get $4.39 that goes into our piggy bank, so to speak, for capital improvement projects that have to be approved by the Federal Aviation Administration. So they're projects for capacity, noise mitigation, safety, security, things like that.
And the customer facility charge, does that have a handling fee as well?
That's a good question. I'll have to do some homework on that, but my experience with that is, you know, similar to the passenger facility charge, a similar program to set up, but typically that's going to go towards your ground transportation facilities, rent a car, quick turnaround, so you can have that car available to you as the customer when you need it. And of course, you know, cars, they create wear and tear on your passenger curves, your parking lots, and so forth. And so you have to have another source of revenue, especially since the FAA mandates that we be self-sufficient. You have to be able to find creative means without overtaxing the customer to keep those facilities intact.
My last question is, are we leaving any revenue on the table? Is there any empty buildings, empty hangars, empty things at the, I'm sure I'll get this in my tour in a couple of weeks.
Absolutely.
But tell me now.
And looking forward to showing you some things around. We do have, as a matter of fact, we're talking about rent-a-cars. There's a facility that's on Richard Petty that we're about to make a decision in terms of knocking that building down and creating other revenue opportunities. My charge especially is to, we talked about highest and best use earlier. Paulo brought it up, is to get highest and best use of all of our airport property. What's very important, and to your point, Mr. Santiago, another thing that's going to bring airfares down is if we take advantage of our non-aeronautical land. If we're able to still remain self-sufficient and create revenues with our non-aeronautical land, we don't have to charge the airlines as much. Us as an airport, the only thing that we are focused on is breaking even. And so all the rest of the money we can use towards facility improvement. So if we don't have to charge the airlines a certain amount, and we call it a cost per enplane passenger, and an enplanement is a passenger that is paid for a ticket and is departing your facility. If we can keep that number low, then the airlines don't have to charge the customer as much. But in order to do that, we have to take advantage of some of the land around the airport, which is why it's so important with Helga's department. Yet we find ways to get the land around the airport shovel ready so we could be more attractive to take advantage of that non-aeronautical.
So I have some people that call me asking me about land around the airport, and I give them George and your contact information on the website. So something leads me to believe that people are interested. I hope they're reaching out to you.
Absolutely, they are, and we have a phenomenal staff. Just we're fortunate to grab a gentleman from, formerly he worked in Knoxville, Mihai Smigelski, who is a whiz, in my opinion, in terms of land leases and lease development and so forth. And then, of course, with Helga's staff, you know, one of the things that we are definitely trying to take advantage of is opportunities to develop the land around the airport. We've been active, we've been aggressive, but we've been falling well within best business practices to make sure that these things come to fruition. And so my hopes are that we're bringing a variety of lease opportunities before you to vote on and approve so we can make that happen.
I was going to say this to the end, but you're answering it now. So let me just tease that out a little bit more. What Mr. Santiago asked the question that's always on everybody's mind. We love the airport. It's beautiful. It's easy to get in and out of, partially because it's not overused. I'd put up with a lot more crowds there, but I'm wondering, and we all want that. We want lower fares here. But I'm wondering, what is the best revenue source as you look at the future? Is it increased air traffic or your tenant revenue?
It's a combination of all the above. So increased air traffic is going to bring increased revenue opportunities for our concessionaires, right? Or increased revenue opportunities for parking. It's a domino effect. I would say it's a multiplier effect. And when we talk about airports and economic development, it's the chicken or the egg theory. I mean, they need each other. And so I would say increased air service is going to create other opportunities for other entities and business partners that we have on the airport to create more money, which in turn we can create revenue opportunities with the leases. And then, of course, the more successful you have as an airport, the more businesses want to set up shop around the airport. Let's say, for instance, air cargo. So we want to make sure that we're proactive and we take advantage of this asset that we have that's sitting before us, which is this land that's around the airport. You look at the intersection of I-4 and I-95, there's nothing but prime opportunity to develop. And so we want to look at how we can turn that into an economic opportunity, not only just for the airport, but for that surrounding community.
Okay, thank you. I think that's the answer we were all hoping to hear, because we all want more air traffic there, but we need it to make money. So you're good. Part of why we're doing this is to give you direction. So my direction is do that. Keep doing what you're doing. George Rechtenwald.
Thank you. Well, I'm glad you said that. That is why we're doing that, for direction. I just wanted to add on the land part, we'll be coming forth, with some investments that we're going to have to make in some of that property. As we've said, we've got grants, we've done work continuously. There'll be other possible alterations we need to make out there to have more land that's near, or what we say within the fence, so that you can get airside service directly. So those will be capital improvements that we need to make us competitive. I also wanted to mention, Cyrus mentioned the terminal renovations that we had done. They're beautiful, but the real magic behind it is the technology that was put in to allow us to be, what they say, a common use airport. So again, making it cheaper for airlines to operate here. So they don't have to come in and set up well, separate displays and such. You know, literally with a few flips of the switch, they can convert their counters to their particular brand and what they need to do. So that was part of what we were envisioning to, again, make sure that we're efficient and cheaper to use. I will say we have heavy load factors with our loads, so that's another reason why our prices are higher, because when you're running 95% loads, they're going to charge more. And again, the competition is not as fierce because with the people that we have here. But as a regional airport, that's important that our partners are making money as well, or they won't be here, especially with pilot shortages and such. It's very important that we stay competitive. So I just wanted to, you know, throw those points in there. And yes, we are for direction. You know, we want to make sure that everyone supports that we are going to continue to be making these kind of upgrades to help diversify our revenue.
Yeah, George is spot on.
There's one more, which means you've got all the interest of the council. David Santiago.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Reckenwald's comment was right on, and I agree with him about our partners making money so that the airport is self-sufficient, right? But one part of it really bothers me, not on our part, well, maybe, the rental car companies. The rental car companies have taken advantage of a situation globally, I'll say, since COVID had started, and they are gouging consumers because I think in most cases they have a monopoly, right? You see 7 or 8 signs out there, but it's really 2 or 3 companies.
Consolidation.
Yes. Yep. And my question leads to, well, if they're charging these enormous rates, are we getting our proportionate fair share? How are these leases of the monopoly and the exclusivity of being in our airport benefiting Volusians?
Well, the timing couldn't be any better because shortly you will be receiving our rent-a-car contracts are due, and they're going to be coming before you, and we'll have an opportunity to make sure that we are getting our proportionate fair share. So that's something that is coming to the dais here shortly, I would say within the next few months. Yes, sir. And you're 100% right. Consolidation, both on the rent-a-car side and the airline side, because this is another thing that you hear discussed between JetBlue and Spirit, for instance, coming together. You know, since 1978, with deregulation of the airline industry, this has been a challenge. And one thing that you see is customer service it's leaned out because the choices are becoming minimal. And so with that, the airlines are able to charge what they want to charge into certain markets. So one of the things that's on the top of my objective is to get more variety, more locations, and more opportunity to bring those fares down for our customers here in Volusia County.
And Danny Robbins.
I think David brought up a good point. You know, I ran into this when I flew out to Montana during COVID. They had vehicles sitting, so they had to sell them off. Now they couldn't get them back. Right. There was a huge vehicle shortage, so it just was supply and demand. Now the question is, and you brought up a good point, is are we getting our
proportionate fair share?
Yeah.
Well, we're working through that. We're working with our
Even out
attorneys. Yeah, we're working with our attorneys right now to go through the leases, and we're looking at what the market impact is right now. And, you know, definitely the airport, we have to find ways to stay self-sustaining. And so, you know, we'll do that if the market calls for us to raise what it is that we charge them. And if we're not getting our fair proportionate share, you know, this is the time to do that.
Please continue.
Thank you, sir. All right. So our operating expenses, we are required by the Transportation Security Administration to have law enforcement services on the airport. Of course, naturally for security support and you know, should we do encounter some bad guys, we have to alleviate that expeditiously. So the Volusia Sheriff's Office is a contractor of ours that helps us with that effort. I mentioned before, our air service consultant, who in my opinion is phenomenal, is going to set us on a pace to hopefully get to the point to where we don't have the gate space to accommodate additional airlines once we're able to start going. And then we'll have to look at capital investment and capital improvement opportunities to expand. But we are definitely, in my opinion, headed in that direction. Architecture and engineering support, definitely anytime you do any type of activity on the airfield, there's FAA rules and regulations and standards that must be adhered to. So we rely on professional consulting for that. Fair market value is a requirement of the Federal Aviation Administration. And so within that other professional services fee come the appraisals. Contract services, U.S. Customs, in order for us to be an international airport, we are a user fee airport. So international flights that come in have to be serviced by U.S. Customs and Border Protection personnel. And so the requirement through the U.S. government is that we pay those fees. And so all that's included. You come to an airport, you see elevators, you see escalators. There are fees associated with that. Huge facility, 175,000 square feet that have to be cooled and chilled. And of course, our security system that's operating, all of that falls within some of that contract services amount. Also maintenance and buildings and grounds as well, our janitorial contract that stays on top of keeping our facilities clean. $800,000 in utilities. And then also contracted service for temporary personnel. This goes to a component that, once again, through the Transportation Security Administration, we have to have curbside security screening. Of course, passengers are not allowed to park their vehicles and just stage and wait. There is a security directive that discourages that activity, and so we have contract personnel to help with that. Landscaping to keep the facility looking nice, and also administrative support. You'll hear through a variety of these presentations about the increase in property insurance, and we're definitely affected by that as well with the increase in insurance that's been going around nationwide. Also, we pay for,
Insurance question, Mr. Santiago.
And maybe it's for Mr. Reckenwald, somebody else. I thought we were self-insured, and if not, why isn't this property wrapped into that?
We are self-insured, so some of that would be a charge to that self-insured fund, but we also have other levels of insurance too. So self-insured covers certain items, and then other things we have to buy other policies that are over and above that. So
right. In particular with airports, you have a different type of general liability insurance that's required. You got high dollar aircraft that are operating on your facility, and should unfortunately something happen, or like I mentioned before, escalators. A lot of people like to take tumbles down escalators, not at our airport, but at previous airports that I've worked. And so we have to have the means to protect ourselves within that regard. Promotional advertising is definitely, you see our billboards throughout the area, even down into into Orange County and Seminole County as well. Indirect service charges, we do have to pay for legal and purchasing and accounting through the county. Materials for maintenance, $444,000. We have specialized personnel, of course. They're going to be operating on an FAA regulated airfield, so they have to be familiar with FAA rules and regulations. So our electricians have to know where the blue lights are supposed to go and where the white lights are supposed to go, and so how far they need to be within a runway safety area. So with that, the specialized personnel is definitely a need. Software licenses, as Mr. Reckenwald mentioned earlier, our common use system, which allows a plug and play for airlines, that they don't have to bring in proprietary hardware. They can plug into our system and operate just like they would in their hub facilities. That makes it for opportunities for low-cost operations to operate from our facility. And then the remaining budget, 9.7% of that is across 36 object codes. And once again, that goes to our industry memberships, copying our vehicles, our fleet, and so forth. So some of our challenges, as Helga mentioned before, I've mentioned a few times, develop vacant parcels to ensure that they're pad ready so we can continue to remain competitive with our neighbors to the south. So Melbourne, Sanford, Orlando, even our neighbors north of us, Jacksonville, the challenge is to make sure that we have land ready so when there is a developer that comes and they have an activity, whether it be aeronautical or non-aeronautical, we can say, yes, you're able to build on this facility. Because once again, that's going to be an opportunity for the airport to keep costs low for the airline because they will be paying some of that share. And that goes into the next bullet, increase air service by recruiting new carriers. And we are aggressive with that. Just had a conversation with a low-cost carrier just this week. We're continually having conversations with carriers that are interested in coming into our market. As Mr. Rechtenwald mentioned earlier, there are some challenges. The pilot shortage is something that is restricting the availability of aircraft from a variety of airlines to come into a secondary market such as our own. So we're working with those carriers. One thing that it wasn't in the presentation that we had spoke about last year that we still have not had an opportunity to take advantage of is a $500,000 what they call a small community air service development grant that we received from the U.S. Department of Transportation, and that's for service to Chicago. Under normal circumstances, as soon as an airport receives that grant, you'll hear from an airline right away. The airlines that we've talked to say, we want to get you to Chicago, we just don't have the pilots to fly the aircraft to get you there. So those are some things that we're continuing to lean on. We have to keep our infrastructure up to standards. And so, I'm aggressive about going after grant money to do that. And as long as we keep up with our grant assurances, there are 39 grant assurances that the federal government mandate that we follow, and we stay in best business practices with that. I have no problem with going after grant money in order to make sure that our airfield is the most pristine that it can be. Just like with a variety of other county departments, recruitment and retention of talent, of course, as our staff get involved and exposed to so many different things and skill levels. There's other opportunities that come up. We have to try to find ways to keep them on our facility. And so we're very active about creating a culture that makes coming to work enjoyable. And then also with our development projects, cost concerns and long lead times on supplies. One thing that I would be remiss if I didn't mention was the fact that your Daytona Beach International Airport was the Florida Department of Transportation 2021 Commercial Service Airport of the Year. And that, once again, was because of our attention to safety, security, and also our customer service rave reviews that we get from our users. And so if there were a way to continue to get that award consecutively year after year after year, we would always be in that conversation because that's our culture and that's what we aim to provide. As I mentioned before, I'm the chair of the Board of Examiners of the National American Association of Airport Executives. There are 500 accredited airport executives nationwide. We have 5 of them, and 2 of them are in this room. So I'm very pleased to have that. That is the platinum standard of accreditation. It's a process that professionals in the airport industry go through, and it just shows that you are well vetted on best business practices and know how to run an airport. A lot of people don't know, and this is good trivia, that Daytona Beach it finished the calendar year 2022 as the 4th busiest airport in the state of Florida. 31st busiest in the nation. And that pertains to the total number of operations. An operation is a takeoff or a landing. When you hear about airports being the busiest airport like Atlanta, they're talking about passengers. And yes, we're nowhere near that number. But in terms of operations, and remember, this is what we do. We are an airport. We serve airplanes as well. Being the fourth busiest is a tremendous accomplishment for the state of Florida. The state of Florida is probably the second, if not third, in terms of number of airport and aviation activity throughout the country. And then through the year, we had 586,000 passengers that went through our facility. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. And Cyrus, I don't really have any questions, just a few comments for you.
Yes, sir.
So let me just start by saying I have enjoyed every opportunity that you and I have had to talk all things airport. I find you to be not only refreshing, but extremely talented in what you do.
Thank you.
I give all credit to George Rechtenwald for hiring you for this position. And my belief is that we got a gem. I don't say that lightly. For you to have leases with hotels, restaurants, corporations, 3 FBOs, fixed base operators on our property, and successfully run an airport. How successful? Awarded Florida DOT 2021 Commercial Service Airport of the Year Award. But I'm going to give you one better. And that is my mother, Johnette Kent, and my father, Donald Kent. And right up there is my wife, Heather Kent, who, anytime we're flying anywhere, the 3 of them will say separately, but they can say it in unison, "Oh, get the tickets out of Daytona. We love our little Daytona airport. It is so convenient." And you said something earlier. You talked about customer service. And it made me think that our airport is the Chick-fil-A of airports. I mean,
that's an excellent point.
Nobody at fast food or most restaurants beats the customer service at Chick-fil-A. I mean, I always feel great coming out of there. And it's not because the food was just delicious. The people are kind and helpful. And you're on to something with that. You know, we can't compete with other things, but by golly, we can be the best in customer service. I find our airport to be clean, reliable, safe, ease of use. And, you know, my wife just last week had to fly out for a family emergency. And it wasn't even a question. She was going to leave one of our vehicles at the Daytona airport for a few days while she flew up to Knoxville. And I didn't think for a second or was concerned about safety because of how well you run our airport. I didn't want today to go by without me sharing publicly these comments with you and with Mr. Rechtenwald. You know, you ended with safety, security, and customer service, and that's what people want. You know, not to mention the ease of going through our security, which is very in depth. But you're not in line for an hour and a half like you are in Orlando. Exactly. And you're right when you said driving to that airport is a leg in your trip, and there's time associated with it and money associated with that time.
Right.
So that's an important piece, I think, to have there. I love that you are also, you will sniff out and hunt down grants because the FAA has them. Mm-hmm. And if Daytona Beach International Airport does not accept them, there are many others that will. True. And I believe after speaking with you, and I'm so looking forward to our tour that I will have of the airport, and I heard others maybe have already had and are planning to have. I'm looking forward to that as well. But I wanted to say also, your staff and you did a great job with the presentation today. Very easy to follow and good, helpful information. Thank you, Cyrus.
Thank you, Mr. Kent. And just like in Chick-fil-A, it's our pleasure.
I don't see anybody else. I'll quickly ditto that. I'll share with you, I had a family experience where somebody got a cheap flight out of Orlando, their term cheap. In order to get that cheap flight, I live in DeLeon Springs. We had to be in Orlando. The flight was 6 a.m. You got to be there 2 hours before. And when I looked at the cost of that, the time, he's right, there's time involved, which means money. And gas is not cheap, and then you got to go back and pick them up again and probably take, so you said something key, that the more people that book at Daytona, the faster rates will come down. So I think you got some attention with that. Any other questions or comments? I think you've got some direction. We like what you're doing. Just do it faster. Be careful.
Well, full steam ahead, sir.
You are a star, as
Thank you.
Troy Kent said, and I've told you that before, and your staff.
Thank you very much.
So I do need a motion to approve your report. I don't know what's going to happen if we disapprove it.
Motion to approve the report.
Motion to approve by Danny Robbins.
Matt.
By Matt? No. You're a ventriloquist.
You like that?
You said you'd second it? Okay. We got a long ways to go and a short time to get there.
I'll second it.
My impression of Matt.
Matt Reinhardt makes the motion. Robbins does the second. Any other questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries 6-0 with 7-0. Thank you, sir.
Have a great afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you.
Okay, that takes us back to number 6. Also a quasi-judicial hearing, rezoning of 28.49 acres located at 1626 West Beresford Avenue and 1065 South Ridgewood.
Good afternoon, County Council. I'm Clay Irvin. I'm your Director of Growth and Resource Management. Joining me is Carol McFarland, who's the Director of your Planning and Development Services Division, and Paolo Soria, Senior Assistant County Attorney. Before you today is a request to rezone approximately 28 acres of land that's located in the DeLand service area for water and sewer. It is located on Beresford and Ridgewood Avenue. It is currently zoned R2, A3, and BPUD. The BPUD, which stands for Business Planned Unit Development, was approved for a non-exempt excavation. That's a fancy way of saying borrow pit. It was never realized because they never went through the formal site planning process for that. What you're going to see is that the applicant is requesting the change of all of these to be consistent with the future land use map designation. Right now, that property is designated urban low intensity. That allows for a variety of different uses. Typically, it's residential uses up to a maximum density of 4 units per acre. The subject property is 29 acres. The applicant has indicated a desire to develop 70 single-family homes on 75 by 100 lots, 7,500 square feet, builder quarter-acre lots. That nets out approximately about a 2.5 units per acre gross density, given the 29 acres and the 70 units. The R4 zoning is the zoning category that is consistent with that dimensional requirements that they are seeking. Staff reviewed this application for consistency with the comprehensive plan. One of the first things we look at is whether or not the project is within a natural resource management area, the environmental corridor overlay, or other things such as the basin management action plans for various outstanding Florida water springs. The property is within the basin of the Blue Springs, so it is within the priority focus area, so that means there would be limitations on the use of the types of septic tanks. Fact is, it's within the water and sewer service area of DeLand, so they would be the ones who would be providing the utilities for this if this rezoning is approved and they go forward with a subdivision. This is the first of multiple steps Because it has the land use of urban low intensity, it does not require a comprehensive plan amendment for this zoning category. If approved, then they would have to go through the formal subdivision process to ensure compliance with not only our zoning requirements, but our land development standards as well. What you have in front of you is a variety of different documents coming to you. I want to point out on page 6-9 of your staff report is the staff's analysis that was presented to your Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. It identified all of the 9 criteria that we utilize in analyzing whether or not an application for rezoning is consistent or not consistent with the comprehensive plan. Included in that is a determination if it's consistent with our private property rights element. That is a mandated element from the state. What we also see is that there are some wetlands on site that have been identified. The wetlands would be protected through the process that is known as our subdivision standards. That's where we would also require a 25-foot upland buffer from those. When it comes down to comparing what could be allowed under the current land use, in other words, the theoretical max, you're upwards of around 113 dwelling units. That would be allowed under the existing land use subject to the rezoning. When you start looking at the R4 zoning and you start factoring in things such as our minimum 15% open space, stormwater, and roads, you typically see a yield of around 90 to 95 units could be theoretically placed on there once you start deducting those areas for stormwater and those things. Again, the applicant has identified that they are planning to do 70. I want to make sure you're aware that what they say is what they say. If they turn around and sell the property, the next owner can come in and maximize it for whatever they can under the zoning. This is a straight zoning category, so if a application complies with those standards, however many maximum units they can yield for that subdivision would be allowed. Overall, staff has reviewed it and determined that it is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and that the other 8 criteria consisting of consistency with the comprehensive plan, impacts on the environment, impacts on the economy, impacts on public facilities, changes that are needed to correct something, mistakes that were made in the past, of which there were none. These are basically a new application. Effect on the value of the surrounding area, effect on public health, safety, and welfare, and lastly, consistency with our private property rights element. So it's coming to you with a recommendation of approval from staff. The PLDRC also held this hearing on this. At that time, there were only 6 of the 7 members present. So it's coming to you with a 3-3. The motion was made by Mr. Costa, seconded by Ms. Shelley to recommend approval and consistency with the comprehensive plan. It came to a 3-3. That's technically a denial of that motion. So the applicant was given the chance to wait for the full board. They requested to go forward as quickly as possible, so it's in front of you today. If there's any questions for staff, we'll be glad to answer them. I know the applicant is here to provide you with background information. Anything for staff that we can answer?
Yeah, it looks like you have quite a few questions. Before we get to them, I think we need to deal with ex parte first. If anyone has any ex parte to declare conversations, please let us know now.
I did.
Matt.
Yes, I had communication with Cobb Cole the other day about this particular property.
Okay.
I did as well.
You did as well. I did as well. I think we all might have.
I did not.
Okay. You
I did, yes.
So we all talked to Michael Woods from Cobb Cole, except for Troy Kent and David Santiago. We haven't talked to anyone. I haven't talked to anyone else from that. Also with, this is a public hearing. I'll open public hearing. If someone's here to speak, get with Chris Green over there, and then we'll start with Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chair Clay. I'll try to be as quick as possible. You said this is in the utility service area?
Yes, sir.
In the area in the green, it looks to me like this will all be kind of consumed or is in the process of being consumed by DeLand or now or in the future?
DeLand is in close proximity to the area, but they cannot annex this property at this time because it's not contiguous, and that's the first litmus test you have to pass through state Florida law, and it is not able to connect into it, so therefore it would not be able to be annexed until other parcels are there. It is within the area that's been identified as the 2050 master plan for DeLand. So they have the utilities and service areas and all this, and it's been identified for something that would be ultimately annexed into DeLand.
But it is it, you said there's no part of the city that's touching this piece of property?
Not right now at this point.
Interesting. Because my next question is how did it get here? How did it get to us? Did DeLand deny this? Because the reason I asked that, but go ahead.
You may have this confused with another project called Taylor Woods, which is located off Taylor Road over there off of by Blue Lake. That was a project where they were requesting annexation in a comp plan and a rezoning in the city of DeLand. They denied the annexation, and that's been kicked back to us. You'll be seeing that at a later date.
So that JCCC board would not go with this?
It's within the service area, or it's within the review area of the joint city-county coordinating committee that is established between the city of DeLand and Volusia County. That is a joint planning organization that either entity can send information to request basically a common review of it. It's consisting of 3 members from the city and 3 members from your Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. If the council feels that they want to have that body review this before they take action, that's one option that you may have.
Oh, that's it for now. Thank you.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to kind of rehash some, I think, points that you made, and then a question. You said that the applicant is stating that he intends to subdivide this into 77 units, sense of dimensions. I think you also said that with the current entitlement on the property, they can construct between 90 and 95 lots. Am I accurate in repeating that?
Yes, sir. What it is that there's a couple different things. First of all, there's the theoretical maximum that you can develop based on the adopted future land use. That's 4 units per acre, and doing the math of the 29 times the 4, you get to the 113. The 113 is not factoring in stormwater. It's not factoring our minimum 15% open space. It's not factoring in roads. So therefore, once you factor in those, it's typically, around 15 to 20% for stormwater. You've got typically 15 to 20% for roads, and we have the minimum 15% open space. So we use that to come up with a ballpark figure of what can be theoretically built out there. And
95.
Around 90, 95, depending on how they configured the lots at the very most.
And then I think you also said that if we grant this, that he can go ahead and sell the property, and that new owner can ask for the full entitlement on the land, right?
Yes, sir. What would have to happen is if the rezoning is approved to R4, which is consistent with the land use, they can come in and ask for subdivision, whether it's the applicant, whether it's a future property owner. They could go forward and request that. Because it is straight zoning, we do not have like a PUD document coming in here saying how many are you going to put in, those types of things. This is going forward with the straight zoning, so it'd be subject to the limitations established by your land development regulations.
And then my follow-up to that is there any precedence or can we create a process where we can hold the applicant to that number pre-approval? I mean, I don't know if we're...
I believe that's contract zoning, but I'm going to let my legal person speak.
Because effectively, he's asking for a down zoning from what the current entitlements are. That's how I interpret it.
Our current system is not set up to do conditional or contract zoning. So straight zoning is the zoning, and then however many they subdivide, that's their cap. We'd have to basically reconfigure the way our zoning works if you want to put conditions on there, and that's kind of something that's frowned upon by the legislature and by the court. Essentially, contract zoning is a little bit of a something that you shouldn't do, because I'm going to rezone this if you sign this contract. That's basically what the court has said. Don't do that. You have to basically treat zoning as in a quasi judicial capacity. If they meet this criteria, then you should approve. If they don't, then if there's a legitimate public purpose to deny, you can deny.
So what you're saying is that the legislature and the courts have said, follow the process.
Yes. So,
apply the process.
if this was another type of development, such as if they were doing a comprehensive plan change or a PUD, then that gives a little bit more negotiation. Here, they're requesting for a straight zoning to R4 under the criteria.
And if he were to, last question, Mr. Chairman, if this zoning request were granted, what's the maximum units they could go to, give or take, whatever the 15-20% that you were saying, post-approval?
That would be around the 90 to 95, because again, the zoning categories that are allowed within the urban low intensity are capped at roughly 4 units per acre. So R4 realistically is the most intense as you can develop in there. And even as I said, with the site constraints, you would not be able to get to that 44 units per acre. You'd be somewhere between 2 to maybe 3.
Troy Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clay, great to be working together again.
Seems like old times.
It does. So, Mr. Santiago asked a couple of questions that I had on the tip of my tongue as well, but if this zoning approval goes through, then they could do the 113, 114, now we're down to 90, 95. They're asking for 70, not 77, right? 70?
They have indicated in all of the meetings with county staff through the technical review process that their intent is to develop the property for 70 units.
Thank you. So if it stayed, and if you answered this, I apologize. If it stayed the R2, A3, and BPUD the way it is, and not rezoned, how many units could they put on there?
Right now, I believe, Stephen? 67.
67.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
It would be under a different configuration, just to let you know, in regards to the minimum lot sizes.
Don Dempsey.
I was just, maybe this is a question for Paulo, but basically, are we here again in a quasi-judicial capacity where basically it's a competent and substantial evidence standard of review?
I'm going to let him answer that.
Yeah.
So you need to find competent substantial evidence, but you are the fact finder in this case. You are not reviewing it in an appellate capacity. That's for an actual judge to decide. So your determination is, is there competent substantial evidence or however you vote as a body. So going back to the last, you are in the place of the PLDRC, and you get to weigh and reweigh the evidence on whether or not the applicant meets the criteria. So the applicant has the initial burden of demonstrating that there's competent substantial evidence for all of that criteria, that they are consistent with the comprehensive plan and the land development code regulations. And if they do demonstrate that, then what happens is the burden shifts on those opposing that to demonstrate that there's a legitimate public purpose of keeping the original zoning. So here you are the fact finder, and you get to determine which evidence sways you.
Which is different than the Scott Variance
Yes.
issue. Okay. Is there a reason why this is listed also as quasi-judicial hearing, ex parte?
Only because that is the general category that the courts have determined when it's not a legislative process. Essentially, you are following policy instead of creating policy. That's the only distinction.
When this goes to the PLDRC, then it's not, in the Scott Variance issue, that's more of a final determination that we have to review for competency. And then this one, we are now the prior fact.
Yes, the PLDRC is solely a recommending body. They are your citizen advisory board, so their determination and findings is potentially persuasive. You are not bound to it. You can make different findings. You can completely disagree with them.
Mr. Chair, if I could just dovetail on Mr. Soria, not Mr. Paulo, Mr. Soria's statement. So by ordinance, you have delegated final decision-making authority on variances to your PLDRC. Other than that, they're advisory. So most of the things you're going to get from your PLDRC, they're making recommendations to you, like on rezonings and comp plan changes and so on. There are 9 criteria for rezoning, and they start on page 6-9 of your agenda item. And that was staff's recommendation to you. You're not bound by that. And you can make your own findings today. You're not sitting, as Paulo said, you're not in an appellate capacity.
You good? Okay. I appreciate Mr. Kent asking the question that he did, because honestly, it seemed to me a little bit misleading to say that currently they could put 95 homes there and the applicant's only asking for 77, because currently they can't. They can if everything's changed to R4. It's not. It's currently R2, A3, and BPUD. And then it was also said that the current owner, may choose to do something else. Is the applicant the current owner?
I'm looking at the applicant's representative, Mr. Woods, and he's indicating, no, they are not the current owner. That sounds like they're the contract purchaser.
Right. So, but if we change the zoning, then they will likely become the current owner.
Correct.
Okay, and that makes the current owner, I don't know if the current owner is a developer or not, but so we have no way of knowing what the current owner might do with the property if this does not go through. I think it's I think this is similar to our discussion this morning, that zoning and land use should mean something, and there are times when there needs to be an exception made. I think there's one coming up this afternoon, but truth is, yeah, the applicant is saying instead of 95, I'll do 77, but it's what can be done now is 67. And if you look at that surrounding area, it's an agricultural area. There is, it's very rural. So, we'll hear from, I think, a couple of the residents in that area. But Matt Reinhardt, you speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, and just for clarification, because you mentioned, I think, one of these, this area was a former clay pit, you said?
Yes, sir. The approval for the business plan unit development allowed for it to be utilized for an excavation. The idea was it was going to be used as a clay pit for excavation.
Okay. And you said it's already permitted through the City of DeLand?
No, sir. What happens is when we get a project that's coming in, and if it's within somebody's utility area, we send it over to them as part of our technical review to ensure that we're doing something that's consistent with what they have available.
Okay. And the last question is, it may seem kind of silly. I thought I'd written down my previous notes that this area included a trail of some sort through it, or no? Or did I hear that wrong?
No, sir. I'm not
no
aware.
Trail? Okay. I'm sorry. I guess I included that on a different piece of property. That's all.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I need to bring some clarity. The chairman made a comment about the current zone, the current land entitlements, and how we got to that 95 units. His interpretation was a little bit different because of the different classifications, I think is what you said on the land.
In order to get to the 90-95, you would have to do, as the chair said, rezone the property to R4. Under the current existing zoning and land use, given that you have A2 requiring, 1 per 5, the R2 requiring their size, and the BPUD and the opportunity to amend that to incorporate those types of things, given the underlying land use on that, they could get upwards of 67 with those.
Okay.
But the lot sizes would be a different configuration rather than a uniformed size.
And under under the current land entitlements, to go to, let's say, keep it the way it is, right? And if someone wanted to do something with that property, and let's say, and develop it in this case, is there a different standard of development standards that we hold projects of this type, of this zoning, in this size lot, if that makes, do you understand? I'm kind of throwing not a hypothetical, but, you know, if I were to build,
What can you
design
do
this and
to
that.
have a varying lot configuration that's typically seen in planned unit developments for residential development, where they can go in there and have altering sizes, altering configurations of the lots to basically work within the natural confines that are dictating what should be in place. So therefore, perhaps larger lots around some of the wetland areas, some of their smaller lots towards the more active roads, more, you know, those types of things. So realistically, a PUD would give you greater flexibility, but it would also give the council the ability to negotiate how that follows through with their development. The R4 is a straight zoning, which means your minimum lot size, 75 feet in width, 100 feet in depth, 7,500 square foot lots minimum. They can go larger, but that's the minimum that you can design to. And then you would have to meet our road requirements, our stormwater requirements, environmental standards, et cetera.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Danny Robbins.
Clay, real quick, this may be a stupid question, but it's very direct. Is how did we get here? I hear that certain things, I think this is a very rural area, but I zoom out on it and I see subdivision 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 6 subdivisions with cookie cutter things. I understand it borders some land, and we probably have to zoom out a little bit more to give the full effect. But how did we get here? Because the biggest thing I'm looking for is consistency. And is this consistent with the areas? Now, I don't like cookie cutter homes. That's just my opinion. I don't live on one. But when we're hearing this stuff, it's hard for me. For instance, if say, and Don brought this up earlier, you know, his questions about the land. Hey, y'all created this thing, and now it's getting thrown out. Okay, are we taking? If precedent was set, which I mean, a blind man can see that it has, but okay, so precedent was set. Who are we to tell these folks no while we told everybody else yes? How is that right? And how is that consistent or not consistent with what we have in front of us?
All I can speak to is what's in the adopted comprehensive plan, specifically in the future land use element. We are required to have a future land use map which identifies land uses and gives intensities and densities of those different land use categories. That is basically a quote-unquote vision for the area. What you're seeing is this area is kind of a transitional aspect. About a mile to the northwest is the Sunrail area. That's our transit overlay district, just about a mile and a half to the northwest, maybe even less than a mile. So what you're seeing is this is an area that, yes, still has a considerable much of the rural area. As you can see on the property location map there, where we have the red representing the property. If you look to the west, that's where you see larger tracts of land. If you look towards the east, where that is DeLand has their water and sewer service area, that's where you start seeing R3, R4, and similar types of zoning. And you see the city of DeLand there. That's showing you where it is. So that's why you're seeing this kind of, it's on that front line of transitional area. And candidly, we have to work within the confines of what the future land use map has dictated to us. In this particular situation, it's been identified to a maximum of 4 dwelling units per acre, plus some other ancillary uses that could be allowed in there. The applicant is seeking residential. They are seeking to do so in a manner that is generally consistent with what you see to the east and to the northeast and to the relatively directly east. If you look at the property location map, that kind of gives you the idea of why staff looked at it, understood what was doing in regards to transitioning, and then looking at the criteria we have in place, staff that recommendation for approval.
Thank you, Clay. And this is just me speaking out loud and trying to gauge the council so I can help out, obviously, and gain consensus. But we speak about economic development, how we support it, support businesses, businesses bring jobs. My question is, where do we put them? Where do we put these people? We can't say that we want to bring businesses to town and then not have an area to put them. I'm just trying to wrap my head around some of this and find consistency and be as fair as possible. But that's all I have for now.
Thank you. Clay, how far did you say that was from Sunrail?
Approximately a mile northwest towards there. As you can see, unfortunately, this location map does not give you the full location in regards to that, but we measured it. It was, like I said, just right around a mile and a half.
Okay.
As the crow flies.
As the crow flies. I was going to add that. And it really doesn't, my point was going to be that we're developing all around Sunrail with multimodal transportation developments and to be consistent with the land use around Sunrail. I hope that doesn't mean we got to fly a mile and a half away, a lot further if you take the existing roads, and say we got to develop that whole area. I hear what some of the other members are saying about what's good for one, it's good for the other, and for me it comes down to a balance between economic development and quality of life. The way to get the very best businesses to move to Volusia County that we need for higher paying jobs is to really protect what makes Volusia County special and a beautiful place to live. Clean water, we hope, springs, universities. We have so much to offer here. And when I look at this area, it kind of goes to what I said this morning. There's some areas that just shouldn't be developed. That's not up to me. If the property owner here says, I'm going to use my existing development rights, then they have every right to do that. But what we're being asked to do is change zoning, and we're not required to do that. And we do say that all this development going on, somebody already said this morning, we all ran, including me when I ran, on responsible growth. And yet we say, well, we're not improving the development. That's happening in the cities. Second time today it's happening, it's on our desk. And we get to say, is it going or not? So we can't use that argument. I believe the public's clamoring for a moratorium. We don't need a moratorium. We need a council that will follow through with responsible growth. And if I can't speak for the rest of you, if you may honestly think this is responsible growth, and I won't argue with you about that or judge you for it. For me, it's I think we need a pause and slow down and look at development. We're working on land use. We're working through NRAC on a lot of things that affect the way that we grow. They're looking at low impact development. I think we ought to get those in place before we continue to approve the developments that we can approve, that we do have a say on when it comes before the county council. I think that's consistent with our county charter. It's section 202.4, minimum standards for environmental protection. I think that we see enough evidence of water pollution.
Mr. Chairman, point of order, please. Point of order.
What is your point?
It seems like we're moving into debate before we hear from the applicant, and I would like to either hear from the applicant or open the motion and get a second and then open debate. It sounds like we're at least a couple of us are done asking the staff questions. I don't want the debate to go on forever and then open the motion and spend another 45 minutes here.
Okay, your point is not well taken, but I'll wrap it up, because everybody has been debating a bit, giving their opinion.
Everybody's been asking questions, sir.
Okay, and I asked some questions as well. We have the applicant to speak, and then we have the public that would like to speak, and I'll reserve the rest of my comments till after that. Troy and David Santiago.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, so really quickly, just because Mr. Robbins brought it up, and I didn't know the answer. It was a fair question. It was like, where do we expect these people to live? And I don't know. I just Googled how many homes are for sale in Volusia County, and just answer it for you. What I see here, Rocket Homes says there's 2,007. Realtor.com says there's 6,187. Movoto says there's 5,804. And Zillow says 4,468. So I just tell that to the council because it looks like there's a lot of homes and thousands that are available for sale in Volusia County. And then my only other comment, because the chairman said it, and I'll just say, you mentioned that the community, I believe what you said is clamoring for or asking for a moratorium. And I just have to say publicly, I have had no constituent of mine ask me for a moratorium. That hasn't happened. So I just wanted to get that on the record. Thanks.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question for staff. So I want to clarify, if you can correct me, our future land use map is a guide somewhat, right, to tell the public what we foresee growth in our county. Is that accurate?
Well, there's two roles it has. One, it does provide the vision and kind of, I've heard it use the blueprint for the future. The second thing is that it is the primary legal document in regards to debates in regards to what can and can't be done. So if there's something that's inconsistent with the comprehensive plan in our zoning regulations, land development regulations, the comprehensive plan trumps those. So I just want to make sure in the pecking order of which one takes lead, the comp plan, future land use map would be the document that would prevail over the zoning and land development regs.
So as a follow-up to that, is this request consistent with our comp plan for that property?
Yes, sir. And let me explain, this is part of the Growth Management Act that came way back in 1985. And I'm sad to say that's when I graduated from college. But back then, there was a requirement that you had to have a consistency matrix contained in your future land use element. And that's one of the things that we have. And so on page 25 of 169, that's where we list out the urban low intensity land use and the zoning that's applicable. So it ranges from everything from R1 to PUD to MH4 to a variety of different other ones. There's approximately, I would say, 16 different zoning categories that have been deemed consistent with that land use category.
Right. So if my understanding is correct, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, is that the request here is to apply the future land use category that we have advertised, and staff took that request and applied our policies, and I think you used the word the legal process, to come to your staff recommendation, and we're here to apply our policy to that. Is that correct?
Correct. Let me kind of clarify, and this is something that is very specific. You don't have to pick a zoning category that is consistent with it and say you have the right to that. It's one of many that are available to you. If you feel that an R4 zoning is not appropriate there, you can look at the other that are available and say perhaps you need to look at something, say an R2, which requires a 12,000 square foot lot, or R3, which requires a 10,000 square foot lot. So it's not that you are locked into one-to-one. There are some land use categories that do have that, but in the urban low intensity, you have these variety of different zoning categories that are available to you as the policymakers and the ultimate interpreters of our comprehensive plan to make the determination if you feel that the R4 is appropriate. If you don't feel it's appropriate, the applicant has every right to come and look at the other zoning categories that could be available to them based on your determination here today.
And as a follow-up, because of your comment, is there another category within our zoning categories that could effectively put us at that 70 unit for application for the entire property?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
Could be a PUD. I don't know the specifics of the site, so I don't know if some of the other straight zoning such as R2 or R3 could be configured on there to get to them 70 lots, but that could be feasible.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The big issue there is, again, just the minimum lot size and the availability.
Sure.
This is similar to a discussion we've had previously, because even though you look at R4 and the theory is 4 units per acre, the reality is once you factor in all of the other elements that have to go into the development, you seldom get to the 4 units per acre because you have roads, open space, and stormwater. Okay?
Don't see any other questions, so Mr. Woods for the applicant.
Absolutely. Good afternoon. For the record, Michael Woods with Cobb Coal, 231 North Woodland Boulevard, here today to discuss this rezoning. I'll touch upon the various questions you've raised. I think if I can, and you'll indulge me, I want to walk you through why we decided for this layout, this pattern, why we're going through with a straight zoning instead of a PUD, and then our interpretation of the consistency with the surrounding property areas and getting to the question of why do we think that these 75-foot wide lots are appropriate here today. There are times and there are occasions where a PUD is necessary or required, and we've used those in other situations. But what we heard kind of at the tail end of the last kind of election cycle was, that negotiation process led to huge amounts of kind of discussion. And again, there are some locations where you're required to have a PUD. This one isn't that. We have, first and foremost, the underlying land use, and that's that ULI, the urban low intensity. That allows up to 4 units an acre. Nobody presumes that we're going to be able to get that yield in any way, shape, or form. It doesn't work out in the unincorporated area. It doesn't work out in the city of DeLand. And because of the reason why that is because there's other criteria with your subdivision standards that you just are not able to maximize that. One of the reasons why we didn't go with a PUD is because when we bring PUDs forward, we sometimes get criticized for shrinking down the lots to maximize that residential density. That gets us up maybe from, instead of 2.5, which is where we're going to end up here, nudging us closer to 2.8 or 3.1, 3.2. But very rarely, at least in the DeLand area, are you getting above and beyond that. So what we brought before you with this layout was a project that was high and dry. We're not dealing with wetlands. There is a borrow pit on there, and I'll kind of clarify. I have my engineer here to discuss kind of that's classification. But this is a pasture for the most part, and it's going to be seen as something that people have enjoyed riding their bikes by, and it's a good visual pasture. But it's also high and dry, and it has connectivity to 3 roads, or 3 different rights of way as we come forward. With our intention is to run a road from Beresford south through the spine of the property and out to Ridgewood. Interconnectivity is a very important element for your traffic design and for your transportation department here at the county. We'll also have a single access on Fascio Road rather than what your development pattern has right now. And we'll talk a little bit about that with the multiple homes on Fascio backing into the roadway. All of that is to address the traffic kind of inserting the project into the network. And before I move too far on that, I want to touch on base with the PLDRC discussion. And we did have a 3-3 tie. You have the minutes in your staff report, and where the comment and concern came from, as expressed by the planning board, was too much traffic and then concerns about flooding. Now, to the too much traffic, their staff report, I don't think, included the traffic impact analysis that was required and submitted, reviewed, and approved by your county staff. It was an oversight but we were able to address it. That staff report, which is the competent substantial evidence on the record with respect to traffic, says that this project as proposed can move forward, no problems, no issues to the traffic network. That's the competent substantial evidence on the record supporting that with respect to traffic. With respect to flooding and storm, we know that there, in other areas of the DeLand area, there are some pressing matters dealing with that. There's a lot of discussion about that. That isn't present here at all. There was no evidence on the record at the planning board of any issues regarding stormwater, overflow, flooding in this area. Where we did have the conversation at the time was talking about the development pattern around here. And we'll talk a little bit about why we went with 75-foot wide lots. But I want to point out that in addition to some of your larger acreage, where you have, maybe 5+ or 10 acres, where there's a more true agricultural use, you have plenty of projects, including to our southeast, of 1.5, 2 acre lots that were created with the county's unrecorded subdivision process. Now, what that did was allow you to come in and not put any infrastructure in place, and that's fine. County supported that process. I'm not challenging anybody's ability to have done that. But you only could do the unrecorded subdivision process if you promise not to make new roads, new infrastructure, new stormwater. And the reason why you have those 2.5 acre lots is because those lots are their stormwater. You have an elevated building pad typically, and then the backyards at peak flood areas or heavy storm, that's where that water comes through. Similarly, on the other subdivisions that I'm going to point out to you that have the same size lots as we do, the 75 feet, and I'll just say that right now, that's to the immediately to the east of us along Beresford. That's the Oak Hill subdivision. Now, some of these are old platted subdivisions. So Oak Hill was platted in 1956, and the lots and the parcels adjacent to that thereafter. Their density, as platted for Oak Hill anyway, was probably closer to 2.6 units an acre. But what those subdivisions don't have, and there are 75-foot wide lots, there is no central stormwater. There are no sidewalks. There is no landscape buffer. There is all the amenities that are required by your code provisions. So coming back to why we're coming through with straight zoning, we didn't want to get dinged for coming in and incorporating the BPUD, right? That's a borrow pit. It's going to be our stormwater receptacle. We're not going to take that in and scrape that in for additional density or intensity. It counts towards our overall acreage, but we're still going to be constrained to lots that have to be at a minimum of 75 feet wide. We thought that that was going to be something that would be well received by the community and by the elected officials, because so much of our conversation has been dealing with 35s, 40s, 45s, and 50s. And knowing that this is a bit of a transitional area, that 75 feet seemed more reasonable. We're also bringing in that A3 zoning, yes, the A3 zoning down in our corner because of our roadway is coming through and connecting over onto Ridgewood. Again, for a more consistent traditional subdivision project. All that being said, yes, there is some R2 zoning on the majority of the property now. And so to the point of should this be developed at all or not, well, the R2 is there. Now that's slightly larger. It's 100-foot wide lots. But we thought if we were going through the process and we have to go through the rezoning to include the BPUD, because that BPUD was meant for excavation or fill. Very interesting kind of history on that project. But the clay borrow pit itself is many, many years ago, and then there was an entitlement that never was really put to use. So if we were going through the rezoning process, we were going to right-size it for what the area provides for. And what you do have is directly to the north, that's an R3 zoning category. That's a Bob Fitzsimmons project from about 15 years ago. And that's at, I think, 85-foot wide lots. Immediately to our east are 75-foot wide lots with access directly on fascio, missing all the other accoutrements that you now require for the subdivisions. And there's some additional R4 down to the southeast as well. We thought that we were coming in with a reasonable request, and that's what was driving it. Now, this point of what the maximum yield is, and part of that is the ULI, 4 units an acre. We have no ability to get that. But even with our conceptual drawing, that 71 lots is the max where we're able to get through. And the reason why we're asking for that 75-foot wide lot size is as we come forward and we come across, whether it's if there are wetlands on place to mitigate against, or if there are historic trees in that southwestern corner, we're going to be compliant with your requirements for that. And so if there's a tree that's going to kill us and we have 100-foot wide lots that kills an entire lot, At a smaller lot, we can kind of shift and pivot things along. But we are, with our layout, that 71 lots is like our maximum yield. We don't see that 90 acres, that may include maybe an assumption that you're filling in the retention area, the BPUD, but that is not our intention whatsoever. So going back then to discuss a little bit about the PLDRC and kind of the threshold of what we're having to provide. We know we don't have an entitlement to the full ULI. That's correct. But we are able to come forward with our rezoning request, and your staff report shows that we have our traffic capacity, we have an environmental assessment. Since that issue has been brought up about the stormwater, that's typically a site plan issue, but my engineer is here. He'll fill you in on that when I'm done here. Has all the record and information on there to support the request. Now, it's true, you don't have to absolutely approve every rezoning that comes before you. But once we meet our burden, and your staff report says that we do, because we are compliant with the existing land use, and we are consistent, there's no issues or deficiencies with traffic or infrastructure. You now have to show that the refusal to rezone is not arbitrary, discriminatory, or unreasonable. And I don't think anyone here is thinking that there's going to be a discriminatory issue here, but I would ask you to focus in on the arbitrary nature of it. And that's, again, why we came in with the 75 feet. We know that 75 feet is acceptable for this area because it's been there since 1956. We didn't think we'd be having to have the conversation to justify that size because it's been there even in a lesser capacity without, again, the bells and whistles that we provide for that period of time. You've had different development patterns since then, again, those unrecorded subdivisions, but the county, I don't think, encourages that building process or that building pattern today. What they want to see, and this gets to protecting our runoff, protecting our water supply, is those subdivisions and the platted subdivision to come in with central water, central sewer from an environmental standpoint. And again, at the density we're coming in at about 2.5, 2.6 units an acre, well within the scope and allowability for the ULI and consistent with what's adjacent before you. And again, I'll bring up my stormwater engineer, but from a traffic standpoint, there is no issue with that. Your staff report and the materials submitted provide that the traffic meets all requirements. There is no issue with the stormwater, no concerns on the record, and our stormwater engineer will discuss how we plan to design for this. And is it inconsistent with the surrounding area? No, because we have examples not just directly to the east of us, but even to the southeast as well, where there is that R4. And I think it's there is some illumination there if you zoom out and see kind of the larger area. Yes, this is kind of the outskirts, and this is a transitional area, but this is not a situation where we are leapfrogging over development to establish, say, a beachhead of new subdivisions. And again, to reiterate, at 75 foot wide, we made this application back in April of last year. There was no way that we thought that would be a controversial request. We thought that was well within the realm of acceptability for the yield. It is, to the question from Mr. Robbins, it is close to DeLand, but we are not contiguous. We are within that 2050 plan. We are serviced by their utilities, and we, in fact, part of the reason why we're kind of moving with the speed that we're moving with is the city is relying on us, should we get approved and can close, for an additional pump station to service their water services, and we are planning to incorporate that into our site plan. Again, my engineer will discuss that a little bit. And again, the concern that you have, Mr. Kent, about this maximum yield, I get where you're coming from. I hope you understand we came in with a straight zoning to avoid that concern. We thought we were doing the right thing by coming in and effectively putting ourselves kind of, I don't want to say handcuffs, but we're agreeing, we're bound to what that straight zoning requires. And that's hasn't been, I don't think, typical for the last couple of years, but kind of knowing how things are evolving, that's why we feel that straight zoning process takes away the uncertainty. We're going to be treated with the same fairness and equity as any other project that's going through there, having to meet the same requirements for buffering, landscaping, all that. So if you have any specific questions for me, I'm happy to answer them, but I would like to bring up my engineer just to outline what our plans are with the stormwater.
But before you do that, I think Mr. Kent has a question for you.
Mr. Woods, nice to see you again. In a past life, I have approved 75-foot lots before, but I just wanted to make sure I heard you correctly. You all landed on 75-foot lots. I think you said on the one road across the street on the east, I think you said, or was they were 75-foot lots right now?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
And did I hear you correctly? You said you didn't want to go 35, 40, 45, 50?
well, so the discussion and a lot of the development projects, say in the last 2 years to 18 months, had been smaller lot subdivision projects coming forward using that PUD process. That was what was leading to, in multiple jurisdictions, late night hearings, a lot of discussion, a lot of concern.
Right.
You know, the PUD is a really good tool, and there are some times where it works real well and gives you the ability to address, you know, specific site concerns and constraints. And we discussed a couple of different options with this,
Right.
In part because of the borrow pit. And the borrow pit having its own PUD. Do we expand that, convert it to a residential? But we felt that in light of kind of the environment back when we were submitting, we thought we were doing the right thing by saying, no, we're going to live within the means of our straight zoning with that 75 feet. You're not going to have smaller lots. They can be larger.
Right.
And we even talked about trying to effectuate a transition, but that became kind of difficult to implement. And then the conversation was, okay, if we have a tree impact and we're dealing with the larger lots on the south, which is where you'd potentially put those, was that going to constrain or limit us versus with the 75 feet? Then when we go to your tree mitigation with staff, they're going to be like, look, you have 75-foot wide lots, make it work.
Right.
You don't need to lose this tree. You know?
Are you familiar with lots in Volusia County that are 35 feet wide?
So
40 feet wide?
that came in more with like multifamily kind of townhouse subdivision, and there was a lot of discussion about that. What I've seen, there is a project, I think Lincoln Oaks and DeLand, their smallest was like 28 feet, but that's not the norm. That's very much the exception. But what you did end up having, there's a 45-foot wide project on Ridgewood and Euclid in the county right now. That's a little bit closer to the Sunrail station, but not within that overlay district. And then you have some push for, like, you'll see for us in another project, 50 and 60-foot wide lots. But the idea is just making sure that we're standing. The straight zoning we thought was going to be received as a more clear, concise, not a bargaining kind of thing, just a clear and concise, okay, we know what you need to go do. Now go forth and design your site plan to meet that accordingly. Don't come back to us with variances and whatnot.
Thank you.
Quick question for you, Michael.
Yes, sir.
You're familiar with the traffic study?
I have my traffic engineer here to answer any specific questions you may have.
Okay. We'll let him go.
Okay.
Your engineer here go first.
Hello, for the record, I'm Sean Fortier with KCG Engineering, 1700 North Orange Avenue in Orlando, but I mostly work over here. So I'm here to answer stormwater questions, and I think more importantly, what's unique about the site, because I know that this is a straight zoning project, and as you guys have said that, our design may not, you're not approving our design per se. I can tell you I've already engineered it, preliminary stormwater, and I can tell you, I guess, two big picture things. What are the requirements based on our unique circumstances, and what are our unique circumstances? So this project is part of a closed basin. Bigger picture, there's some areas just to the west that are open basin, meaning it gets to the St. Johns River. Where we're at, there is a depression. It's the existing borrow pit currently. And most of the basin around it does flow to that depression. The county's requirement is to hold the 100-year, 24-hour storm, and then you got to recover that within 14 days after the storm. To put in perspective, that's about an 11-inch storm. Ian was that was a crazy 500-year storm, and some places got 15 inches, some places got 17. It was all over the place. But you have to recover that within 14 days, and that's where, when you have a pit this big and this deep, because it is the lowest spot in the entire area, which that's one of the unique attributes of this, is that if anything's going to be flooded, it's going to be the subdivision itself, and I don't want the subdivision to flood. The water has no place to go beyond this subdivision, so it's not trickling down to another neighbor or anything like that. We are the bottom of the hole. In fact, the bottom of that borrow pit's right around elevation 10, surrounding areas in the 40s and 50s. So it's a pretty deep hole there. But if you can't recover it within 14 days, then you do a second storm, and that's what I was doing. Without even doing recovery, I want to make sure that borrow pit can hold 2 consecutive 100-year storm events without recovery, just so, you know, you guys talk about making the right decisions to sleep at night. Well, stormwater is the main thing I need to sleep at night. So, and one other unique thing about that pit is it is old. You know, there's some substantial trees all around the banks, and it's pretty steep, and there's, you know, oak trees all around it. And if we can maintain that, which is the goal, then we get to have kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We have our stormwater, and we have some tree preservation around this thing as well. And it doesn't look like your typical square. I mean, it is square if you look at the shape of it, but you can't see it because there's so many trees. So, you know, you talked about big ugly retention ponds, and I hope that this isn't one of them. So yeah, so that I just want to give that stormwater analysis that I've done on this project, so it's less of a concern, hopefully. And obviously, I'm here to answer any other questions. He mentioned the pump station, which was one of the reasons that we want to see if we can make this happen soon, because we can't give that pump station to the city if, you know, we don't have control over it, we being the developer team. The city came to us saying that they have a grant from St. John's to improve a line that runs down Beresford, and they needed a place for a pump station. We were going to allow that because we do have extra space on our layout to accommodate a small track for their booster pump, and their timing for that grant is coming up really quick. So that's another reason we don't want to delay too much. Yeah, and so you mentioned LID as well, and you know, I'd love to be in those conversations to some degree. You know, LID wants to perk the water in the ground and also clean the water. In our case, we do contain all of our water, so it's all going in the ground. So, you know, trying to clean the water before it goes downstream, you know, we have no water going downstream. With that being said, preserving the existing depression is a good feature as well, because you do have the natural vegetation all around this thing, which does have a nutrient uptake, which is the phosphorus, nitrogen, the things we're trying to remove from our streams. Talking quick, let's see. So, and you know, they mentioned the number of lots, and I tried to obviously maximize the lots for developer. That's what I do, these layouts for them, and maintaining that pond, that borrow pit, and making sure it holds 2 storm events really does push it down to the 69 to 70 lot range. It's, you know, unless you fill that in, but then, like I said, I won't be able to sleep at night trying to fill that pond, and I'd rather keep it as is. And you know, one last point, rainfall. You know, you don't change rainfall with the development. What changes is the balance between runoff and infiltration. You know, if you have big acreage farms or whatever it may be, agriculture, you have less impervious, so a lot of it infiltrates in the ground right there, and then some of it still runs off, and then when you develop it, you have runoff more so. In our case, in the existing condition, yes, we have some infiltration right where it sits, and then we have runoff going to the hole, which then infiltrates. So in the existing condition, we're 100% infiltration of the entire rainfall. And the post-development, we're going to be the same thing. So it's all going to groundwater, whether it runs off or direct infiltration. So anyway, that's my stormwater lecture for the day.
We have a question for you from Don Dempsey.
Yeah, not so much for you, sir, but Mr. Woods, your attorney. I notice you guys have your court reporter here, Shauna, who I know she's not here just observing, she's actually writing everything down. Typically, when somebody brings a court reporter, it's for purposes of appealing a decision that maybe you're not happy with. So we've been advised by Paulo, our legal counsel, that we have full discretion. And if would you agree with that, or are you saying that we're more, well, okay, I don't mean to put words in your mouth, Paulo, and please follow up. I'm just, you know, because we're now for the second time today sitting quasi-judicial, I'm just trying to make sure that I know what road I'm supposed to stay on. So do you believe that we're constrained by some standard that you may be able to appeal if we go astray?
Yeah, and I don't want you to take the court reporter's presence as anything other than it's a new counsel, have no idea how conversation goes, right, and that discussion. I think the distinction that we typically are very clear about is you have greater discretion when you're dealing with a land use amendment versus, you know, policy, legislative versus the quasi-judicial. So you are not completely, same with being bound, you are not completely bound to necessarily our request. There are, as Clay laid out, there are a couple of different options there. But should you decline our request, if it is determined either by you, and I think your staff report shows that we do, but ultimately the prior fact decides, if we meet that first threshold and say, look, we've demonstrated that what we're requesting is consistent with the comprehensive plan and compatible and compliant, right? Like that's our first threshold question. It then shifts to you. Now, it's not a huge burden for you, but if you choose to say no, you got to make sure that it's not an arbitrary, unreasonable, or discriminatory purpose. So, for instance, we could come in and we're doing a multifamily project that's affordable housing. Right? That's a big no-no because you get in the Fair Housing Act and everything else like that. You can't discriminate against. Or if there was a temple or a religious, that's typically where the discriminatory comes in. The unreasonable would probably be a situation like if we were fully surrounded by a zoning category and we're asking for the same thing and said no. That's usually more of a spite. There's usually a situation where there's something personal going on. Not a whole lot of examples of when that has happened, and certainly I don't think the case is here. The question here is, having established what we're asking for fits in with, and doesn't have to be perfectly shoulder to shoulder with all the adjacent properties and uses, but fits within not only the ULI, but the existing development pattern that we are coming into. And I would submit to you that the presence of those 75-foot wide lots directly across the street from us in multiple locations indicates that if you don't like what we're proposing and you need to deny it on something other than a truthy feeling. And what I've tried to do my best is to establish on the record what we heard at the planning board. Traffic is a concern. No, it's not. We have the evidence, the competent substantial evidence says that that is not a concern, that is not a problem. Stormwater was brought up from flooding. We just had evidence from a licensed engineer talk about the current conditions on this site and that that's not going to be an issue. So what that basis is has to be stated on the record. So that's how I see, it's not carte blanche. And it doesn't completely preclude you, but it's a harder standard for you now than would it be for a land use amendment.
Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know if Paulo has anything to contra that with, or?
And Michael Dyer does as well.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
That's
well,
okay. Go ahead, I'll let
That
Paula go first.
conversation is, it's I don't say identical, but very similar to what I kind of stated was the ground rules for rezoning. So we're in agreement in terms of when you examine a rezoning, it's based on competent substantial evidence that is presented. So it can't be speculative. The first test isn't consistent with the comprehensive plan. The second is, does it meet the procedural requirements of the Land Development Code? I described and that is the applicant's burden to prove, which I think we're on the same ground. So if he does that, if he provides competent substantial evidence, there is a burden shift. And Mike Woods described it as you can't be unreasonable, arbitrary, discriminatory. I previously said you can deny it if there is a legitimate public purpose to keep the original zoning, or you can deny it on that. It's kind of saying basically the same thing. Don't be unreasonable, don't be arbitrary, don't be discriminatory. The case law for these land uses is in a case called the Board of County Commissioners v. Snyder, where they kind of provided examples of what a legitimate public purpose to deny the proposed zoning and keep the original zoning. So is it spot zoning? Does it produce an incompatibility or deviation from the order pattern of development? Does it have a significant adverse impact on the property values of the surrounding neighborhood? Does it, detract from the quality and character of the neighborhood? Does it produce excessive noise, that kind of thing? So those are reasons where you can deny a rezoning, a straight rezoning, and not be arbitrary, not be capricious, not be discriminatory.
So if the denial, and hopefully you two are in agreement with this, if the denial is based on just the general consensus is we don't like overdevelopment, we're tired of all this development, we want to limit it more.
That's more of a policy decision. That's not a competent substantial evidence type decision, because your decision for this, you are applying policy.
Okay.
So
So would we be out of bounds
Yes.
to
For that,
deny it based on that reason alone, just because people don't want more development in the
yes,
area?
a general sentiment of there's too much development, too much growth, is not by itself competent substantial evidence for a rezoning provision. That's more of your policy making, your comprehensive plan about how you set those growth boundaries and ultimately in your land development code, as in how you address, the development pattern and the impacts of those development. Those are your policy type questions and answers, rather than when you're at a rezoning, you are applying your existing policy to this particular land.
So in your meetings, you're generally going to see probably your two most popular land use items are going to be people coming in applying for a change to your comprehensive land use plan or comp plan or rezoning. A large-scale comprehensive plan amendment, a large area meets a certain size by statute, that's a legislative decision. So if you are concerned about residential development in a more rural area and you just don't think that fits kind of the future, what you see for that area, that's a valid policy decision for this council. What you have here, though, is a rezoning request. Rezoning is a lower level decision from your comprehensive land use plan. So they have a comprehensive land use designation that's consistent with the zoning they're asking for here. Now, because this is a lower level decision, I don't mean not important, just lower level, it's quasi-judicial. So starting on 6-9 of your staff report, you got the 9, prior council has established 9 criteria for a rezoning request. It is the burden of the applicant to come in and show by substantial evidence they have satisfied that. So when Mr. Wood said earlier, well, once I show that and I have my experts and so on, the burden shifts to anyone opposing the project or someone seeking to deny it to show evidence I have not met one of these 9. And I'm putting words in your mouth. So you're in the middle of the public hearing now. You might have folks that come and speak, maybe provide competent, substantial evidence that the criteria are not met. And we can talk about that if you have a question. But when Paulo had referred to if it's a policy or legislative decision on a comp plan amendment, it's really largely you're acting in a discretionary capacity. In this capacity, you're not.
Thank you.
I just reserve any time if I have to answer any other questions from the, brought up from the public. Happy to do that. Thank you for your time.
I have a couple questions for your engineer.
All right.
The borrow pit, how deep is it?
It's about 30 to 40 feet deep, depending on which side you're on, because our land varies quite a bit. So at its deepest point, it's at elevation 10. At our, I guess I'd say least high point, we're around elevation 35, or 40, I'm sorry. So we're about 30 feet deep at its shallowest. But as you wrap around the property, we get up in the 50s and 60s. So at that point, you're 50 feet deep. So it's pretty substantial.
Okay. How wide is it?
I don't have that measurement. I can measure it.
Is there water in it now?
There wasn't when they did the geotech borings. I suspect there is today because a lot of the, it's a clay pit, so there's clay down there. So it takes a while to perk down. That's why I would hold the 2 storms, not just one. You do get percolation through the side slopes, it goes in that way, but going straight down is not an option when the bottom's at elevation 10. I mean, you're close to the elevation of the St. Johns River already, so I'm sure there's some water in it still today, because when I looked at historic aerials from 2005 and 2009, there was water in it, and then it's dry for all the other years. So being that we just had a big storm event, there's likely water in it. But we did the preliminary borings. We are doing more borings. I want to get deeper so I can see where that confining layer is, and we're doing more borings around the site after this, obviously, before we do final engineering.
Okay, let me ask you, first I'll tell you why I'm concerned. I've had 2 concerns now. I think I just heard from the attorneys that if we think that it could be detrimental to the area, that doesn't matter. We still can't vote against it, which makes me question our presence here, our need to be here. Here's my concern with what I just met with the engineer, 2 engineers from the City of DeLand, the developer, and some homeowners at another location. that was approved with competent science to make sure that every drop of water stays on the property. He used the engineer who I liked a lot, used the same, said the same thing that you just said, this keeps me up at night. And so he designed redundancy into the project. But the neighbors were flooded anyway. There was supposed to be no water leaving that property. We're all standing there looking at two neighbors whose front yards are completely underwater, had never been underwater before.
Right.
They have retention ponds, a bunch of them, because of redundancy and because it keeps them up at night, and he didn't want to flood the neighbors. And they watched the water go from retention pond to retention pond, and their properties were basically the last retention pond. And so when we talk about competent and substantial evidence, my question is what we're seeing happening, I'm looking at the attorney too, is what we're seeing happening with really well-engineered projects that aren't keeping the water on their property. It's because if you're building on all of this land and taking away the permeable surfaces and making them impermeable, that water is going to go into you actually have several retention ponds on there. And what we're seeing through evidence, it's competent evidence, we can see it, is the water in those retention ponds, it moves laterally as well, and it goes to neighbors' properties and floods them out and interferes with their private property rights. So I don't doubt you at all when you say this keeps me up at night and I've planned redundancy into this. Why is that happening? Why do I keep hearing that, and yet I see development after development flooding the existing neighborhoods around them, and then they're told, well, you didn't build with good stormwater.
Right.
Well, you build at grade. And so we're kind of blaming it on them. And
Yeah, I'd like to try to answer that. So,
thanks. I know it's loaded, there's a lot there, but
it is something that, I was here through all the hurricanes and was witnessing it, and I want to figure it out myself to make sure we don't get in these situations. I'd rather not have a discussion with a neighbor if I don't have to. But real quick, on this particular project, we are that neighbor that's at the bottom of the hole. The county has a great LiDAR system that covers the entire county, which that's basically its topography of the whole county. And there's nothing lower than us anywhere. So if this water migrates, it's migrating underneath them to get to the St. Johns River. There's not another depression between us and them it's going to hit. So we are the deepest point in a pretty substantial area. When you start getting to the east side of the city where you have the hills and you have depressions everywhere, we are seeing that migration, and that's where, to prevent that, my only thing I've thought of through the years is, and the geotech kind of reinforces, you don't want to move your point of recharge. So if your existing site is closed basin, you have depressions throughout, if you shift that water to another side of your site, underground you don't know what's happening, and that water is going to end up in someone else's low point, if you follow me. So when you have these depressions throughout your site, you want to try to maintain the basin size to that particular depression so that anyone downstream is not getting any more water than they would have in the pre-development condition. And that's the thing I've been seeing, is that the water is going underground to these locations because there's no, I'm looking at some of your other projects that I didn't engineer and just trying to figure out what's going on with them so I don't make those mistakes. And the water's not directly running off. It's actually going to the retention pond and it's bubbling up from the ground up, and it sit longer. I think there's maybe some other contributing factors there, but it's the ground up, it's not runoff. And that's the part that because you can make your pond as big as you want, but if it's all going into the ground, it's going into the ground and coming up. And it's doing that in the existing condition as well. So that's where my point recharge, you want to try to maintain that to where it is in the current condition. So if you have a site with a ton of depressions, you probably want to figure out how much water went to each of those depressions and try to put your ponds in a similar location, and don't put more base into that depression than what was going there in the pre-development condition. Fortunately, this is a small site. There's just one giant hole, and we have our entire site pretty much goes to that hole in the existing condition, along with some perimeter properties go to that hole. So when I did my basin study, I was including those acreages, which was about double the project size. So if we have 28 acres of project, I probably have about 50 acres of basin going into that hole that I'm modeling doing the 2 storm events, just, again, to be redundant, but we are the bottom of the hole. So it's not, I could make this pond as big as I want, which it is a substantial size hole anyway, and it's not going to end up in someone else's property because it has no other place to go.
And it doesn't have any other place to go, you said?
Correct, because we are the bottom of a hole. So I need to make sure I get that offsite basins right, because if it's bigger than I thought, that could be a problem. But that's where your county LiDAR is very valuable.
Right.
So,
You said you were the highest point in the neighborhood, this property.
we're not most of the property's high and dry is what they said, but our depression is the lowest point in
Right.
the
I
entire
heard that.
area.
I thought
Yeah.
Mr. Wood said this property is the highest in around there. And that's what we're seeing around the county, is it will either create with fill dirt or build on a high property. The retention ponds are built, and before I said laterally, what I meant to say was the water is traveling horizontally.
Right.
So you can actually see it.
Right.
And then ending up on properties that are lower. This is the deepest hole, you said, but is it not going to fill up when you build all the houses here?
It won't fill it more than it already is, because the water, whether it's running off into that hole or going into the groundwater, it's still going to end up in the bottom of that hole. Just like some of these rural properties you're seeing, the water's coming from the ground up. So the water gets there one way or another, whether it's through the groundwater or surface water. And one other point that you just remind me of that I think is relevant is, since we do have this hole, we don't have a borrow pit, we don't have a pond to dig per se, so we're not going to be able to generate dirt, so we're not going to be raising the lots up. And when we did the geotech, the groundwater was very low throughout the whole project, so we're going to be cutting the roads and not filling the lots up, if you follow me on that. So hopefully we don't somehow raise the groundwater. So.
Didn't I see other retention ponds in the pictures you showed me yesterday? No?
That might have been for the other project, I believe.
The only one here is the borrow pit?
That is correct. Do we have anything up on Beresford? Or that might have been the pump station area potentially, but the other point I do want to touch base, because I think Sean made a good answer. Being cognizant of what's going on off-site with that other location with one site in particular where you probably had your meeting, that in and alone shows that there is a water issue there, but we don't have the understanding or knowledge of what is causing that. And I think it's a double-edged sword for you, because you have multiple projects that were designed and stayed and functioned even during the hurricane system that worked well for the most part. Your older subdivisions that didn't have the modern stormwater systems, they struggled. And you do have instances of a couple, including the one I think everyone's focusing on, of, hey, they said this should be great, it didn't work. They don't know why. And they're going to have a lot of conversation and debate about, there's going to be a lot of that, and there's going to be a lot of conversation. But that in of itself does not impeach the validity of the process and methodology that both the county and the Water Management District requires. And that's what this is being designed towards, and that's the benchmark that we're going to be hitting. And if we come to find out, that our storm systems are going to be more likely 500-year storm events every 2 years, well then, as a policy level, you guys will adopt a different change, because how you calculate this is in your comp plan policy, and you would change that to accommodate that accordingly, presumably with some provisions for retroactively refitting the projects that have already been done. The one thing that, when we talk about the stormwater issue that is sometimes forgotten, is as we adopt the new standards, we do not force the other subdivisions to retroactively bring themselves up to the current standards. For instance, to take that subdivision to our east that has the 75-foot wide lots and no stormwater, which home gets taken to become the retention pond? We don't do that. Well, all we do is work forward prospectively with the current sites to do better and better what we learn from. And I'm sure we will learn new things coming out of this last storm, just as we learned our hurricane standards in 2004, and all of a sudden our roofs became a whole lot more secure. You're going to learn something from that. But what we have right now is designed and meets the requirements of your traditional stormwater demands.
Okay, we have two other council members that have questions for you. I want to just pick up on one thing you said there, maybe, because that's my struggle. You said here, there's other developments, everything was done right, and it didn't work, and they don't know why. Then, to me, that's reasonable and competent evidence that it's, I can sit up here and say, I don't like this because we don't have reasonable and competent evidence. The evidence is being disproved as we see.
But it's not.
Developments go, you just said you saw that, we see
No,
flooding in
we-
other areas and
so there's
nobody
flooding in
knows
other
why.
areas, but we don't know that that's because the standards that are required of every project in Volusia County are insufficient. Or it could be something as simple as there is a clay layer that the geotech didn't find at the other location that caused an issue. And there's a whole other conversation, the planning board chair really talked about the hydrology, which is something I had not heard about. But again, that's not a situation that's coming here dealing with the pumping. For there to be that common substantial evidence that I think you're looking for would have to be somebody as a certified engineer that can specifically say, these requirements are a failure and therefore you should not approve it for any project anywhere whatsoever. That is not on the record. That is, no one's coming anywhere near that conversation right now. They are trying to find out on a specific site how and what happened. And we will learn from that, but there is no clear path that this necessarily necessitates that.
Troy Kent.
Thank you, and I don't have any questions for you. It was more of a clarification after the chairman said something earlier, and I should have written down exactly what you said, Chairman Brower, because I think you and I heard things very differently. And it was Paulo who, I thought what I heard you say was that this could be denied if we felt it detracted from the quality of the neighborhood. Is that what you said?
So you can deny if there's evidence that, if there is evidence that keeping the original zoning serves a legitimate public purpose. And so I listed the types of examples where, there was evidence that a court found where that sustained a denial from the board.
Right.
So,
And I just say that because, Mr. Woods is a great attorney and knows land use very well. And listening to him, I thought like you did, like this is a moot point. Like why are we even here if we have to approve it? But listening to our attorneys, that's not the case. So I just wanted to bring that point up.
Don Dempsey, the attorney.
If I could speak with the engineer, I'm not an engineer, that's why I have a lot of questions. But sir, I think I heard you say earlier that a lot of the problems with the flooding that Mr. Chair was talking about, and is not so much overflowing or seeping out of the sides, it's actually from the hydraulics of the water coming down and then seeping out underneath.
Right.
And that's what's causing a lot of the floodings in a lot of these subdivisions to the east, like near Kepler and all. Is that correct, sir?
Yeah, that'd be correct, because like I said, you can't change rainfall. Like, doesn't matter what you build in the ground, the rainfall is the same. And there's a lot of depressions on that side of town that are isolated. So if you ever want to, just for fun, if you ever go and look on Google Earth and you see a white sandy spot on an aerial, just go back in time, you'll see it was wet at one point. The reason it's white and sandy is because it floods about every 10 years, So yeah, the water collects in that depression and goes.
So I don't know if you've had a chance to, it seems to be a mystery why all these subdivisions are coming in, and then we have all this flooding now that's going on, and the subdivisions are being blamed for it. I'm not an engineer, so I don't really know what's to blame. But one thing that I keep hearing is about the ponds, and you're saying that the water goes down. If these ponds were lined, would that, in your opinion, prevent a lot of this adjoining flooding?
It depends on the circumstance, because you don't want to line it and have no place for the water to go at all. Because right now, if there's an existing depression there now and you're going to build a pond there and you're going to line it, well, the water used to go through the ground and now it's not.
Okay.
There's an argument for lining the reclaimed ponds, because you might be over pumping the reclaimed ponds to keep them at a certain elevation. There's some of those on the east side of town as well, but not in this case. But they act as a buffer for the demand, the peak demand for those residents.
In your opinion, what percentage of a typical subdivision should have the ponds lined versus not lined?
I don't think any of them should be lined unless you're pumping water into it.
Okay.
So just because I think it's better for the water to get in the ground than fill up and flood that subdivision. And again, like I said, the rainfall doesn't change. So if there was a depression there in the existing condition, that water all ended there, whether it was through the ground or through the surface. And just from my experience, I have not done a geotech across the whole city, but pretty much every project I've had has found a confining layer down there at some point. Sometimes it's 20 feet deep, sometimes it's right at the ground level. What happens is these confining layers through most of the seasons, you can go 10 years in a row, and those confining layers, water never gets to the surface of that basin. That's why you have that sandy white sand in the aerial for 10 years at a time. Then you get that one bad year, and it finally fills up that underground bowl, and it breaches, and that's what you see.
So the last question I have is, as you know, there's basically two ways to line a pond. One with the PVC lining that you purchase, which is very expensive, or clay.
Right.
And your proposed stormwater retention area is clay. At least it was a clay pit.
Correct.
Have you looked into whether that clay pit, stormwater pond, is going to percolate the same way and as well as a sand pit or a sand pond?
So there's, whether you hit clay or you hit groundwater, your vertical infiltration stops. And then it becomes, our models switch to do horizontal, and it slows way down at that point. And horizontal, you're basically going through the side slopes and pushing out that way. And you're pushing down below the bottom of the pond laterally as well. But yeah, so there is still percolation even if it's a clay bottom. You just want to make sure you're not, because some people put walled ponds in, and if you have a clay bottom and a walled pond, then you just eliminate your horizontal infiltration. But if it's a sandy side pond, what we do is we model all the layers and their infiltration rates, and we do a composite horizontal infiltration rate that models all the different soil types. So, yeah. So there's still infiltration.
Okay, thank you.
But I will say getting the water off the site is probably the most ideal. You control the water leaving the site, but if you can get water to get to the St. Johns River, it's not going to sit there in the bottom of those bowls. But we don't have that in this site, so.
Any other questions for the attorney, the engineer? The traffic engineer is here. Just a quick question. Is a traffic study, was it done on level of service A through F?
Yes. Yes, correct.
What's the current level of service?
We look at, first of all, I'm Saidi with Traffic and Mobility Consultants.
Thank you for being here.
Yes, 3101 McGuire Boulevard, Orlando, Florida. So when we do the analysis, we have to cover a 2-mile radius surrounding the project. So we had several roadways, and they are all they're all within the adopted level of service of the road, which is D, level service D. So everything is below D. At this type of analysis only looks at roads, and it only evaluates, it only states whether there is adequate capacity or not, and within that 2-mile radius. So the answer is none of the roads have traffic over the adopted level of service D capacity.
Okay, nobody's over D. Are they C, B? Or
there are C's, B's, and A's, but okay. Nothing over D.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's always the public will argue about our D, C, and D, and what they experience every day.
That is true. I mean, the personal perspective of what is a level of service to a driver, like for example, at a signal, if you're stopped for 2 cycles, it's level service C, but to a driver, that's too long, right? It just depends on.
That's right. Okay, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
I don't see any other questions. Let's bring in Jake Johansson.
I was going to move to bring it up for a motion.
Can we, let's listen to the public first. Okay. Frank Lemoyne. You've been sitting there a long time.
My name is Frank Lemoyne. I live at 905 Fashkill Road. Probably one of the worst spots to be with this new project. I don't know whether, with all due respect to the traffic man, to get his information of who was watching or whatever, however they did it, but not too long ago, I was trying to get out of my driveway between 4 and 5 in the evening, and it was 10 vehicles. I had to wait for 10 vehicles to go before I could get out. Nobody will let you out. Nobody's courteous enough to do something like that. And in the meantime, 2 or 3 more come along behind them. So, I don't think they took into consideration that we do have a school up the road, Woodward, and it takes a long time to get out on 15A because the cars are backed up in the morning and in the afternoon. And you have a new project going on the side road where the church is, down in there, out behind the school. Now that's going to affect the traffic even more. So, and I mean, I'm there 24/7. I don't know how long they did this survey for, if they did it for 5 minutes or 5 hours, but I certainly think there's too much traffic. Now, a lot of these traffic like to speed. In 1 week, I was passed twice going down Beresford. Speed limit's 30, I was going 30. And these cars going by me were going 50 or 60. And I have trouble remembering. I just had a heart operation, so it affected my memory a little bit. But one occasion, I was going down Beresford doing the speed limit, and this car passed me. Well, it happened to be a motorcycle officer sitting there, and he pulled out and got him. I don't know what he did, give him a ticket or whatever, but there's some other things I want to mention too. I just can't remember. But anyway, somebody just allowed this subdivision across the road from where they want to build just a few years ago, and the new one going in over there too, and it's going to affect everything. Fascio wasn't too bad up until recently, you know, when they tied the road down by the park there and stuff. That was all gravel. So anyway, I think that's about all I got to say. Is
Thank you.
I'm against it.
All right. Thank you for coming.
All right.
And the only other public comment we had was Richard Feller, who is a member of the PLDRC, and he left. Okay. You are the sole survivor.
If I could just to respond to 2 of his concerns there, because I want to make sure that you know that we are listening. I believe Mr. Lemoyne there, his location at 905 Fascio is the ultimate southeast corner of Fascio and Beresford. So he's right in that corner with his driveway on Fascio. And I kind of referenced a little bit about that, about design plans and design elements, in that with our subdivision to new standards, you don't have driveways going to the external roadways. We have it internal, so you get out of the driveway and then you merge in at one of our 3 access points. Fascio, unfortunately for Mr. Lemoyne and the other property areas, they back out onto there, and he's right at the stop sign. So that does not surprise me that there could be a wait there. The other thing, and this is probably less to do with this project, but it is something I'm very excited about from the transportation workshop we went to at DeBerry Hall a week or 2 ago. What you have out on the west side of DeLand, and this is a conversation, again, policy, for you to kind of talk with your transportation road network, is you have a lot of these roads that have been treated as either bypasses for 15A or for your north-south passages. And we ultimately, as a road network, want people to utilize those roads. We don't want DeLand, everybody in the greater DeLand area, to have to come to Woodland Boulevard for all activities. But as we have these trips and people starting to use these roads more, again, we're still within the acceptability for the traffic analysis. What we do here is a conversation about speed. Now, in some instances, when you bring in the project, you have now a driveway and an entry feature, that can kind of prevent people from just laying down pedal to metal at 70 miles an hour when there's nobody around there. And you all can think in your head specifically of a road somewhere in Volusia County where you know people do that. The thing that was very interesting to discuss, and I don't know if it'll just absolutely just freak out traffic or whatnot, but they were talking about kind of putting chicanes in the right-of-way. When you have an extended length, you know, you've got your right-of-way, but your asphalt is only a certain proportion of the overall right-of-way. You've got these really extended long strips. At some point with our road project, we just kind of jog it off a little bit and then jog it back in. That forces a slowdown. Now, I don't know if your traffic engineers want that, but that, to me, that seems to be the response to the folks that are in the western areas where these roads and the speeds seem to be a problem. Again, I'll get off my soapbox, not really specific to this one, but I think just a fantastic idea that I had not considered before.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just as a continuation of my way of doing these things is process, as Mr. Dempsey spoke eloquently about earlier today. So I want to give you credit for that too. But I want to ask legal, either our attorney or staff or whoever wants to answer. Now that the public hearing has closed and we've heard the staff testimony, presentation, the staff recommendation utilizing our policies as it pertains to the future land use map, the criteria that staff was to follow, the criteria that the applicant representation posted substantial competent evidence at this point with professional speaking to the issues. I believe at this point we haven't heard any substantial. Is the burden, here's my question, is the burden now flipped for someone that should have come before us to provide substantial competent evidence to counter what was presented?
So that depends upon I hate to say it, and because that depends upon you all, because right now they have the burden of demonstrating that they meet all 9 criteria. So you basically make that initial determination. Have they provided substantial evidence to address each of those 9 criteria? If yes, there's a burden shift, and that's something you decide. In which case, you know, we look on the other side. Is there substantial evidence on the other hand to rebut that presumption? You know, and if yes, that there is substantial evidence on the other way, you can deny the application. You know, as Mike Wood's saying, if so long as you're not arbitrary, capricious, or unreasonable, or, you know, as I say, you know, there's a legitimate public purpose. But ultimately, as the finder of fact, because that's what you're here for, you determine, you know, has there been evidence enough to cause that burden shift? Are they consistent with the comprehensive plan? Do they meet all 9 criteria? And if so, then it shifts. And then those opposing the application, either the government or, you know, or members of the public, have the burden of showing that they didn't meet that. So we're not going to supplant or usurp your decisions as the finder of fact. Ultimately, that's why these rezonings ultimately come to you, because you are the only ones who can make that factual determination that this is consistent with the comprehensive plan and they meet all the criteria.
Follow up?
Sure.
Is there, I'll wait for debate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there a motion after what we've heard so far? Would anybody care to make a motion?
I guess I got to get it in front of me here.
Troy Kent.
Yeah, so I'm not going to make the motion yet. I'm just going to talk about number 8, its impact upon the public health, welfare, safety, or morals. And in the staff report, it says this rezoning and subsequent development of the applicant's residential development is not anticipated to have an impact upon the public health, welfare, safety, or morals of the community. Well, I heard testimony today from a resident Now, he chose to live on Fascio Road, and apparently he lives next to a stop sign, and he has 10 cars, and they don't let him out. And this development, thank goodness, is not even proposing to allow the homes to just exit out onto Fascio Road. There's going to be 3 access points, which I was appreciative to hear that. However, I don't know that I'm convinced in my mind that that still is not going to create a safety issue in that area. So I'm a little hung up on that one.
Are we in debate? Okay. I guess we'll talk about the rules later today and figure that out.
Yeah.
But I just, Troy, I love you, man, but I'm trying to figure out, because I really capture and listen carefully to everybody's debate. And I captured where you were going, and then I tried to analyze what I think I heard. I understand the gentleman's challenge there, that he may have had some times where he was exiting, but how does that rise to the threshold of competent, substantial evidence that is going to have a huge impact to the general community in that area? I mean, I'm going to be a little bit funny, but if a guy said my cat ran across the street and my cat got killed once, is that substantial, competent evidence because the cat crossed the street? I'm not trying to be funny. I'm just really trying to enter this debate to learn.
And, listen, a ton of respect for you, and I know you have a ton of respect for me. We're going to disagree on things, and that's okay. That's healthy. But it's interesting because our own legal department comes up here and says, and I'm not calling you up, but they say, it's up for you all to decide. It's where you are, where you stand on it. So I see it as a safety issue. You may not, and that's okay. That's okay. And I could be swayed the other way that it's really not a safety issue, but it's a little concern of mine. Yeah.
I'll just speak real quick before I call on Jake, the fact that we are debating and discussing. I think that's appropriate in this case. It's a quasi-judicial hearing. It's not a regular agenda item where Jake was correct. For me to allow debate before there is a motion on the floor is not the way it should go. But if you even look at item 6, it's closed public hearing, it's closed, and then there's council discussion and action following that. So we're building up to action. And we're trying to get somebody feeling comfortable for making a motion, and then we'll probably discuss that a little bit. But Jake.
Yes, sir. A lot of discussion about lined ponds, unlined ponds, percolation. Many of us thought or said we're not engineers. Many of us talked about traffic or thought about traffic, yet none of us are engineers. We have a staff full of engineers, I think we pay good money for, that hasn't brought up any traffic issues other than the normal, it will increase traffic, but as the traffic engineer for the applicant said, it would be delta or D or below. So are we here to decide whether a project that a bunch of engineers determine is safe to be unsafe, or are we here to trust the engineers and the staff who recommended, I believe, approval to go ahead and then proceed through the process and work through those issues, knowing, and Chairman Brower, you brought up a good point, that they don't always get it right. But that doesn't mean we got to stop what we're doing. We got to learn from our mistakes and move forward cautiously. And as Mr. Wood knows and everybody else, that's the right thing to do. And if something comes up wrong, you don't just press through and plug your ears and hope council doesn't come back at you. You try to fix it. So I think it's important that we at least rely on the engineers, on the staff, and obviously the traffic engineer is working for the applicant, but he's got a name and he'll be back here someday too. So if he starts bamboozling us, we'll stop relying on him or listening to him. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Good thoughts. Learn from our mistakes. That's where I'm having trouble, Mr. Johansson, is are we learning from our mistakes? You heard two things that were said here. Yeah, there's engineer-approved projects that this isn't supposed to happen, and it's happening, and the quote is, they don't know why. I disagree with that. I think at least the engineer that I met with and the two DeLand engineers and the homeowners that I met with on Westchester agreed on why it was happening. And then it was said, you know, this was telling to me, do you line the ponds? And the engineer said, no, don't line the ponds because the water has to go somewhere. We know the water is going to go somewhere. We're seeing it all over, that the water is traveling horizontally underground. He's right. Oftentimes it travels laterally to the hard pan and then follows the hard pan to somebody else's property. I don't know how much water will end up in that clay pit. Perhaps it's going to act like a lined pond, and you know, I don't know what the repercussions of that will be. So for me, I think there is competent and substantial evidence that we can't say with their best efforts, the engineers have it nailed. They don't. And we have a responsibility I feel like I have a responsibility to protect the taxpayers of Volusia County and say, we haven't learned from our mistakes yet. Let's figure it out first before we just keep approving project after project and then hoping that we catch up with it. So, Danny Robbins.
Chair, that sounds like a moratorium to me. If that's what you're calling for, call it, or pass the gavel and call it. But what we can't do is keep going back and forth here because we're paying these folks. And respectfully, I'm trying to do better, but I have to put this on you just a little bit and hold you accountable. But this is your opinion. We don't. None of that has been substantiated, Chair, respectfully. And I think we need to get a motion on the floor to figure out what we're doing, so we can actually go into discussion with this and put this to bed. Thanks.
Okay, David, because I was just called out. It has been substantial. I've stood in the water with homeowners all over this county who are reaping the rewards of what we're approving. So, David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'd like to make a motion to approve case number Z-22-131. If that's appropriate enough language in my motion, I want to make sure legal, I'm okay with it. That's a motion.
We have a motion to approve the rezoning from David Santiago. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Jake Johansson. And is there any other discussion on the motion? David?
Oh, that's old.
Okay. If there are no other questions, Carissa, call the roll, please.
Mr. Kent.
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Yes.
Mr. Robbins.
Yes.
Mr. Santiago.
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey.
Yes.
Mr. Johansson.
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
No. The motion carries 6-1. And that brings us to, at 6:01, item 7, which is also an open public hearing.
Is this our first night meeting, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Chair, if it's possible, I would be able to cover items 7, 8, and 9 one presentation. Each would require a separate vote because they are separate ordinances. And if you want, I can get right at it and do my best
I think
auctioneer's
that's
voice you've
appropriate
ever heard.
in this case.
What we have is an application for three things: a comprehensive plan amendment for 0.51 of a 2.69 acre parcel. The current property is located in New Smyrna Beach. As you can see from the aerial, it's developed for an oil distribution and storage facility. To the west is a vacant piece of land that is the subject of the comp plan amendment. That is 0.51, 0.53 acres. That is the first item, number 7. That went forward to your PLDRC with a recommendation of denial from your staff, but is coming to you from your PLDRC with a recommendation of approval. The reason why staff recommended denial was because of strict adherence to the prevention of sprawl standards that we have in our comprehensive plan, because sanitary sewer is not available at this site because the Utilities Commission of New Smyrna Beach does not have facilities in this location. They have potable water, but it would require use of a septic tank in order to accommodate the use. When you look at the strict adherence of what we have, that is one of the criteria that was basis for staff's recommendation of denial. Otherwise, it's consistent with the comprehensive plan. Because as you can see in this next picture, it's not like we're going to be doing spot commercial land using. This is going to be consistent with the commercial property to the west and the commercial property that's existing on that site to the east. By the way, this is located basically between Mission Road on the east and Colony Road on the west, on the north side of State Road 44, within the New Smyrna Beach Interlocal Service Boundary Agreement area. The parcels are commercial. There's a non-conforming fuel depot site on there that was created in 1960. There was a PUD approved for it, which is this next item I will be talking about, which would have allowed for that non-conforming use to continue and to do a site plan modification. They never followed through, so that expired. We still have the PUD zoning, however. So what we have is someone who's willing to take an existing fuel farm, fuel distribution site, add on this half-acre parcel, and convert it into a self-storage mini warehouse facility. That is a low traffic volume user, low utility user. Therefore, you'll see as I get into the site plan for the special exception, where staff actually made a recommendation of approval for the special exception. The hearing was on December 15th. The PLDRC unanimously recommended approval, no participation. Going on to item 8, this is rezoning of the entire site. The reason why we have to rezone the entire site is a portion of this is the defunct PUD, and the other has the R4 zoning because the previous land use and the other item was residential. So we would have to rezone all of it to the B4 commercial. Again, looking at the property, we go through the same exhibits in this situation where you see this is now R4 instead of the ULI land use. And so as you would see, if it became commercial land use, we could follow through with the B4 zoning so that the B4 commercial zoning would be consistent with the commercial designation over all 2.69 acres. Again, this was at a public hearing in December at your PLDRC. No one from the public spoke. It is coming forward to you with a recommendation of approval 6-0. The last item for this redevelopment site, and again, I want to emphasize it is a redevelopment site, is a special exception because within the B4 zoning category, mini warehouse is a special exception and there's very specific criteria to it. It is coming forward with a recommendation of approval from your staff because staff realized that if the land use and the zoning was approved, we needed to be able to speak as to whether or not the proposed special exception was consistent with those standards. So pending the outcome of the land use and the zoning, the special exception would follow suit. So what you see on the screen here is the conceptual site plan. You see a entry on the eastern side and exit and entry on the west side of the property, parking to meet the minimum requirements established by the code. This is in the overlay for the county for our thoroughfare New Smyrna Beach has a similar one. The way our ordinances are written is if there is a city that has a overlay on this, we will default to their standards. So we would be looking for them. That would be a 50-foot buffer with landscaping in accordance to what the city would require. As you can see, there's a single building. It was originally coming in around 80,000 square feet. Modified plans indicate it's going to be around 65,000 square feet. All of it interior storage, all of it climate controlled. The hours of operations are identified on the special exception. It's basically 8:30 to 4:30 Monday through Saturday. As you can see in the back, there's no parking. The stormwater is located on the west side. We're maintaining the minimum setbacks and minimum buffers that are required. The property to that northwest, you can see, has RA zoning, which is your residential single family. The public hearing was there. There was no public participation. There was an email in opposition after the meeting objecting to the self-storage facility. Staff looked at this, and again, we were held in a very tight basket in regards to the comprehensive plan because of the specific criteria within urban sprawl. That is why you saw the recommendation of denial. Because we had the recommendation of denial on the land use, we had to have a corresponding recommendation of denial on the zoning. We do see that if the county council goes with the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission's recommendations, because them acting as the local planning agency have the ability to interpret the policies as well, we see that this redevelopment program for the self-storage facility provides for an appropriate use within the B4. It complies with the special exception criteria. It has been reviewed by the New Smyrna Beach Utilities Commission staff. We got a letter from Kenny Ho identifying what that would be, and also from Jeff Gove, who's a planner over at the City of New Smyrna Beach. He indicated some concern in reduction of the use in that it's not as intense, but he understood that this is a redevelopment of the site. And it would basically provide for a better product out there. If there's any here, the staff will be glad to answer it. The applicant's here, and we'll take it from there. Again, these are 3 public hearings, 3 separate motions. Thank you.
So we'll deal with item 7 first, and separately. Danny Robbins.
Motion to approve PLRDC's recommendation. Oh, no, excuse me.
Motion to approve
Second.
by Robbins. It's second by David Santiago. This is not quasi-judicial, so there's no ex parte required. So your motion is to change from urban, medium intensity, and commercial future land use designation to the commercial designation.
Yes.
And Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'm not sure if we saw the applicant here, if they would like to speak before you take the motion. Also, if there's any ex parte communications for the quasi-judicial items.
Yours says quasi? Mine does not. Yeah.
Yes.
I see it on item 8.
Doesn't matter. You said it's quasi-judicial.
2 of the items are quasi-judicial, but we kind of heard them all together.
But we're dealing with 7 now, which is not. So we'll get to that on 8. But yeah, if the Danny, were you done?
Yes, sir.
You made the motion. Santiago second. We will give the applicant a chance to speak to this if he cares to. Jake Johansson. So, okay.
Philip Hollis, 263 Minorca Beach Way, New Smyrna Beach, representing the Exum family. The Exum family is on this property for 65 years. It's now in its 3rd generation. And they want to change the use to another use. And I take on these kind of projects because I like to do projects that remove eyesores from communities, remove extraordinary trip generation of very dangerous vehicles from public roadways, and in general are a great enhancement to the community. We have filed the necessary paperwork and demonstrated all the criteria So by reference, instead of, in the interest of time, not going over every single one of those criteria for land use amendment, let me just a short abbreviated explanation. The 0.5 acres was owned by Windshade, which is a charity of Chick-fil-A. And when you put a 50 to 75 foot buffer across the front of a 0.5 acre piece of property, it renders it practically unusable. But the Exum family paid more for it than it was worth because it was for a good cause, and that's the kind of people they are. But it's important, but because we wanted to access directly the future signalized intersection of Corbin Park Road so that we eliminate multiple driveways and have one signalized intersection leaving the property, but also we have a right in for public safety coming off of State Road 44 for quick access from the fire station just down the road. So without, lateness of the hour and everything, we've been here with y'all, so we know where you're at. Let me just say that this very small addition, otherwise we could never access the signalized intersection because you can't access commercial property through residentially zoned property. So we need the commercial land use to access it and utilize as a part of our site. With that, I'll just reserve any rebuttal and be available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Jake Johansson.
Yes, I think this is for Mr. Urban. Is there a possibility that this is a brownfield site due to the underground?
When you look at the aerial and what it's been used for, there's always that potential. It could be reviewed and determined to be, so we don't have any. Do you have any?
And the applicant can apply for that.
Yeah, we've been working on the cleanup for about a decade and we're almost done. So the timing of this is perfect and right for us to change the use. We're in the last little bit of vapor recovery, which is the last step in that whole process. So almost done, almost ready. Need the change in the use and everything so we can switch the use and get rid of that use so it won't be a problem in the future. Good question.
Thank you. So for Mr. Urban, even though we have to put septic, by and large, we're doing something good for the environment here. Usually, I'm an anti-septic tank guy, but right now there's
Three things. One, it's a major redevelopment, so it is taking a use that would otherwise be contributing more than what you would see with a standard septic. Two, the use as a self-storage warehouse. Those are very low generators of water, sewer, and trips. So again, a septic, if you're going to be looking at a use to utilize septic, that would be the appropriate one. And three, eventually we suspect the Utilities Commission will be providing service along this area as it further develops, because it is within the urban, it's in the interlocal service boundary agreement. So we've identified it for future development within the city.
Copy. Thank you.
Troy Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Irvin. Thanks for the information. So it looks like there's going to be two stormwater ponds on this property that are pretty visible from State Road 44, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are they going to be wet ponds? Are they dry ponds?
My understanding is they're wet.
Wet. Well, I was hoping that you were going to say that. Just so the applicant knows, I don't have any problem with this. I'm going to approve it. You've obviously done your homework. The building looks great. I wish you much success, and I think you'll be very successful. What can we do about asking? And if you don't ask, you never know. But I'd love to see them aerated, fountains, and lit. I would love it. And if I don't ask, I won't know. I know there's a cost associated with that, but I think right there on 44, I think also it benefits your client's business. I think it adds an extra touch that is a welcomed and fantastic addition.
One pond may be dry because of water quality treatment requirements, where we won't be able to do the wet pond. The other pond, for the size of it, we have certain depth requirements that you have to meet in order to actually do a fountain. Fountains are great for bigger, deeper ponds, but they just don't work for the smaller. Let us leave that open for discussion and design and analysis, and if we can do a fountain, we will. Is that?
I appreciate that. I don't think this comes back before us again, so this is it. So you all will be able to do what you want. But like I said, if I don't ask, what's the worst you can say? No. And I already told you I'm going to approve it. I just wanted to tell you that what I thought it would do for the area, and not just the area, but I think it's a benefit for your business as well. It draws attention to it at night with it being lit. It looks great during the day, and I hope you guys seriously consider it.
I have a pond beside my home with a fountain in it, and I love it. So I'm with you.
Can we stock it with bass?
Don't go
No,
anywhere.
When the temperature went down, the grass carp we had in it got cold and buried themselves and died. We had a fish kill in our pond. Now that you mention it, yeah.
Don't go anywhere yet, because I'm going to help meddle a little bit. I think this is a great project. I think it'll be it's going to be, you are removing an eyesore, and it's going to be so much better for the neighborhood. It's going to look better. The self-storage units generate very little traffic, and now they're being built to where they're beautiful, I think. So I will support this. My meddling is, I understand what you're saying about aeration. Also, please consider, and this is not a requirement, I'm not amending the motion, but since it's a water quality issue, please investigate and consider planting, bog plants and things that will help clean the water. But you have my support on this. Good job.
Appreciate it.
And Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Great project. I've worked in New Smyrna for a while before this, and that is an eyesore in that area. I love the idea of the fountain because aesthetically, that's what you said you wanted to do, was improve the aesthetics out there. So that's a great idea. Has the motion been made?
Yes.
And seconded? Okay. So great job. Thank you. We want the fountain.
And lit. You want multicolors? Got to get it deep enough to be able to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We better vote before he gets this up.
Yeah.
Because now you're multicolored fountain. But all right, I don't see any other questions, so I will call for the vote. I think we see where this one's going. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Were you trying to stop me? Okay. Motion carries 7-0, which kind of paves the way for 8 and 9. Do I have a motion for item 8 to rezone 2.69 acres from the urban single-family R4 and business plan unit development BPUD to the general commercial B4 zone?
Yes. So moved.
Oh, Danny Robbins.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, sir.
Is that the?
Yep, you do have that motion, and I did have contact with, I believe, the applicant several weeks ago, Exum.
Okay. Let me get a second, and then we'll come back for ex parte. Is there a second on the motion, Troy?
Yes, second.
Okay. That's all you had for that? Okay, Troy seconds it. Has there been any ex parte, any conversation from anyone? Nope. I have not. Okay.
I drove by and through the area.
But you didn't talk to anybody?
But I did not. But
did you?
last time I mentioned it.
And Mr. Chair, that's still considered ex parte communication
Okay.
because you were receiving information that wasn't part of the application. Usually we request the ex parte be done at the very beginning so that persons who oppose the communication will have, opportunity to speak on it. Here, we don't have any other public comment, so.
Okay.
We're good on that.
Okay. Did you go to Chick-fil-A too?
But he did talk to himself. So.
I did talk to myself.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Danny Robbins does not have a question. All in favor of the motion to to change the zoning from R4 and BPUD to commercial B4, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by like sign? Motion carries 7-0, and that takes us to item 9, also a quasi judicial hearing. Is there any ex parte?
I drove through the area.
Still talking to
None
yourself.
by me.
Okay. All right.
I drove through the area.
Danny Robbins.
Yes, motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Robbins. Is there a second, Troy Kent?
Second.
Troy Kent seconds the motion. And for discussion, I don't see anybody needing to discuss anything. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? And motion carries 7-0. Make it beautiful. That brings us to item 10, another quasi judicial hearing.
Yes, sir. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. This is a property located at 2970 Apaloosa Trail in the Deltona area. It's a 12.5 acre tract, zoned A1. The owner is looking to establish a kennel as the use out there. There is a requirement for a special exception and very specific criteria ties to a kennel. In your staff report, we have those all identified on page 10-7. It identifies all of the criteria that are applicable to this project. The applicant has provided us a concept plan and overall operational plan that indicates compliance with those requirements. So it went forward to your PLDRC with a recommendation of approval. There was also, it's coming to you with a recommendation of approval from the PLDRC, but that is a 4-2 vote with Bender and Sigma in opposition. What we're talking about are 18 kennels, a 1,500 square foot facility for the nighttime, 3,000 outdoor facility. It's climate controlled, ventilated, meets all the requirements for the sanitary conditions, and that they have grates, vents, etc. for that. They're providing parking spaces on this property. We did hear from a Mr. Kanetsky, pardon me, I'm not going to be able to say his name, Kaczynski, who lives at 2975 Apaloosa, which is across the street. He had a great deal of concern because the amount of dogs that could be kept on the site could produce a considerable amount of noise. The PLDRC, as part of their motion for approval, included a provision for double fencing. In other words, if they were going to have chain link fence around the kennel, to have an exterior fence of a solid material to minimize the noise that could be coming out. I did mention that to the applicant. The applicant will provide additional details on how they're planning on doing the noise attenuation to minimize the impact on the adjacent properties. We were asked, how close is the nearest property owner? And depending on how the crow flies, anywhere from 250 to 325 feet away from the kennels themselves. It is fronting on Apaloosa, so there would be a driveway coming off Apaloosa leading into the kennels. That's where the 5 parking spaces would be. Again, it's coming to you with a recommendation of approval from both your staff and from your PLDRC. The applicant is here. If there's any questions for staff, we'll be glad to answer them.
And this is a public hearing. I'll open the public hearing before we get to it. We may have a couple questions, and then I would like to hear from the applicant if he chooses. Does he want to speak?
The applicant's attorney is here. Their representative is here.
Danny Robbins, did you have something before that?
No, I can wait. If they were going to speak, I was going to make a motion.
Jake, same for you?
I can ask Clay, where are the adjacent dog kennels? Do you know?
There's similar type uses to the east and west, is my understanding. Pardon me? Hold on real quick.
If somebody knows and can point to those, that would help me at some point. No, point to them so I know.
But they're similar type of uses and what you're referencing is in the staff report. There's a statement that similar type of uses are located to the east and to the north. I don't believe it's a full-on kennel, though.
Got it. Thank you.
Got a question, Mr. Chair?
David Santiago has a question for you.
Can you
Pardon me,
define?
real quick, let me clarify something. The similar type, what they were talking about is there's a contractor's yard and similar to the east. That's what I was trying to get across. Sorry for the confusion amongst staff.
Can you give me more specifics as to similar use? Are you saying that there's another dog kennel?
No, sir, it's more of a commercial intensity. In other words, like you have a contractor's yard over there, those types of things. So it's not that it's a isolated one business in this area. It is similar to that there are active commercial.
Thank you.
Okay? Sorry about the confusion.
Danny Robbins.
And I just wanted to say, Clay, we have another kennel up the road there on 415. You know which one I'm talking about? We hardly get any complaints, and it's surrounded by houses as well. And he has actually a pretty good size operation, trains police dogs and military dogs. So I just wanted to let you all know that there's one not too far away.
Okay. Would representative of the applicant care to speak?
To all people. Good evening. For the record, Nika Hosseini of the law firm of Cobb Cole, 231 North Woodland Boulevard in DeLand. And first, I just wanted to say thank you for bearing with us and for asking all those questions, to every applicant and moving things forward. As someone who stayed in the back the whole time, I do appreciate it, and I appreciate you all surviving and staying here for this long of a time, and I hope you could bear with us a little bit longer so we could get through this, and we do want to address any concerns that the neighbors have. We were just outside trying to speak and identify the potential concerns and move this forward. So I'll try to keep my part somewhat short and sweet, and I do have our engineer here, Mike Watuniak, as well as some of the individuals that actually live on this property and do all the work that can kind of tell you what goes behind it. Not too long, but a brief description of what goes behind it and what they're doing and the state-of-the-art facility that we're trying to input here. And that's Christina and Patrick that live on the property. So I'll bring them up in a moment, but I just to give us a little bit of background, there are about 30 different criteria that we have to meet to get this approved. We have to meet all 30. So you have about 21 that's specific to a dog kennel, and then you have about 9 that's specific to any special exception. So you want to go and move forward with a special exception. Your first step is there are these 9 criteria that every special exception that comes forward must meet. That is a no-brainer. Once you get through that, there are certain special exceptions that warrant additional criteria. There are 21 additional criteria for a kennel. Wherever kennels are permitted special exceptions, 21 additional criteria are needed to be met in order to move this forward. So we're looking at 30 criteria, give or take. You have variances that are 5. This is 30. And so if you meet all 30 of those criteria, this essentially becomes like a permitted use. It's a use by right. So if you find that we meet all those 30 criteria, like PLDRC found and like your staff found, then this is essentially the same as any other permitted use under A1. Now, another use under A1 that's pretty similar to this, but that's actually permitted by right already, is hobby breeder. So the big difference between a hobby breeder and a kennel under your code and your definitions in your code is that a hobby breeder, those animals must be owned by the owners of the property, versus a kennel, you can bring in dogs that are owned by individuals other than yourself, the property owner. And so let's say instead of a kennel, they wanted to breed and train. Breeding and training are both considered under hobby breeder, 20 or 30, however many of their dogs, and they have a hobby breeder license. They can do that here without us being in this situation, without us having to meet 30 criteria. So that is something similar, but because of that nuance, because it's not property owners' dogs, this criteria has to be met. So a couple of quick things, and then I'll bring up our engineer and Christina and Patrick. 20-foot buffers, minimum requirement for the special exception. Not only that, 100-foot setback from every property line for the special exception is required. Double fencing. You can't just have one fence around the kennel. You have to have 2 different kinds of fencing for the perimeter. Sanitation plan that must be required. Potentially additional plantings, where we also have added, based on the recommendation from PLDRC, additional noise mitigation standards into our plans that Mike can talk about. And so our goal is to be good neighbors. We know it's a private road. We know we have to maintain it. Our goal is to be able to, and we're happy to continue to maintain it to the degree that, you know, there's wear and tear based on individuals coming. Now, you're talking about, you know, 18 kennels, and it's boarding. So people are going to be coming, dropping off their dog, leaving, and then picking them up, you know, some period of time later, typically I would say a few days. And so we're not anticipating too much traffic. I think the maximum amount of traffic that your staff found was about 15 cars a day. And so you're talking about going, dropping off your dog, leaving for the weekend, and coming back and picking them up. And so I just want to kind of point out the fact that we've worked really closely with your staff, or this has been a long time coming to come in front of you all. They've been incredibly helpful, asking very specific questions to be able to stand up and say, yes, every single one of those 30 criteria have been met, and here's how they've been met. So we've had to provide the sanitation plans, provide how we're going to screen, provide how we're going to mitigate noise, and do our best to be good neighbors, to place it in the area that we think will have the least amount of impact to anyone else. And so you'll notice, if you look on your screen, that, you know, there's those two properties, and then the one to the north is also the big kind of rectangular piece to the north is also owned by the same property owner, and he's keeping that just green as tree preservation. And so, you know, the goal here is to have a kennel, have boarding, but we want to make sure that we are good neighbors. We don't want complaints. That's only going to be bad for business for us. And I'll bring Pat and Christina up here to kind of give a little bit of background, but I will say they live on the property, and so barking or noise issues or traffic issues are going to impact them as well, because they are residents of the property. So if you have any questions for me, happy to answer it. I'm happy to also come back and speak after the neighbors kind of have said what they feel they would like to see. And if I can get Christina and Patrick up here really quickly to just super quick background of how the process works, because they do live there, they're there every single day. So I think it'd be helpful to have the attorney stop talking and have them speak for a moment.
Hi, I'm Christina Maespink. This is my husband, Patrick Maespink. Together we have a combined experience of about 40 years in dogs. That's training, behavioral work, performance, pretty much anything you could think of with dogs, we've dabbled in, service work, things like that. So for us, what the goal is here is long-term boarding facilities. This is something that I think we're in desperate need of in the area as well. You know, kind of having my ear to the ground in the dog community in Volusia County. I grew up in Volusia County, so, you know, I've been a member of the local kennel club for over 15 years now. And, you know, we came back here to start our business, the boarding facility business. And, you know, talking to veterinarians and things like that, boarding facilities definitely one of the things on the list that, you know, we tend to be lacking. Particularly a very professional and clean and you know, run by people that actually understand dogs. As far as the facility itself goes, again, long-term boarding, we start with individual care plans when it comes to the animals. This goes far as far as going into noise mitigation and things like that, because happy dogs are quiet dogs, are calm dogs, things like that. So depending on the dog's individual needs as they come into us, that's going to determine how we treat the animals, whether it's physical or mental stimulation, things like that, in order to keep them, you know, happy and healthy in our care, on top of doing other physical things to help with noise abatement and such. Oh, yes. And that's something else too, is that this facility is going to be built from the ground up to be specifically a boarding kennel facility. So it's not like we're taking an existing building and turning it into something that it's not. This is something that from the ground up is going to be insulated. It's going to be climate controlled. We've already been working with our engineers and things like that as far as making sure that we are using the right materials to have the best outcome as far as, having a good, quiet building. We were talking about mineral wool battens combined with Duroc, combined with, our spray foam insulation, things like that, as well as physical barriers to prevent, any kind of extra stimuli as far as it goes for the dogs. So.
And the dogs will be contained overnight. They'll be out, let them out around like 7 in the morning, in at 8 at night, and that can be altered as well as needed. But they'll be in all night, so they won't be barking all night.
Yeah, it would be completely quiet.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate that. And if I can get Mike to come up here just for a quick second to talk about a couple of the changes that we made.
Before you do that,
Yeah,
just had a question.
Mr.
Yes.
Reinhardt has a question for you.
Thank you, Chair. I know that you said that the road would be maintained. I assume that's a dirt road, correct? And you have a plan for maintaining that road. And the reason why I say that is a couple questions. With how many animals is it? How many potential?
18.
18. Are you two handling all of it? Or do you have staff?
We will also have staff, but we will oversee the operations.
Okay, so you have staff. I assume there'll be deliveries, food, and...
Occasionally, that's going to be pretty low,
I was looking at the amount of trips down this dirt road and the
Yeah.
maintenance of that, so I'm kind of curious as to your plan for the maintenance of the road. With that being said, I mean, obviously, you've thought of that, so...
would be increasing the current maintenance that we already have been doing on the road. And the past hurricanes actually were a really good indicator of that. My husband, Patrick, has equipment that he's able to work the road with. We actually, before we had the hurricanes hit us, when we got just torrential amounts of rain, we were able to bring in more material for the road, build it up, worked on our drainage on the surrounding areas, and we actually fared really well during the hurricane when all of the paved roads outside of our were underwater, but we actually fared really well. So that's just something that it's already necessary when you live on a private dirt road. So it's just something that we would just have to up the ante on, and it's going to be something that we would incur as a business cost to bring in, to continue to bring in more material and to continue to.
Okay, and then the last question I have would probably go to the engineer. You just hit on a little bit as far as drainage is concerned, not just for stormwater, but also for going back to the health and cleanliness of the facility requires water. And that's going to require some drainage issues, especially when you're washing that down multiple times throughout the day. So I'm probably getting in the weeds a little bit. My apologies. So.
And I'll let Mike come up here and talk generally to that, but
Okay.
yes, and that is your staff also kind of, I think, had the forethought to think, okay, what are we looking at here? What do we think the council may request? What information do we need to have beforehand? Which is why we had to submit a sanitation plan with specifics that I didn't personally understand, but the engineers do. And so that really is our goal, is to make sure that we're hitting every single one of those 30 criteria, but I'll let Mike kind of speak to that.
Good evening, I'm Michael. I was here since this morning, so. Good evening, I'm Michael with Tuneck with Engineered Permits, Inc., and just to jump to it, I guess you wanted to have questions concerning, where did you want me to begin? What questions?
Well, the other ones were answered by the owners and the applicants, but the question with regards to drainage.
So drainage
Because
for
you're
the
having to build
roadway
a
or-
facility. Well, both. I mean, drainage of the roadway, also drainage for, because I understand you're going to build the facility, correct? So drainage for that, and then that would be inclusive with drainage for washing whether it be the animals or for the structure itself.
So just with any site plan, when we go through a normal site plan with anything in Volusia County, we're going to go, and St. John's is involved. A site like this, we're going to have a retention pond, which on this particular site, this general flow moves to the north. So we're going to have a retention pond that'll be sized to accommodate all the new impervious area. And yes, we'll be raising the site a little bit. So we'll go ahead and dig a pond in. The pond will go in to accommodate, do all the new new improvements. This particular watershed all flows to the north. It goes to the Deep Creek Basin, which ultimately flows to Lake Ashby. Lake Ashby then has a chain of series of canals which goes to the St. Johns River. So that's kind of the gist, but we actually will retain our water on site until for a storm, whatever storm events I see fit, and that'll go through staff during that normal review. That's kind of the gist of stormwater, which you guys heard all day long.
Are the dog runs on concrete, grass?
Concrete, sir.
They're on concrete.
But I can have but I'm just the engineer, but they can explain it a little bit
You're
better.
just the engineer?
Just the engineer, but
He's
it's on
just the
concrete.
lawyer. Okay.
I'm nothing special.
So the reason is it was interesting line of questioning from him. So the dog runs will be easy to clean. You'll clean those with water or dry? And it'll be put directly into the retention area?
So for sanitation purposes, the concrete will be put at a grade, and then we will have, drainage from that going directly into the septic. Yeah. And as far as the sanitation of the products that we would use for cleaning, we typically would use a system called like a wishy-wash, which is it's specifically a kennel cleaning system. That's what any type of commercial facility would use to clean their material.
And, sorry.
No,
Sorry.
I was just going to say thank you.
Oh, okay. And I think what'd be super helpful, Mr. Reinhardt, is on page 5 of 32 on what I'm looking at, but it is criteria 3 point, two little i's, so 2, but which specifies sanitation. And if you look at that, it says, again, what we provided in the plan that specifies there will be multiple floor strip drains running the length of the board and grooming area. The kennel subfloors are 10-9, yes. The kennel subfloors are concrete slope to drain at all times using an inserted sloped polyvinyl chloride strip drain. On top of the concrete, and in each kennel, there will be 2 4-foot by 3-foot raised floor panels that can be lifted and removed as needed for cleaning. The floor plan, and it just goes on and on, kind of explaining.
Could have read it.
Okay, perfect. I don't want to make this longer
Sorry.
than it has to be. Sorry, but that's just again part of the
No, I appreciate that.
plan
Thank you.
that I think may help answer your question.
Danny Robbins?
If we're, I didn't see any other names on the screen. I was just going to make a motion to approve.
To hear from the public first, but we have a motion. Pardon me? Sorry. I don't care who answers it. One of the first thing I thought of when this came up, before I read everything, was noise from barking dogs. I have a couple dogs. The picture that we're looking at here with the yellow perimeter, you're talking about double fencing. The noise abatement fence is on the perimeter, or, okay.
Oh, are you going to help me out? You have it.
Okay.
So thank you, Clay.
And then the interior fences are just to restrain the animals.
Yes, sir. So a couple of things. So this is a super helpful image, and I was just pulling it up, and Clay beat me to it because your staff is awesome per usual. But so if you notice that dotted line that goes around, the whole area is what we call the project area. So we're not using the entirety of, of those 2 parcels at all. It just happens to be, for purposes of identifying what parcel it is, those are combined as one parcel, and so that's the identification number. The only thing we are talking about is that corner being developed in any way. Everything else stays exactly the same. So in that corner, which is our project area, you'll see that we have a turnaround for the fire truck and everything. And if you look a little bit above that, you'll see that's where the kennel is. And above that is a retention pond. So that's kind of the area that we're concentrating. Again, at least 100 feet setback off of all sides. And then, Mr. Chair, we also are adding a berm to the front area because we heard that noise might be an issue. Plantings along the entire perimeter of the project area, again, as you'll notice, a fence along the entire perimeter of the project area as well. And then internal to the site, kind of where the kennels are, I'm so sorry, another fence around there. So we're talking about 100% opaque fence around the border of the project area with plantings and a berm, and then closer to the actual kennel itself, another fence as well.
Okay. Thank you. If there's no other questions, we'll call on that. There's 4 members of the public that would like to speak. Pamela Schaefer.
Got bad knees.
That's okay. You've been here a long time, too.
Yes, sir, since 10 o'clock this morning.
So have I. Anybody else?
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate this opportunity to speak. My name is Pamela Schaefer. I live at 2935 Apaloosa Trail. I'm actually one of the first houses that you go by to get to all my neighbors' houses. I've been on this property for 26 years. This is an issue because it is a single road. It is, in other words, if my neighbors are coming out, whoever needs to go in has to stop to get to go in. It is a dirt road. It has been a dirt road since I've been there. And we don't want it a double lane road. We don't want it, if I wanted to live on a paved road, I would have built somewhere else 26 years ago. This is a agricultural property, so therefore bringing in any other businesses. Now, it has been mentioned prior that there's somebody down below us. Yes, they do. They have a business, but they don't have it operated out of that house like these folks would be doing. Furthermore, the noise level in that community, noise travels. I keep my dog inside my house. I've got a neighbor that's right directly behind me that they put their 2 dogs in a kennel outside. I'm in my house, all doors shut, all windows shut, and you can still hear them carrying on. The noise travels like crazy through there. I don't know why. I don't know if it's the dynamics of how nature put up the trees and whatever. I'm constantly fighting other people's cats and dogs on my property. I keep my animal on my property. We built a $300 enclosement on our property so that when my dog needs to go out and go to the bathroom, that's where he's at. The traffic is getting unbearable because nobody wants to follow the rules of I drive 15, 20 miles an hour through there, if even that. Because we have kids in that neighborhood that walk from their home, which it's past me, to the mailbox out on Cortland to get to their bus stop. We can't even get the neighbors that's down below me to slow down with their trucks and their big, huge trailers behind them. Anybody that has lived long enough knows that if you are driving even normal, that if you blow a tire, you're going to cause an accident. And you got this child at 6, 8 o'clock in the morning walking to get to his bus stop. You're talking about a single lane road that you're gonna end up causing even more traffic problems. And I don't want my yard being taken up trying to accommodate so they can have people coming and going 24/7. It's just not necessary. Thank you very much for hearing me out. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Jennifer Armandi.
So, thank you guys for hearing what I have to say. So, I don't know if you guys can scroll back, but if you notice, I live at the property, the little square in between both of those parcels that are now going to be combined as one to, you know, have this dog kennel business. The property to which, what is that, babe? Is that the east? So the east is where these two are now, and they have their dogs now that they train. We bought our property at the end of 2020. They bought, I don't know, maybe a year or so, year and a half or so ago. But right now, we've been dealing with dogs barking since they've moved in. So as you can see, that's our concern. It's a concern now. And I understand that they're trying to build a new facility, but we've been dealing with this for over a year and a half. So this is why we're so frustrated. And as far as them, you know, like Pam was saying with the traffic, my child walks to the school bus. Fortunately, I have to be at work, so I can't accommodate, you know, to bring him to and from school. As she said, it's a single lane road. And like you said, it's one this way and one this way. So somebody's going to have to be pulling over to, you know, have the other vehicle get by. Another concern is how you guys were talking about maintaining the road. My fiance right now is really the only one that I've seen out maintaining the road with his own tractor. Yes, when the storms came, they helped. We all pitched in. They brought out stuff. They have done great stuff with the drainage. But as far as helping with any of the other grading all the way out to the main road, I really haven't seen that done much by them. So it's, you know, that's my home. I bought this home to live here, and I just feel like it's too close for comfort to have dogs in front of me and to have dogs behind me. Another concern is if I go to sell my house, who wants to buy a house? I wouldn't have bought this property if these were here. I would have looked the other way and I would not have bought our property. So thank you guys for hearing my concerns, and I hope you take everything into consideration. Thank you.
Robert Walker.
Thank you. I also live at the corner property there that's bordered on all three sides, and she pretty much touched on the road maintenance and the noise we've been dealing with. But one thing I wanted to mention was the way that whole area kind of slopes. It slopes to the north, like the engineer said, but it's more kind of northeast. And during a heavy rain, we get a lot of water that runs off that property onto our property, and that's kind of a concern of mine. Being if they're going to pave areas and build it up, which way that's going to send the water, onto my property. I had to put a ditch in to kind of bring it around. So other than that, she kind of mentioned what my other concerns, so that was pretty much it. Unless y'all have any questions.
Thank you very much for coming. Basil Ellison.
Thank you. And then thanks for allowing me the opportunity to talk. From what I see, the kennel is coming exactly in front of my house. And it's going to be like 200 feet from my front door. Now, when I bought that property in 2014, I bought it because the place is quiet. It's a country type living, and I look forward to go home every day because I love my neighborhood. It's very quiet, very peaceful. And with the kennel coming that close to me, from where they have the dogs right now, I can hear them. I can hear the noise. Much more is coming this close to me, right in front of my house. When I open my door, that's the first thing I'm going to see, and I'm going to hear these dogs. They don't have any control. Sometimes they probably say, but it's hard to have a control over how you're going to control those dogs from making the noise. And in addition, the road. I heard it's going to be like approximately 15 cars a day. Come on, on a dirt road. And Rob is the only one who maintained the road, to be honest. They maintain just because they have to, they're at the end of the property, at the end of the road. So they maintain their part of the road. Rob is the one who comes from the main to up to where they are. So, and Christy and her husband is saying that they live on the property. They're not living close to they're not going to be close to the kennel as I am and as Pam is right now. So, I'm not happy, and it's really slated for agriculture. And I'm saying they can make exception, but a dog kennel is not the only thing you should make an exception for. I agree. And, I don't have a problem with somebody wanting to start a business, but business, what type of business, where? You have to take that into consideration. You're going to make your neighbors unhappy. and uncomfortable now with what the type of business you want to bring in. That shouldn't be. You should take your neighbors into consideration. I lived there for 3.5 years. And I spent a lot of money on my property to improve. I put in a well, I put in a septic, I put in a generator, I rolled the fence around the place all by myself. I didn't ask anyone to help me, all the other neighbors, because I love where I am, and I'm sorry that this is coming now to interrupt the neighborhood. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Danny Robbins?
Chair, is that the last?
It's the last public.
So real quick, I want to rescind my recommendation for approval until I hear any discussion from my colleagues. But I would like to discuss it. Would you like a motion, Chair, to proceed forward, or are we allowed to discuss it?
Yes, if we don't, Jake's going to call me on it.
We don't want
So
that.
we need a motion.
Motion for discussion.
For discussion,
For
yes.
discussion.
Second.
Well, the motion, it's got to be either to approve or disapprove for the purpose of discussing it, and then you get to vote on it. Doesn't mean you're going to vote to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve it.
Okay.
Second.
Motion to approve by Robbins, second by Jake Johansson. You want to begin the?
So it appears that, like, kind of, excuse my language, but damned if we do and damned if we don't in this situation, because we have 30 requirements, 30 conditions, which appears they've met, anything from noise barriers to fencing to drainage to road maintenance. But then I hear the surrounding people, and I see their points of view as well. The flip side to this is that without coming in front of us, because it is agriculture, an agriculture area, they can have commercial agriculture, they can have traffic. Let's take the dogs out and let's put 200 hogs in there, and they can legally do that, or cows, or a meat market, whatever. That's a bona fide agriculture operation, and they can do that. So I think at this point we need I don't even know if it's the right term, but lesser of two evils. And how can we, as the applicant, mitigate some of their concerns so that we don't, because there's a clause in that agricultural or greenbelt statute where it says may not cause, any worse circumstances, noise, all this stuff. So is there anything that we can do to get both people to a yes in this? And I'll let you go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. And that's why we were running in when Mike Woods walked out and said, it's your item, because I noticed a few people talking, and I'm like, I feel like that could be for us. And so I was like, hey, are you here for item 10? And that we were talking outside. And my goal, and you'll see me do this a lot for Code Board and PLDRC, is let's meet and discuss what, the issues are. We might not agree on every single issue, like in my opinion, this is ag, right? We're A1, and within your code, it allows this use if certain conditions are met by right. It allows this use, right? So to say that we're not ag, we're A1, this isn't a variance. So variances aren't contemplated by our code, right? Someone walks in and asks for a variance. It's not listed. Here are the different, special exceptions are specifically contemplated by our code and listed as things, as long as those conditions are met, you're good to go. You have the right to this use, it's permitted use. But again, we're here. We're going to be we're going to be neighbors. And for me, I know I like being a good neighbor. And I know they want to be good neighbors here as well. And so, they already have dogs on the property. Again, like I mentioned, Mr. Robbins and you mentioned, lesser of two evils, or, other potential uses. Hobby breeder, like I mentioned, if it's their dogs, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't have these 30 criteria that y'all can regulate. By the way, the difference here, if we're a hobby breeder, we have that right, as long as we don't create a nuisance or things of that nature. Right. In this scenario, if we fail to meet one of those 30 criteria, even after you've approved this, our special exception can be removed by the county. So let's say, I'm telling you, yep, we have a sanitation plan, we have this kind of plan, we're gonna help with the roadways, and that doesn't happen. The county has the right to come back and say, you haven't met all 30 of your criteria for a special exception, we're going to revoke that special exception. So you do have some safeguards even after the fact to come back through that might be different than a typical permitted use you might see. But like I mentioned, and I mentioned this to the neighbors as well, in terms of the grading of the roadway, 100% agree. And I've come before you a few years ago with another similar use kind of close to this area regarding dogs. And the big thing there with the neighbors as well was the roadway. The roadway is a private dirt roadway, and we don't want to have to bear the maintenance for everything. And in that scenario too, as a condition, we said completely understood. If we're going to pay our proportionate share, right? Like typically for traffic, you have developers pay a prop share. Same scenario here. Completely understand that. That's just common sense. And we're willing to contribute in the ways that we can to ensure that that road remains stable. It's good for business for that as well. In terms of the runoff, right now there might be runoff, and that may be the natural flow of the property. But we're going to be going through site plan and adding a retention pond. That should actually help with the runoff in this area and going to the property to the north. So that should be actually an improvement. And we're not asking for too much impervious surface. I mean, we have 12 acres. We're just asking for a kennel. And that's the goal of making the project area so small, is to cause less of a development impact than you would see in other places. If we have something here and something here, we don't want it to be so drawn out. We want to be able to kind of, the smaller the area is, the less variables you have, and that was our goal, to draw something up that made sense, that still set back a certain distance that's required per your code and meets all the other requirements of your code, but that we think makes the most sense here. And again, we want to be good neighbors, and I completely understand the perspective of noise. Our goal is to mitigate those noise. People will not be out there 24/7. We have business hours per those 30 criteria. It's 8 to 5. With only people can drop off their dogs between that time period. That's in the special exception. And so if we do anything outside of those bounds, again, we're back here and we can have that revoked. So there's all these safe gaps that your code has built into it and that your staff is currently adhering us to, saying, we need to know this information, because they want to make sure that if there's anything that occurs outside of the scope of what we said we're going to do, they have the right to say, nope, this is outside of the scope, you're causing these issues, we're getting complaints, you need to come back and we're going to discuss this, and you can have your special exception revoked.
And thank you. So I understand this, okay, this is a permitted use. We have obviously laws for noise and all that stuff, and I think it's important that we do kind of work together here. And the thing for this that I do like is I want to give them a shot, and I'm going to. They're going to have my support. But let me be clear. If you do not hold up to this, I'm going to be the first one to hold y'all accountable, because it is not fair if it, you understand, if it affects other people. And I believe there is measures in place. We're obviously going to be tracking it. We all have emails. It has my support for now to get this through. Hopefully we can kind of get along with this. But like I said, I do not want to see this adversely affect these other folks. And if we could work with them to maybe get that kennel as far away on the site plan as possible, with even if we have to possibly look at an increased buffer somewhere, I'm sure y'all can figure that out. But there's a way to get to a yes. So you have my support for now, as long as the rules are followed.
Understood.
Don Dempsey.
One thing that I'm a little concerned about more so than the runoff and all that stuff is the noise. I mean, I think that's predominantly what the neighbors are concerned about. Right now, they're protecting, and Paulo, correct me if I'm wrong, or Mike, whoever is here, but right now we have a barking dog ordinance, correct? It's, I believe it's under 14-489 under nuisance animals.
Yes, that's part of our animal code if you're citing Chapter 14. Also, there's a
Correct.
provision in Chapter 50 regarding noises that specifically, I think there's a portion that specifically also applies to animals. So those operate independently of the special exception criteria. So if there is essentially a noise complaint that pertains to the animal, that is itself an independent violation. If it's tied to this, as Ms. Husseini indicated, that could be a reason if they are found, in violation, to take it back before council and kind of rescind the special exception permit.
Right. It's, but it's a misdemeanor. I used to prosecute these back in the 1900s, but it's a misdemeanor, right, for a barking dog. At least it was back then.
It depends upon how we categorize it. I think we usually take ours. I think the sheriff is the one who handles those noise complaints and noise ordinances.
Okay, but we've got, did you want to add to that, Clay?
Let me just kind of jump in. Any special exception, what we deal with is this. If there's any violations of the conditions established in the special exception, it's treated by code enforcement. It winds up also going in front of code enforcement board. So what you would see is a partnership between the sheriff's office and us. And let's kind of play out how it would be. Dogs are barking. They call in the sheriff's office. The sheriff's office sends a deputy out, identifies that it's a sustained, noticeable, annoying barking. They'll document it, basically process it with us as a code enforcement issue. If it's found in violation, we can then bring it back to y'all as a violation of the conditions of the special exception, and then it can be rescinded if there's due evidence that they are in violation of the conditions of the special exception. But that is I'm not going to lie in that it's a lengthy process. It's not an overnight process. It typically takes several months to get there.
Well, okay, because my understanding, the definition of a nuisance animal is, per our ordinance, is any animal that makes unreasonable, disturbing noises that are persistent and consistent, including but not limited to barking, howling, whining, screeching, or other utterances causing annoyance and discomfort and disturbance of the peace or sleep of a reasonable person. So, I mean, that's what I'm concerned about for these neighbors, is their ability to sleep and live in peace, living next door to a kennel. And there's one part that really concerns me. And let me just tell you how they define the nuisance. Basically, for the purposes of the subsection, persistent or continuance shall mean nonstop utterances for 20 consecutive minutes with individual interruptions of less than 20 seconds at any time during the 20-minute utterance. So barking dogs for 20 minutes is considered a nuisance. So I would think 18 dogs, I've got 4 dogs, and I mean, they're always barking and, whatever, and they're a nuisance, but I keep them in the building, so that's that. But here's the problem, though. So right now, because they're hobby breeders, they're still limited by this nuisance statute, or ordinance, I should say. So they can't just allow their dogs to just go on and on and on. Neighbors have recourse right now because they're just hobby breeders. But once they become a licensed kennel, here's the last paragraph of that ordinance. This subsection shall not apply to animals maintained on or zoned for ag purposes, nor shall it apply for properly permitted animal shelters, nor to properly zoned commercial boarding kennels. So it seems like once they get this classification as a kennel, then they can kind of just let their dogs run amok without, without, I mean, I don't know, what kind of assurance can we have to make sure that this noise, because I mean, that's a valid concern, that they're right in the hub of a kennel. It will affect under this, under page 10 of 14H, will it materially alter the character of surrounding neighborhoods or adversely affect the value of surrounding land structures or buildings? And I mean, I wouldn't want to buy a house next to a kennel. I mean, it does have to affect their property values to some extent. I noticed there's no mention in here about barking dogs being a potential nuisance. Rather, you guys kind of focused on the adverse impact to, basically the roads and stuff like that. But I do think it would affect the value of their property and their ability to maybe sleep at night. That's all. So I guess my question is, what assurances are there that they're not going to be affected by barking dogs more than 20 minutes at a time?
Yeah, and so, and Mr. Dempsey, great point. And so that's why I keep bringing up those 30 criteria. And, like Mr. Robbins mentioned, if these were hogs, like you've also noted, Mr. Dempsey, it doesn't apply to that one specific section of the code. And so, if these were hogs, we wouldn't be here, we could do that, no problem, or any bona fide commercial enterprise. And so what I lean on and what I've looked at with other special exceptions are those criteria. Those criteria are enhanced criteria. So I think you hit the nail on the head when you noted, whether it, materially alters the, surrounding neighborhoods. All of those are also criteria for the special exception. And so that's one specific rule maybe may not apply depending on how staff interprets that. But all the other provisions of the code and of the special exception still apply. And so it's actually broader than, 20 minutes at a time. This says that it's not going to, impact the surrounding neighborhoods. It's not going to affect the public interest. That's a lot broader of an interpretation than specifically 20 minutes at a time of continuous nonstop barking. And so the way I see it is you have broader power with a special exception than you would for, the current hobby breeding that's going on. And because if we don't meet this criteria, and again, some of the criteria is pretty broad, like you mentioned, we have to come back here. And like I said, it's a process. It's the sheriff's department working with the county and the code board. But if we don't meet those criteria, we have to come back here. And the assurances of meeting those criteria is what we've been doing since planning board, which is adding the berm, adding the insulation to the kennels, and adding the additional landscaping, adding the buffering. All of those are additional noise abatement standards that we're looking at. And as Christina mentioned, this is different than a hobby breeder because as a hobby breeder, you can kind of go and do what you want as a permitted use. In this scenario, you have boarded dogs. And so each dog has an individualized plan when they come in of at this time they're doing this, at this time they're doing this. They get their energy out. By 8 p.m. they have to be in the kennel. They get up at 8 a.m. and start the process over again. So it's very specific, and the plans are very specific, and they must be followed in order for the special exception to continue, versus a commercial ag use or a hobby breeder or anything else that's currently permitted on this property. They are not regulated to the degree and the extent that this would be regulated. And so, one, I'm happy to add conditions to the special. I mean, it already has 30. But I'm happy to add any additional conditions that you see fit. Again, we want you to be comfortable voting for this. If you have certain conditions that you feel would make you feel better, other than the 30 that are currently listed, let us know. We want to be good. We want to do what is best. And don't forget, we also have members here that live on that property. And so if they can hear the barking, they know that so can everybody else. And they can't sleep either. And so they have some skin in the game on that. They live there. They drive to work. They, do what they do, and they leave the property. They actually live there at the property. So they have an incentive, a personal incentive, to ensure that what you're stating doesn't occur. And if it does, to make sure they nip it in the bud, sorry for not a better term, in order to make sure that they can continue not only this use, but continue living there peacefully as well.
So are you saying that your clients are willing to roll the dice and basically go through all the expense of building this and then be subject to having the rug pulled out from under them in a year? If we revisit this as a special exception, like I think you said earlier, we have the right to come back and say, we don't like this anymore, shut it down. Your clients are willing to go through that risk if these neighbors come back in a year from now and said, this ain't working, these dogs are barking more than 20 minutes at a time and it's keeping us up at night, and they're willing to accept that type of risk?
Yes, and the reason why is that this isn't their first rodeo. They've done this in other places, in other counties, and it's worked there, and it's worked well there. And as Mr. Robbins noted, there's also a kennel not too far away from here, and there's been 0 complaints. So, these are professionals in the field with a state-of-the-art building and a whole plan and system implemented around it. And so, in their minds, they know how this process works. They know what goes into it, and they are willing to take that risk because they want to make sure that they're one good neighbors and that their use continues, right? If their use doesn't continue, it only falls back on them.
How long can we leave this open? like, let's say they pass muster for the first year, and now 5 years later, they let it slide, and now it becomes a nuisance. I mean, can it actually go that far out into the future that the council 5 years from now could say, okay, this is it, you're done?
I'll let Paolo answer that question, but if I can play Assistant County Attorney for 2 seconds, I'll say that, and Paolo, please correct me if I'm wrong, anytime. So there isn't, you know, a special except there's in a time period. Like, you have to let us operate for 3 years before you think about revisiting this. From my impression, anytime one of those criteria fails to be met, there's a trigger, and the county can come in and say, this isn't working. You've got to go back. But Paolo, please.
Yes, it really depends upon how you craft the conditions in this special exception criteria. So what I'm hearing is essentially, Mr. Dempsey, is, you know, if there is a violation of that nuisance, Chapter 14 for nuisance animals, then that is grounds for, at any time, for the special exception to go before this council again to determine if you should rescind that. That is an acceptable condition to mitigate for the potential noise that could be generated. So you don't have to put in you have to be operating for 3 years and then we'll check or something like that. So long as the special exception is good and that condition is good, at any time they are found in violation, they can be hauled before you to, revisit. Either you can revoke their special exception or come up with other mitigation measures as a compromise.
So is there a certain level of criterion that they would have to meet in order to get it revoked?
Yes, essentially it's based on an actual violation that is found. So you don't have to make the violation. That's what your sheriff, that's what your animal control is. They go out there, they, do the 20-minute test, and if they find a violation and they take it to, I don't know if it's a special magistrate or a code board or I think it's a special magistrate for animal control matters. If the special magistrate finds a violation, that is grounds for the special exception to come back before you. So there's an underlying violation that causes you to reconsider. We've done something previously for other special exceptions where there were concerns about the surrounding community.
Thank you.
Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Dempsey kind of stole my thunder on many of the questions. No. Code enforcement wise, that is a very, very long drawn out process coming from the code enforcement field. I loved how Clay just kept looking at me. It would be, and that's a concern for the neighbors, because if they made the complaint, it may take months before that gets in front of a magistrate. So that is a concern. However, a quick question. I know that you said that you had the opportunity to talk with some of the neighbors today. Had any attempts been made prior to this when this plan first went into effect?
So notices went out both for PLDRC and for this meeting, and I don't know if I don't think staff I don't know if staff received anything.
Mr. Basil saw me.
Okay.
I live on that road, so I should have been sent something.
So just in your code, you have a specific radius where notices are required to be sent out. Exactly.
True. Okay.
And so whatever that radius is, that's where the notices were sent out to. And that's what kind of the impression that we're operating on is based on anything that we receive, that your staff receives from any of those individuals.
Okay. And then the hours of operation, you had said from 8 to 5, and I thought I heard the gentleman say that could be adjusted if that was something that they were looking at. I mean, that's a good time frame, I mean, to be honest with you, but the biggest question, the biggest concern, obviously, is the magistrate issue, how quick it would get, if they find the violation. If the neighbors reported the violation, it does go in front, my understanding, it does go in front of the magistrate as opposed to the code board, because it is an animal issue. And how long that process would take, that, for them to get, if they had a complaint and they wanted to see the complaint fixed, lack of a better word. That's my only concern with that right now. So Would you? Okay. Yep, Danny's on it. I'm sorry. Councilman Robbins.
Sorry, if I could respond to that, Mr. Reinhardt. So right now, from PLDRC, and one of the conditions that staff had listed was normal business hours of operations shall be from 8 to 5. So that's currently, and that is, unless we come back and want to amend that, that's what we have right now. So that's set. And you asked one more question. I'm trying to remember. Oh, yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Santiago. And so on that, completely understand the fact that it's a process and it takes time. I go through that process a lot with clients as well. And in this scenario, I think potentially the one difference here for you all to consider is the fact that this is a business. So the moment your staff hears that there's an issue, trust me, they'll find me, they'll tell me, and then I can convey that information to my clients and say, something is happening, it needs to stop, because if it doesn't stop, you're losing your entire business. You're losing all the money you put into it. Like Mr. Dempsey noted, you're going to spend all this time and money, and it could kind of go awry potentially if you don't meet these standards. Yeah, you could lose all of that. Like the special built kennel that we're putting in, all of these plantings and buffering and fences, site plan process, paying for me, everything kind of is a wash if that process begins, right? Because you're going to be here, you're going to remember what happened, and you're going to say, hey, you're not meeting these criteria, and that's a problem. And now it's a process, but I assure you, the day we get that complaint is the day my clients will know a complaint was made, and is the day that we're going to work to resolve it. Because if we don't resolve that complaint and we let it go through that process, we let it get in front of the magistrate, we're done.
Yeah.
Right. Once that happens,
you
we know
said
that
they have skin in the game, so.
We have skin in
And
the
you have
game.
not built anything yet.
Nothing.
So obviously you would hear more now than what you will post-construction.
Exactly, and again, that's why for certain special exceptions, y'all have so many safeguards and backstops, and with our skin in the game and this being a business, I think it adds kind of a layer to that as well.
Let's just stay there just for a second. I want to make sure I understand this. The only way that you're going to get a notification that they had a complaint, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, because there's been a lot of information here. And I think everybody's kind of focusing in on noise right now. The only way that's going to happen is if somebody calls and the sheriff comes out and stays there for 20 minutes to check to see if the noise is consistent for 20 minutes. I don't know that the sheriff has the resources to sit somewhere for 20 minutes. So that's a concern. And then it goes through, they call it a process. Then if they say it's a problem, then it goes to code enforcement. And he said that's a couple months process. So it seems like a big hurdle from a complaint to actually you hearing about a notification. Is that true?
So that's one way. There's another way, and because they're all neighbors, the other more informal way of having a complaint is walking over to your neighbor and saying, hey, there's an issue. Obviously, that's not formal, and I understand that, but that is the other way of doing it. And in this scenario, the sheriff going out for 20 minutes is one way, but again, there's 30 other criteria that also include, anything that adversely impacts the public interest. Okay. So I think it's a little bit broader than just having a sheriff go out there and having to sit there. If any of these criteria, including the broader ones, are violated, we're going to end up back here.
And who makes those complaints?
Anyone can make a complaint.
Okay.
So the neighbors can, anyone surrounding the area, theoretically, any individual in the county has the right to make a complaint.
Okay, and just another clarification. I heard you say you've got to let us run this business for 3 years.
No.
The attorney said anytime you can make a complaint.
Yeah, no, that was me playing devil's advocate of, it's not like you have to let us run the business for 3 years. I was just going back and forth with Mr. Dempsey's attorney talk. But it's not like you have to let us have a set time. Like okay, guys, 3 years minimum, and then we can start the complaint process. No, anytime, my understanding of the rules, and I think Paulo said it was right, is that at any point, if any of these are violated, it's what trips the issue.
And then just put me in you'll probably have to do, either one of your attorneys or Don can do it. When I first saw this, I thought, well, this is A1, dogs are allowed, but it's only for hobby breeders. When they become a professional kennel, then they have to get a special exception.
Exactly. I don't want to play you, but.
Why?
I'll have to let Clay explain that. That's a policy.
He's not an attorney.
He acts like one sometimes.
But he's going to play one on the county council.
According to two sections of our municipal code, or our county code, there's chapter 14, which identifies what is a hobby breeder. And then there's a number limitation in chapter 72 under our zoning. So if you're a hobby breeder under 12 dogs on a piece of property with 5 acres or greater, then you don't need a special exception. But you still need to get a hobby breeder license from animal control. The hobby breeder is not, you still have to go through a review with animal control. When you trigger the special exception is when you exceed a number of dogs based on the size of the parcel that you're putting the kennel on. Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you.
And just to add, and the fact that dogs aren't yours, that's one of the main points as well. So the fact, they could have 12 dogs right now and have that hobby breeder license, and they're all theirs, and they're breeding them and training them, and that's an animal control license. It doesn't come in front of you. Once, like Clay mentioned, once it's not your dogs, and once you have a certain size, you trip the special exception.
Okay. Last thing, and it's for the owners. They don't have to come up, but you keep saying they have skin in the game. They live there, so they do. You've done this before. I think Danny and I are thinking alike. I would like to see you make a go at your business. I don't want to destroy the neighborhood in the process. You've done this before, but now you're coming here to do it. And please don't be offended by this question, but are you coming here now because you were asked to leave another location? No.
Yeah.
Did you get complaints where you were before?
No, absolutely not. The reason we are here is I grew up here. I grew up in Volusia County. Spent my elementary school in Deltona, spent my high school in DeLand Springs, college years in DeLand. I left and started my apprenticeship, learning how to, my more professional apprenticeship. I traveled all over the country, apprenticed under multiple trainers and handlers to learn my trade and my craft. And I came back here because this is home. We've had other places. We were in Smyrna County for a while. Smyrna County is fabulous for dogs and kennels. They're very protective over their kennels and things like that. So they were, they're a fabulous county to work with. But unfortunately, that's low income area, things like that. So as far as having a boarding facility, it's not as conducive from a business standpoint. This county is bigger. This county is growing. This county has more people that can and are willing to work. And again, it's, I grew up here. I was before you guys probably like 15 years ago as a 4-H'er proposing some silly 4-H thing. That's the reason we're here.
Okay, good. Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Ossini, you did a wonderful job. Great job advocating for your clients. And to the applicants, I applaud you for wanting to open a small business and do something that you love. They say if you do something that you love, you never go to work one day in your life. And I'm hopeful you all are able to do that. Now, I've got to tell you real quickly, because we've been here. In fact, I want to tell you exactly 9 hours and 30 minutes, all of us. And I applaud you for staying that late, and I applaud the neighbors for staying that late. we, as your county council, we've got to do better for you. We've got to not have you here 9 hours and 30 minutes to talk about what's hot on your agenda. So we'll work on that. Later tonight, we're going to have a conversation about our rules. Let me just quickly tell you, the Kent family owns Miss Daisy and Bad Boy Dudley, and he earned his name appropriately. They're beautiful little dachshunds, and we love them. They can bark incessantly and drive me batty inside my own home. I don't like the rug being pulled out from under me. We're here tonight because this is a special exception. If you were allowed to do this, you would have just done it. You wouldn't have hired an attorney. You would have just gone down, filed your fee, got your permit, done, built what you needed to build, but you can't. You have to get this special exception. And the reason we're talking about noise is I believe all 7 of us have been around dogs before, and we know how dogs are. And some people are okay with the hours of 8 to 5. Well, if you're retired or you work from home or you sleep in beyond 8, this is problematic for you, especially if this wasn't allowed whenever your neighbors bought their homes. And, you know, we can talk about turning it into a hog farm. Well, you live on the property. You got skin in the game. You don't want to live on a hog farm. But we can talk about that. You don't want to have 3,000 chickens there either because you live there and you don't want to smell and live with that. I get it. So don't change the game on me. And if I were in your shoes, I would be doing exactly what you're doing. You are advocating for your peace and tranquility and your country lifestyle that you signed up for. You didn't sign up for a kennel next door. That's only if this elected body says, now you're going to have it. Oh, and by the way, if there's a problem, we're going to have you go have an uncomfortable conversation with your neighbor. And if that doesn't work, then we're going to have you call animal control, and they're going to come out, hopefully, and they're going to listen to the barking for 20 minutes, and they're probably going to have a little meter that records noise. But I heard this gentleman say, this is 250 feet from my front door, and I'm listening to it already. And I said it before, and I'm going to say it again. Home is supposed to be a soft place to land. That's where you come home and exhale. That's where I greet my family. And I tell Miss Daisy and Bad Boy Dudley, knock it off. Because I've heard your yapping too long. And I'm a dog lover. But I wouldn't want that in my backyard. And I'm not going to approve it in your backyard. So I may be the lone councilman up here that does that. And I end with, I want you to be wildly successful. Just can't do it at their expense. You knew what was allowed when you bought the property.
Jake Johansson.
Where in God's name do you put a kennel if you don't put it here? I don't know where that location exists. I've lived next to a kennel before. Did I hear the dogs bark? Every once in a while. But I also lived in Chicago for a little while right next to the train track, and I learned how to sleep through that. This isn't, in my opinion, an issue over are the dogs going to make noise. Cows make noise. Harley Davidson motorcycles at 6 o'clock in the morning make noise. Everything makes a little bit of noise. Our neighbors make noise. If you live in the subdivision I live in and you keep your windows open and your neighbors aren't happy with their wives, they're yelling at each other. There's a certain amount of give and take that we have to take care of in order for society to live. And this is one of those cases. It sounds like, with all the special exceptions, that you're willing to take that chance. Now, I know code enforcement and the sheriff might not have 20 minutes, but I also know that if it gets bad enough, somebody from code enforcement will go out there with a decibel thing reader and measure the sound, just like we do for the bars that play music, just like we do for anybody that's loud, and can come up and let us know right away. I love the argument. I want my house to be as quiet as it can possibly be too. But there's got to be a place in this world for kennels, and if it's not out here, where is it? In a subdivision? Is it in a commercial district? Clay, are they even allowed in a commercial district? I don't know where to put them, but I just know that wildlife, animals, cows, hogs, dogs, they all make noise. We all learn to live with them. And it sounds like in this particular case, you're making some strides to make it as quiet, if not almost silent. And I'm willing to give you a chance.
Did you have something, ma'am?
I just wanted to point out one thing regarding the rug being kind of pulled out from the neighbors. You know, one thing I learned in land use law, which who knew I would be practicing that now, back in the day when I was in law school. It was a long time ago, guys. But just last comment, and I'll be quiet, is that there's a difference between variances and special exceptions. So special exceptions are specifically listed in the code under the zoning category. So this is, when you look at A1, it is listed there, and then the criteria is listed there of what you have to meet. So it's not like that was not known. So if you go to A1, and like I do for all my zoning categories, you'll see it listed as a potential option, just like you'll see hobby breeder listed as a permitted use. The only difference between those two things are the criteria that I mentioned. If those criteria are deemed to be met, it is as if it is a permitted use. So just want to mention that it is in the code. It's not like we're asking for something like a variance where it's in the code and we're trying to change it from what it is. It's listed under A1 as a use with conditions, and that's what we're here for.
I understand. I'll go ahead and wait if Mr. Santiago was up next, and Jeff, you can, I'll go ahead and turn it back over to you. David?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the couple things that are bringing it home for me, and I was on both sides on this issue, is Mr. Johansson, your comments were well taken by me on the where do you put this, right? It's clearly a use that the public has and needs, and otherwise they wouldn't be building it, right? I hope they did their due diligence as a business. Also, the closing comments on the attorney about the criteria for a special exception. I don't think staff presented to us that they did not meet the 30 criteria that are spelled out. So that holds very strongly upon me, and me being a process guy and trying to take emotion completely out of it and treating everybody fairly based on the rules that we have, the process that we have, which we could always debate in the future to change, but I want to apply it equally to everyone and unconditionally without bias. I'll make the final comment that what struggles also for me here is clearly how the code in some cases picks winners and losers. Where from the testimony I heard, someone can put 200 hogs in there tomorrow under the current zoning without any permission, and you could have hogs squealing all night. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but the code permits that. But to put 18 dogs, you got to go through all this criteria, which you seem you may have, or you have according to staff. I feel for you, but I try to apply process equally to everyone based on our current rules and procedures. So I support the exception.
Danny Robbins. We'll go ahead and make the motion to approve. Please follow the rules. And you have my support for now. Thank you.
Matt Reinhardt.
I second the motion to approve.
I thought we already had that.
Well, we made the motion
We had a
and
motion by
seconded to for
Robbins
discussion,
and
right?
a second by Johansson, yeah.
It was to approve. I'm sorry.
It was so long ago.
Yeah, it was an hour, it was an hour ago.
And, Mr. Chair, before you vote, there was some discussion, I think, started by Mr. Dempsey about if there's a violation of, the noise provisions, that would be a violation of the special exception and would cause it to come before this council. If drafted an additional condition, if the maker of the motion would like to incorporate that, I've spoken with Ms. Husseini. She's amenable to the language. So I'll read it out loud. So it says, notwithstanding any exception in Chapter 14 or Chapter 50, a violation of Section 14-49, which is what you've read, or Section 50-478, which is another noise ordinance that we have, is a violation of this special exception and shall be grounds for revocation of this special exception by county council. So that addresses the language that you read where it's a carve-out for properly zoned kennels. So they will be subject to that 20-minute provision, and they will be subject to the general noise ordinances. If they are found in violation of that, they come back before you at any time for the discussion of the revocation of the special exception.
May I talk? I don't want to go out of order.
You mind him?
I was just going to call for the vote.
I just wanted to clarify what Paulo said, if that's okay, guys. I don't mean to jump ahead, but I just want to make sure it's clear in what you're proposing, because being that if you are going to approve them to be a properly zoned commercial boarding kennel or other animal facility under Section 14-489, which defines nuisance animals, once they are classified as a properly licensed or properly zoned commercial boarding kennel or other animal facility, then they have carte blanche.
Yeah.
And they could be as loud and as noisy as they want, and they won't be in violation of Chapter 14 because we've classified them.
Right.
So I would like to see some sort of provision that exception would not apply here.
Yes, that's the first sentence where I said, notwithstanding any exception in Chapter 14. So, ignore any exception in Chapter 14. If they are found in violation of 1449, it's a violation of the special exception. I think we're trying to get to the same way.
Okay.
So I'm basically saying, notwithstanding any exception in Chapter 14. So ignore any exception, which includes the exception for a properly zoned commercial kennel.
So you are making that a condition?
Yes, condition number
Well,
five.
because council's made a motion and seconded,
We need to amend it.
or the maker of the motion could incorporate into his motion. Paulo and I discussed if council did make a motion of approval based on the discussion of council, that may be something you want to consider adding. This motion may fail and you may make a motion to deny it. That's entirely up to you, but he was just trying to be responsive to the comments of council members.
Yeah, and I can appreciate that. So does Mr. Robbins need to withdraw his motion, or can we just amend this one?
You could do that, or just withdraw and make a motion to approve and incorporate, just say that as stated by Mr. Soria, that'd be an added condition.
Well, and that's where I have a problem. We have a process in place, 30 conditions. We have the sheriff's office. We have animal control. We have this stuff. We're making a mountain out of a molehill at this point. I called for the vote, and I'd appreciate that. I'll stick with my motion.
Okay, so you're making a motion to move the previous question?
Yes.
Okay. Then I need to call for immediate vote on that, and because we still have two members that wanted to speak, but we'll vote on that, and it has to pass by 3/4 of the assembly to stop debate.
Yeah, 2/3.
2/3. What did I say? 3/4? 2/3.
Close enough.
Okay, it's late. Krista, would you call the roll? This is just on the. This is just on his motion to end debate. He's calling the previous question. So we're calling If you vote yes, you're ending debate. If you vote no, then you and Mr. Kent get to ask your final question.
Does there need to be a second on a call to question?
Yes.
Second.
Oh, shoot. The call to question by Robbins, second by Jake Johansson. Now you can call the roll, please.
Mr. Kent?
No.
Mr. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Robbins?
Yes.
Mr. Santiago? Mr. Dempsey?
Can I ask a question? A vote no is to not even resume discussions, or?
Vote no is to resume discussion.
Oh, then I want to continue having discussions, so no. All right.
For the record, that was no. Mr. Johansson?
Yes.
Mr. Brower?
No. So
4 to 3?
we have,
The motion would fail.
yeah, we had 3 noes. So, Troy Kent.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Yeah, and a shame it had to come to that, to let 2 people talk on this, but whatever. So my question is for Paulo or Clay, because the question was raised by Councilman Johansson. If not here, where? So can you answer that question? Where could this happen in Volusia County without a special exception?
Without a special exception, I'm not aware of anywhere it can't go without.
Nowhere.
I have to double check, but right now, based on my understanding, it is a special exception in the zoning categories that there's some limited commercial, limited industrial, and the agricultural areas.
Thank you very much.
Don Dempsey.
I guess as a follow-up to that and Mr. Johansson's statement, but there are other places to go. I mean, if there's one thing this county has plenty of is ag. I mean, I don't think your typical ag property has to be within 250 feet of somebody's front door. I think there's way more potential to find another location that's more than 250 feet from somebody's front door to do this. So I don't know if that's a fair, assessment to say, well, if not here, where? Well, I mean, zoom up to the north of that very property that we're talking about. If you zoom to the north, there's acres and acres and acres and acres and acres of potential places that are not within 250 feet of somebody's front door. So there are other places. And again, I keep going back to, I keep going back to that one provision here, letter H. Will it materially alter the character of the surrounding neighborhoods or adversely affect the value of the surrounding land structures or buildings? And I think if I was looking for a property in here, I don't want to live next to a kennel. So say what you want, but I think it's going to be easier for the applicants to find another place to open up than it is for these neighbors to be able to sell their property and move somewhere else because they don't want to live next to a kennel. So, I mean, at some point, if this does become a nuisance, somebody's either, they're probably going to want to just move and they're not going to be able to sell their house because they can't sell being next to a dog kennel. I don't know if that's a fair assessment that it's the same as pigs and all that. I mean, it's just, we're still creating another opportunity for there to be a nuisance. And my concern, Mr. Robbins, with you wanting to go to the vote as is I think, and I don't know if you were, but what you're proposing, or at least what you had proposed, was getting this through without that special exception ability to pull the rug out from under this if it becomes a nuisance. Because I don't know if that's what you intended or not. And I'm afraid I'm against this, to be honest with you, just because I think it's going to be easier for the applicants to find other A1. I don't know if they've even attempted to find another place besides their own house. I mean, there's a lot of farmland. I would think a couple farmers might be willing to lease you 10 acres or 20 acres to do this more remotely than within 250 feet of somebody's front door. And the other thing is, I just don't know if, I do think it materially affects their neighborhood, and I just don't think that it would be fair to the neighbors to allow this to happen. Thank you. But if we do put it up, I just want to make sure that as written, I think it would not allow the rug to be pulled out from under them. If you want to give them a test period of however long, I don't think as it's written right now, without adding that special language that Paula was talking about, that we'd be able to pull the rug out from under them, because once there's a licensed, properly zoned animal control, or animal kennel, they got carte blanche under the code to make as much noise as they want, and there's no limitations on them at that point. That's all. Thank you.
You'll have a chance to respond. I'm going to let you hear from David Santiago and then Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I could live with the amendment proposed by staff, because the applicant's representative said they could live with it. So I'm okay with that. But I also want to point out that my understanding, and someone stop me if I'm wrong, is that this is a criteria for a special exception, and the parameters are already spelled out for this particular type of use. And I believe it calls for the distance in there, the separation requirement. So again, process, our rules, our procedures. What do we tell the public in our ordinances? In order to do this, you have to be 100 feet, 200 feet. It could be 500 feet. It could be 1,000 feet. But when we have it spelled out, that's the case, we have to apply that particular procedure. And I'm open for the debate. Let's change it next month and make it 500 feet, so people can then go to other parcels. But in order to be unbiased and fair and apply our code to everyone equally, which I probably sound like a broken record, we have to apply the rules. So that's why I favored it in the beginning, because that's how we spelled it out. But I think the applicant can live with the amendment. And Mr. Chairman, I can make a motion if you're so amenable. Oh, he still has the chair? All right. Then I'll move on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to put that out there.
Danny Robbins.
Yeah, I'm going to try to put this to bed. This is a permitted use. Why do we have these special exceptions in place? If we call for criteria, all 30 of them, if they don't consistently maintain those 30 criteria, we can yank this out at any time. Anytime. Am I, Clay, Ms. Husseini, is that correct?
That is correct. Like Paolo mentioned earlier, at any point, if one of those 30 criteria, if we're in violation of one of those criteria, the process begins to get
There's a process in place.
Correct.
And also think, there's other special exceptions that under land use or zoning designations, exempt excavations, landfills, cell towers, 35-foot height restrictions. When I buy property, if I disagree with any of those special exceptions next to me, I do have to assume some sort of liability, saying, okay, if there's a cell phone tower here, at some point, I don't want to live next to it. You know what? I'm not going to buy the property. But if we have these in place, who are we to tell them no after we require it? So what's the point of all this if we don't give them a shot? We're asking them to do it.
Second to answer that.
I'm sorry, the public hearing has been closed.
In other words, those of us that live there can't have a second say, because he's sitting there telling us I've been there 26
I'm sorry,
years. I didn't
ma'am.
even know there was a code that I could see about.
Chair.
Okay. Did you want to respond to wrap this up?
2 seconds, Mr. Chair. Just a note, I think Mr. Santiago kind of put it quite well. If we're just going through your process. If tomorrow you say, you know what, we don't think we should have kennels in A1, we would never have started this. If you say it should be 1,000 feet from any property side, we wouldn't have started this on this property. So again, just like nobody wants the rug pulled out from under them, we're just going through the process that is required. Your staff is just applying the rules that are required, the rules in your code that you have the ability to modify. And so, if tomorrow you do want to modify those provisions, that's fine with all of us. But to say find somewhere else when we meet every criteria, especially with respect to the setbacks, we actually exceed all the setback criteria. It is just not playing by the process that you all have in place currently. Thank you.
Okay, and so Danny Robbins.
And I'll make this motion. I'm going to add this to, I will entertain, I want to have this discussion with Mr. Kent and Mr. Dempsey if there is a modification But as it stands now, this is no different than the rules in place we heard earlier today about the 2 acres. You know, hey, there's rules in place and there's a procedure, so let's follow them. This is, according to me, no different. But I will entertain you guys, and I respect your opinion here, but we're beating a dead horse. So motion to approve.
And the motion to approve with the condition that the attorney set?
No. As it stands. As recommended.
Okay, Jake Johansson, you seconded.
I did.
That. That your second still stands?
Yes.
Okay. Don Dempsey. You can speak.
Well, just lastly, I mean, if we're talking about the rules and everything in place and the criterion, and I get all that, guys, I really do. But also in the criterion is the 100-foot, all this other stuff. But then there's the catch-all residue clause in here that says, will it materially alter the character of the surrounding neighborhoods? So if it was as black and white as 100 feet, 300 feet, this, then why even have that provision in the checklist? There's still a residual clause of you meet A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, 27, 28, 29. Last, will it materially alter the character of the surrounding neighborhoods and adversely affect the value of the surrounding land? So even though all the other 29 boxes are checked off, you still got that last one that we've got to deal with, and that is, will it affect the value of the neighbors? And I say yes.
Okay, vote that way.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Troy Kent.
Thank you again, Chairman. And Councilman Dempsey, wise counsel. Thank you. And I just say to Councilman Robbins, thank you for that. I appreciate it, because 20 minutes ago, you were calling the question to shut us down and not talk. And I'm a rule follower, so I didn't jump ahead like Mr. Dempsey. No offense. You got approval from the chair to do it. So he got an opportunity to do it, and I didn't. And I just, I appreciate that you did that at the end to try to be amendable to us. But thanks.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor and a second to approve the special exception with my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Robbins, with no conditions, not even the condition that came from the PLDRC?
My motion is to approve it as recommended on our agenda here.
Okay. Okay, so we are approving it with the conditions as recommended by PLDRC. And we have one more question. David Santiago.
I'm just looking for procedural guidance here. The motion fails. What are procedures motion to consider? Mike. If the motion fails, what are our procedures for motion to reconsider? Is the member of the prevailing side?
There would not be a need for a motion to reconsider. What fails is the question. So the question currently presented is recommendation of approval with the conditions as provided in your report. So if that fails, someone else can make a motion to deny or make a motion with revised conditions. So what fails is the question, not the actual application.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. And I don't see, how do I get rid of you? There you go. Thank you. I don't see any more questions. So Carissa, would you call the roll?
Mr. Kent.
No.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Yes.
Mr. Robbins.
Yes.
Mr. Santiago.
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey.
No.
Mr. Johansson.
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
No. But the 1, 2, 3, 4, the motion passes 4 to 3.
I want to thank you all for bearing with us through that, and I want to mention that your staff is absolutely superb working through this and helping us out. So I appreciate your time tonight.
Likewise. Okay. Item 11, another quasi-judicial hearing.
Good evening. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management.
Welcome to our first nighttime meeting.
Before you tonight is an application by Mr. Posey, agent for the property owner, Poinsettia Holdings. This is the old Poinsettia Park subdivision, which is located near the city of Deltona off of Doyle Road. It's a 49.33 acre parcel that was previously platted. The applicant initially was seeking to go through some comp plan amendments, change the land use, try and do more intensive use. After meeting with staff and going through his options, we recommended that they work with us to basically solidify what has been previously developed in the northern portion. Because with this property, there is a portion that is currently zoned A3 that is located immediately adjacent to Doyle Road. What we're talking about is the 32 acres that are located south that are currently zoned A1. The underlying land use is rural, and I want to make a real big clarification. We have two land use classifications tied to agricultural uses. Agricultural resource, which has a very limited opportunity from zoning in that it's A1 forestry resource. This is your true agricultural type of use. This is rural, which allows all the way down to the A3, A2, A1, A5. So there's a variety of different land use or zoning categories that are presumed to be consistent. These are identified as transitional areas. As you can see to the east is the city of Deltona. So what we have is a request to provide a consistent zoning over the entire 49 acre parcel by converting the 32 acres of A1 into A3. We did hear objections from several property owners who were concerned about the size and intensity of the property, of the proposed zoning. We also heard one person who spoke in favor of it during the public hearing at the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. The Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission unanimously recommended approval of the rezoning. This is consistent with the staff's recommendation. The applicant is here today. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
First, I need to ask the council if there's any ex parte to declare.
None.
Danny Robbins.
None, I just had a question.
Okay. No. Okay. We're clear. Danny Robbins for a question.
Clay, this may be an odd question. Nothing should surprise you at this point. How does 23 single-family lots generate 230 trips per day?
Because based on the ITE trip generation manual, the average daily trip per household is 10 trips.
I'll be damned.
That's based on nationwide studies.
Sorry.
No worries.
I'm just trying to, I leave my house maybe twice. I don't know how that happens. I don't know how 10 trips happen.
It's based on basic, the tubes putting out in front of the residential areas, and it's a nationwide standard that's utilized by traffic engineers to analyze impacts of changes in land use and zoning. Amazon's really jacking it up, I'm telling you.
Oh boy, let's not do that again. Everybody's wife is. Okay.
If y'all have any questions, I'll be here.
Okay. This is a public hearing. I don't have any notifications so far, and you don't, so I will close the public hearing. Is there an applicant that would care to speak? You've been here all day.
I have. And just briefly, though, Joey Posey, 420 South Nova, attorney for the applicant, and I actually was not able to make an Ormond Beach City Commission meeting because I wanted to be here. So, just to quickly point out a few things, and I Yeah, I know Clay meant well, but when he says several neighbors, I think we're talking about 2 or 3. And we met after the PLDRC and had a great discussion, and they know what we're up to. You know, trying to keep engaged with the neighbors is really important. And really what we're trying to do is consolidate this into a 1-acre subdivision. And that was very clear and represented at the PLDRC to them. There was no objections noted once we aired out what was going on. Other than that, I can see how this would be very consistent, given you have the A3 at the frontage, and it does seem like a hodgepodge of, I don't know how we got to this zoning, but you know, the A3 being the frontage and it being transitional, it makes more sense in the rear to be A3 as a consistent zoning. You also have Deltona to the east, which, if I remember correctly, those are 65, 70-foot lots. So there's smaller lots there. So this is, I think, a very appropriate transition between the two. It's 1 acres to the north. So given those factors, I can dive into this deeper, and you know, in lieu of going into the judicial standards and rehashing that I think I listened ad nauseum earlier, I'm available for questions or clarifications. So I appreciate, you know, you guys sticking with me here. So thank you.
Sure. David Santiago has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure, did I hear you say Deltona? As a joke, sorry.
I did, and these lots will be a no, I did, and yes, I did. It's late, I didn't process it.
Any other questions? Danny Robbins.
I'm afraid to make a motion. I must go through David first for his thoughts, because it's so close to Deltona.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve. I didn't get recognized. I jumped the gun there. Getting late.
Okay, so you're making a motion to do what? Oh, he's going to
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve, what's the item number?
Item number 11. Your motion is to approve the rezoning of 49.33 acres from A1 and Transitional Agriculture A3 zoning classification to the Transitional Agriculture A3 zoning.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion to approve by Santiago, David Santiago, the second by Matt Reinhardt. Any other discussion, questions? Everybody's tired. All right. If there's no questions, I will call for the vote. Would you please call the roll? The screen.
Mr. Kent?
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Robbins?
Yes.
Mr. Santiago?
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey?
Yes.
Mr. Johansson?
Yes.
Mr. Brower?
Yes.
Mr.
This wasn't on. So this brings us to item 12, another quasi-judicial hearing, a rezoning of 10 acres. Tell us about it.
2760 Ranch Road near the city of Lake Helen. This is Mr. William Hallam. He has made the request to rezone the property from the A1 to the A2. A1 requires a minimum 10-acre lot. A2 requires a minimum 5-acre lot. His goal is to get the rezoning and subdivide the property for sale. My understanding is it's tied to a family issue where he's looking for property to give to a family member or something along those lines. It went forward to your Planning, Land Development Regulation Commission with a recommendation of approval from staff, coming to you from the PLDRC with also a unanimous recommendation of approval. There was no public speaking or sending any comments to us. If there's any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Does anyone on the council have any ex parte to declare? There being none, and I have no notification of public participation requests, and you have none. So I will close the public hearing. Would the applicant care to speak? You don't have to, but if you want to.
We're just trying to split it so I can give my cousin 5 acres to raise his kid on, and I can stay on my 5 acres.
No big development. A house for your family.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Don Dempsey.
Sorry. I was going to disclose that I've been to his property years ago, but
Okay.
I don't know if that's ex parte or not or whatever, but I'm moving to approve rezoning.
We have a motion to approve the rezoning by Don Dempsey. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by David Santiago. Any other questions? Debate? Carissa, would you call the roll?
Mr. Kent,
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Robbins,
Yes.
Mr. Santiago,
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey,
Yes.
Mr. Johansson,
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
Yes. You're approved. Okay, now we're going to do items 13 through 16. If you could tell us about all of those at once, and then we'll have to vote for each of them separately.
Yes, sir.
But you can cover them all, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's see how quick.
Items 13, 14, 15, and 16 pertain to changes in our ordinances as they pertain to the impact fees charged by Volusia County. In December 6th, we approved and adopted the study completed by Banesh for the county, thereby adopting the fee schedule and also the study acknowledging unique circumstances that allowed for us to exceed more than 25% in the amount of fees that we were increasing. As was identified also in the study is that there were some changes to the benefit districts for each one of the specific impact fees. So for thoroughfare roads, there was some minor tweaking to the existing 4 districts. For the fire, there was an elimination of all 4 districts and creation of a single district that is just the unincorporated area. For emergency medical services, it was establishing a countywide, inclusive of the city's, benefit district. So therefore, the EMS fee is charged in both the unincorporated and within the cities because that service is carried wide throughout the county. And then lastly, lastly with parks, we have 2 different park fees. One is called the local fee. We maintain the 4 benefit districts, which generally coincide with the thoroughfare roads. Minor differences were created there. We did also establish what is the district park, which is for your larger regional parks and some of our beachside community parks. So therefore, it is going to be charged both in the unincorporated and in the cities. All of these revenues will be used for capital improvements for their associated improvements. The one point of clarification, there was a glitch cleanup in the EMS ordinance where we did reference fire where we meant to say EMS. Other than that, those are the changes. These maps are consistent with the study that was approved by the council on March 6th. This is just the reason why we did not do it at that time is that it took a lot of time to do the legal descriptions and we wanted to do them one time, wanted to make sure that the council was accepting of the study. Once this is approved, we'll be able to fully implement the Banesh study effective March 6th.
Mr. Santiago, do you have a motion?
No questions. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. They're good questions, I can promise you.
On all of these?
I don't know if it's on, no, just this one.
Okay, we need to have a motion first before we go to discussion.
I'm not prepared to make a motion.
Okay. Is anyone prepared to make a motion to approve the Thoroughfare Road Impact Fees Ordinance 2023-08?
So moved.
Dick Johansson makes the motion. Is there
Second.
Seconded by Matt Reinhardt. And now we can discuss it, and neither one of them have to vote yes if they don't want to.
This one I'm okay with. It's not this one.
Okay. No questions on, no other questions on council on item 13? And all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Item 14, can I get a motion on ordinance 2023-10 EMS impact fee zone for approval?
So moved, Johansson.
So moved by Jake Johansson. Is there a second? Second by Danny Robbins. And discussion, David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is, some cities have also transport services. Are any of these fees being shared with some of the service needs of the city?
No, when the Benesh study did the analysis, we have to take in all other similar type services to provide a discount towards the fee. So if there's other organizations providing that, we have to count that as a part of the benefits. So therefore, it's discounting what we would otherwise charge. Does that make sense?
So it discounts it, but it doesn't discount it more for the cities that are providing the service. So in other words, if I were building an unincorporated, I'd pay the same fee as someone who's paying an incorporated.
Correct.
Seems kind of unfair because.
Well, the city is free to also do the same. So just like in roads, many of them have transportation impact fees, as long as the service is not the same exact service as ours. So, and that would be the case here. So they're free to go do that. But as he's saying, the fee is lower because we had to discount what they were putting into the system.
It's just a matter of opinion, I guess. Can't say that word.
Okay. You're welcome. Okay. I don't see any other questions on item 14. I will call for the vote on ordinance 2023-10 EMS impact fee zone. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Item 15, ordinance 2023-07 fire rescue impact fee zones. Do I have a motion to approve this one?
So moved, Johansson.
Dick Johansson motions to approve. Danny Robbins seconds that motion to approve. Any discussion? David Santiago.
Same question lies. Some cities have their own fire services, so why would a city have to pay into?
Oh, no, they don't. They don't. This is only for the unincorporated.
Thank you. I want to make sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? All in favor, I'll call for the vote then. All in favor of ordinance 2023-07, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. And the last one is item 17, ordinance 2023-09 park impact fee zones. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved, Johansson.
Jake Johansson makes a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Which one of you?
Second.
Second by Matt Reinhardt. Any discussion? Danny Robbins.
Clay, I know you're just dying with suspense. I probably couldn't explain it as good as you can. I had some people confront me and say, hey, we pay for Echo and Forever Volusia. Now we have the park impact fees, or we're raising that. Can you just go on the record where I can tell people to refer to you for the explanation?
Two completely different things. The
Correct.
park impact fee is pertaining to capital improvements that are required for both the district and local parks. So it's very focused on what can be done, but it's tied to the incremental demand resulting from growth. Volusia Forever has a different mission. Its mission is the acquisition of land for conservation and preservation, and it's utilizing funds that have been allocated by the voters coming out of our ad valorem taxes. Same thing with Echo. Echo's focus, however, is on environmental, cultural, historical, and outside. So therefore, what you're seeing is how we break it down into specific users and specific purposes. So we can't use Echo funds to necessarily buy all of the demand. Yeah, yeah, and Paolo wanted to make sure that we clarified. Echo and also was identified as a credit in the Echo because it is another funding source for capital. So that dealt, as we were talking about with EMS, it helps reduce the cost of that as well. All righty. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
One more question. Were you done?
Done yet, Sheriff?
David Santiago.
Yes, again. In general, these impact fee increases, it's a more general question. How does this pertain? Are there going to be exceptions? Are there exceptions? And what are you working on as it pertains to affordable housing? We talk about affordable housing, but we put barriers in place all the time as policymakers.
One of the recommendations that came out of the July discussion in front of the county council when Donna Butler and her group presented the findings of a multi-year analysis is that we need to look at this as a tool to help as an incentive for affordable housing. So we're working on how we can waive that. There's been statutory changes at the state level that has given us kind of that power to do so. Prior to that, you could not waive the fee. You would have to basically transfer it from the general fund into the respective impact fees. Now, local governments can waive it for affordable housing. And we're working on those changes, and that's something we'll be bringing back to you this year.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't see any other questions. So I'll call for the vote on ordinance 2023-09 park impact fee zones. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? And that motion carries 7-0. Which takes us to item 17, first reading of ordinance number 2023-04, amending Chapter 72 of the Code of Ordinances to allow for mobile homes in certain rural zoning classifications.
Good evening, Clay Urban, Director of Growth and Resource Management. The County Council provided staff with direction to please look at how we differentiate mobile, modular, and similar type of manufactured homes. We did a deep dive into what our current code has. We've also expressed this with the affinity groups that were associated with our affordable housing analysis. And what came out of it was there was discussion that we need to look at changing our standards primarily in our agricultural areas to offer up a diversity of housing out there. So we've made the changes to the zoning categories that are associated with agricultural and rural land use and allowed for manufactured home, both mobile and modular, to be allowed by right in those zoning classifications. This is a very intricate document, so there's some other changes in regards to parking and some of the other standards in there and clarifying the definitions so that we could tie it to the HUD definitions and a time frame of when these were constructed so that way there's continuity in how we implement it. It went forward to your PLDRC. We did receive 2 emails from a John Clary and an Albert and Margaret Thibodeau, who were concerned about it being introduced into the rural areas. They felt that it was an intrusion into their rural lifestyle and a threat to the value of their structure or of their property. So it's coming to you with a recommendation of approval from your staff and from your planning and land development regulation.
We need 2 votes on this. We need to approve this one, and then we need to approve the second reading.
Yes, sir.
With a
The
date
second reading
certain.
scheduled for February 25th because,
Okay.
because that is a night meeting and will be after 5 o'clock.
February 21st, not 25th.
Right.
Sorry, you don't need 2 votes.
Okay.
So you
If
hear
we
this
approve
one?
this, it goes to the second reading.
Yes. All we're asking is to announce the second reading of the ordinance, which you can approve or deny, or you can kill it right here.
Okay. Then do I have a motion to announce the second reading of ordinance 2023-04 to be heard on February 21st, 2023 after 5 p.m.?
Move to approve second reading February 21st after 5 p.m.
Dick Johansson makes that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Matt Reinhardt. Any questions? We'll hear it again. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Item 18,
Ordinance 2023-14 to create the Transit Services Division within the Business Services Department and eliminate the VOTRAN Division within the Community Services Department.
This was Chair, I'll handle this one.
Okay, George Rectenwall, County Manager.
Yep, thank you. In county government, you have to have, your divisions are set forth by ordinance. This is taking the, what was VOTRAN and Community Services and moving it over to the Business Services Department and creating the Transit Services Division. Previous today, on item F, you approved the removal of certain tasks from our VOTRAN contractor, First Transit, and this will put those positions that we brought in-house into this Transit Service Division. And again, we talked about, I think Jonathan Edwards brought it up in his time, that there were been several, a couple of audits, and there were things found that we needed to, I think, tighten up our financial control of that contract and of VOTRAN in general. And we believe by bringing these positions in and putting them directly in our control, we'll achieve what we need to. VOTRAN has very large grants, federal grants. It's very important that everything is accounted for and used correctly. And also the planning of the future of what we intend to do, I think, is better suited with our own staff.
Thank you. Does anyone have, actually, we need a motion to approve ordinance 2023-14.
Motion to approve ordinance 2023-14 to create a TSD division within the Business Services Department.
Motion to approve by Jake Johansson. Is there a second? Second by Danny Robbins. Any questions for the county manager? Seeing none, all in favor of passing this ordinance 2023-14, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Item 19, resolution, updated resolution authorizing the filing of applications with the Federal Transit Authority. I'm going to let you tell us about it.
Bobby King, Business Services Department. This document is just a formal document that we provide to our granting agencies, our federal and our state granting agencies, that gives them authorization to accept grants, to administer the grant funds and things like that. And so it's just a formality. We changed the resolution that was in place to Transit Services Division to reflect what we've done here today with the changes that you've already made earlier.
May I get a motion to approve the resolution to allow us to accept grant money?
A motion to approve to allow to accept grant money.
Motion by Matt Reinhardt. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by David Santiago. Any questions, discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Item 20, budget resolution. Proportionate fair share agreement with City of DeLand and TLC Trinity Gardens.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, council members. Ben Bartlett, Volusia County Public Works Director. Before you with this item is a approval of agreement for proportionate fair share of $1.4 million from the Trinity Gardens development. In addition, the agreement is also a tri-party agreement with the city and the developer. Basically, this is a prepayment of impact fees, proportionate fair share, for their impact to the roadway network. It includes all 4 phases of the project, and I'd be happy to answer any questions y'all may have.
Are there any questions? You just said the key thing, that this is for, there are 4 phases. This is for all 4 of them, not
Correct.
just phase 1. All right, is there a motion? to approve the budget resolution for this proportionate fair share and to receive $1,407,433.
I'll make that motion.
Motion to approve by Danny Robbins. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Don Dempsey. Discussion, Danny Robbins.
I'm sorry, I was delinquent on taking that down.
Okay. I just want it to be said on the record that there is nothing that this council can do to alter the course of this project. We're not being asked that. We're only being asked, do we take the money for impact fees? Unfortunately, we have no say on the project itself. All in favor of the budget resolution? Since I see no discussion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Item 21, capital projects schedule update.
Yes, sir. So Ben Bartlett, Public Works Director. This is our capital project schedule, which provides an update to council as well as the public because we post it online. That basically provides kind of the history and where we're at and the future of each of the capital projects that the council has taken action on. So we bring this to council twice a year. So y'all have a good understanding of where we are with all the capital projects. This isn't just Public Works. This is every capital project throughout the county. Since this last was presented, we have 20 new projects that are being tracked in this document, and we've completed 4 projects since it was last presented, which include the Plaza Beach Approach, Helen Boulevard Widening, Orange Camp Roundabout, and the stormwater improvements at the landfill. We have all of our division directors here that will be happy to answer any specific questions you may have on the projects as they are in the document.
Okay, we do have a question. We don't need any motions on this. This is just informational. So David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Howland Boulevard widening. Starting to get some feedback on that. It most recently.
Yeah, I saw the email today.
Okay, you got it ready. So I don't know the specifics, but I'm guessing you guys are on it. I'll leave it at that.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Matt Reinhardt.
I noticed the jail projects. Of course, you know that's near and dear to me. And I had the opportunity to, it's funny that a former warden has to go out and take a tour of the jail, but it's been a few years. I will tell you that with the new dorms that are coming up to accommodate the specific type of housing, it's phenomenal. One of the things, and this is the purpose for me pressing the button, is Acting Director Smith has encouraged each and every one of you to take a tour out there. There's, I think, Councilman Kent put it best when he, and appropriately so, questioned the purchase of certain equipment because it's high dollar. So I learned by seeing. It might be a good idea. I would encourage you. He has offered that, so I would recommend that you take advantage of it. One of the biggest money eaters of our general fund is the jail operation. So that being said, I encourage you to educate.
Okay, I don't see any more questions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And that brings us to item 22, sponsorship request from the Martin Luther King Jr. Celebration for Florida for the Martin Luther King events that have already happened.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, honorable members of council, Kevin Captain, Community Information Director. Item number 22 is a sponsorship request from the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Celebration for Florida Incorporated for their MLK events that were conducted on January 15th and 16th. The county has sponsored this organization in the past, and donations will be used toward college scholarships, community, and county affairs.
Okay, Jake Johansson.
Motion to approve sponsorship request.
Mr. Johansson makes a motion to approve the $1,500 request. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Matt Reinhardt, which opens it up for discussion. Danny Robbins.
Mr. Captain, can you explain the process for this?
Yes, so previous council has created a policy for sponsorships that we do have online at volusia.org. And the previous council had allowed late applications. And with all due respect, often referred several times late applications themselves. There is some past practice with after-the-fact events from the previous council. So that is why this agenda item has been listed as staff asking for council's direction. In this case, the sponsorship request is not in accordance with the county's sponsorship policy. We received the sponsorship application on January the 2nd. The events were on the 15th and 16th.
Thank you.
And just for reference, it's usually a 60-day period that we ask for the submitted applications.
I understand. I just, I want to be fair with this. I do think it was a good event, but we've also denied people in the past for not following. And if we're going to be fair and impartial, I mean, we're talking about $1,500, but $1,500 is $1,500. And I think I also made the recommendation to cut this program completely several weeks ago in preparation for what we're going against. But I'll go with the will of this council on this one. It's up to y'all. I'll support you however you want to do it.
Troy Kent.
Thank you. So this item made my list to George because I had some questions about it. And Mr. Captain, you gave me some information tonight I didn't have before, and that is one of my questions, what is the money used for? And you said scholarships, and then you said a couple other things, I think 2 other things. So,
Yeah,
so
on
just
their
a little-
application, it does say college scholarships, community and county affairs.
So how much of the 1,500 is going towards scholarships, and how much is going towards community affairs?
They did not indicate that on the application.
That's a good question to ask when we're giving away taxpayer money. Council, couple of things, and let me just go ahead and say this. I am a huge advocate for any student that needs help going to college. I'm a huge advocate for everything surrounding Dr. Martin Luther King and everything surrounding Miss Mary McLeod Bethune, Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune. You may or may not have known that there was a little bit of heat I took back in Ormond Beach because we had someone come before us and say, hey, we want the city of Ormond Beach to give $20,000 for a statue that's going to be built in Daytona Beach. And I said publicly, Troy Kent, and my wife, I'll speak for her, I hate to do it, but I will. When I get home tonight, we will write a personal check. But is that the job of government to take your dollars, your taxpayer dollars, and give it to nonprofits? I personally don't think it's the job of government. If you want to give money like I did, and I went home and wrote a check that night and put it in the mail the next day, and I'll just say, and I said it to that commission back then, it's easy to spend money when it's not your money. It's easy to say, sure, we're just going to go ahead and do that. My concern with this, because I heard a couple times about policy and procedures, but my concern with this tonight is, and Mr. Captain said it, this sponsorship request is not in accordance with the county's sponsorship policy, which requires submission of a minimum of 60 days prior to the date of the organization event. And to me, you know, that piece was problematic. And then not tonight, or maybe tonight, if you all want to, at some point, we should probably discuss, is it our role as elected officials to give money to nonprofit? Is this a nonprofit? I didn't see that in there.
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. So is it our role to give taxpayer money to nonprofits, or is that our taxpayers? Let them make that decision. Let them write the check, like I wrote the check personally. I was on the losing battle of that, by the way. That was a 4-1 vote. I lost that. But I felt like in my heart, I supported it, and I supported it not only publicly with my words, but financially with our pocketbook. And that just kind of brought this piece up as well. So I'm I think that Councilman Robbins said it very well when he said, it's $1,500, but it's $1,500. And I don't care if it's $1. If we have a process that we ask you to follow, please follow it. And then I would need more information as to how much of the money is going towards scholarships for kids and how much is for the other two processes.
Jake Johansson.
Yes, Mr. Captain, what's the total sponsorship budget?
$40,000.
$40,000
for the fiscal year.
So it might be 15, but at the end of the year, it's 40. I concur with everybody so far. It's taxpayers' money. It's not ours. Maybe some of our taxpayers don't want to give to a few of the places we give. One thing we need to be careful about, and it's going to come back to bite somebody, is Kevin brought up a point that, and he said with all due respect, so that means you can't say anything bad to him, right? Is as council members, in 3 weeks, we can't come back and, I know this is late, but this is a good cause. Procedures, 60 days. So we can stop that by looking at our sponsor people that come to us and go, sorry, this is within 60 days. I'm going to stop it here and not entertain it. And of course, they'll say, well, I'll just go to the at-large guy and the chairman. But it's incumbent upon the three of us to say no, I think. And I also support, as we go through the budget, Mr. County Manager, that we take a hard look at this and not try to not gloss it over, but let's bring it up as a point and say, do we want to spend any money on sponsorships? It's optional money, and we're using taxpayers' money to do it, when in fact we can write our own checks.
That was going to be my suggestion, in that rather than take up the whole merits of the program tonight, we have an upcoming budget, mini budget that'll handle leadership and council, and I can make that a definite direct question as part of that, and then we can talk about it in that context of all of them.
Okay. Troy, I'll answer your question. No, I don't think that we have the right to be generous with the taxpayers' money. We have the right to write a check anytime we want, but I don't have the right to tell them where they're going to donate to. I agree that this should be, the whole program should be reevaluated. It's not $1,500, it's $43,000 a year. We're starting to talk about real money. I would like for it to be brought up, if somebody wants to make a motion in a second to discuss the program at a future council. The county manager just said he would make that a part of the budget hearing, but when would that occur, George? How long out is that? Because every meeting we get requests for $1,500.
Well, I can bring it up sooner. I think it's, I'd have to check now how, will you guys approve the schedule of those workshops, but I don't have it in front of me, but I seem to remember it was in April.
All right.
The alternative is council could, as George said, bring it up sooner. It's entirely a discretionary program of council.
Okay. All right, we'll see what the feeling is. David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as my colleague Troy here pointed out, and I'm going to try to remain consistent as much as I can and hold myself to what I've been preaching, right? It is treating everybody equally under the process and the rules that we have, irregardless of who the applicant is. And I want to make that very clear, irregardless. And my previous actions all day have proven that. I want to make it clear also as an individual council member to staff, if our process is spelled out there in our procedures, I will always back staff because that's what we've put forward for you all to follow. So I know previous councils have done different. I'm speaking for myself. But I've been a big advocate. If there's a problem with a process or a rule, procedure, let us handle it. You all administer it. And then we decide from there. So not angry that it came before us because that's been the previous practice. But council members, I'm going to try to remain consistent. I'd love to hear about how everybody else feels. I think I get the general consensus of the overall spending of these tax dollars for the program like this, and I agree. So, Mr. Chairman, to be quite honest with you, I don't know if there's anything from preventing us, because this is purely a policy decision, since I think most of us have made our opinion on the program as it is, as a whole. So why can't we act tonight? Is there anything that prevents us from acting tonight and saying we're no longer going to have this program?
No, you could do that. And the program guidelines that Kevin was referencing were adopted by council, but it's not an ordinance. So if you wish to, you could take a position tonight to deny this request and future requests. Just discontinue the program.
Chair, if I may.
Danny Robbins.
Back on January 20th, it brought this up with, eliminating business taxes. This is one of the areas that we were waiting for staff to come back with in terms of feasibility or how we could fit that into the budget. But if we go ahead and eliminate it tonight, which I'm all for, but also to Mr. Johansson is 100% right, where we're going to take, despite of what we feel, 7 of us, even though I do agree with you, we should probably put it as an agenda item to let folks come in the public, do that, because we kind of made a consensus that, hey, we need to put this stuff on it. But I agree with you, and I'll support this council in that measure. Thanks.
Jake Johansson.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I don't want to can a program without public input and our public. I know there's somebody out there killing my text right now going, I want to talk to you about that. So have a special meeting and bring it back tomorrow morning at 8 if we're not still here. I don't care, but not tonight.
Troy Kent.
And Councilman Santiago, having the background at the state level, and wanting to get things done, I love that, and I'm with you. But I've got to support Councilman Johansson because we had this discussion at our last meeting, where we said if it's not on the agenda, we should not vote on it because we need to give our public an opportunity to hear from them. Now, that being said, we did have a rule in Ormond called the Thompson Rule. It was a commissioner way before my time. And if the Thompson Rule was waived by a 2/3 majority, we could vote on something not on the printed agenda. And sometimes that was necessary. And, I don't think this is, but I'd be willing to name it the Santiago Rule. And it would be that way in perpetuity, with this elected body, that if there was something not on the printed agenda that we needed to vote on tonight, it could be waived with a 2/3 majority. That's something that this elected body could decide either tonight or another time. But I do not think that this issue has to be decided upon tonight. I think I agree with others that we should allow the public to weigh in on this.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate the naming options. And I'll acknowledge that that motive of mine comes from past experience and, you know, no insult to anyone. I just call it efficient, right? Because I can predict what's going to happen when you put it on the agenda. The 20 or 15 or 18 or whatever number of organizations that normally are recipients of this, and they probably all do great things. I don't want to, this is in no way disparaging any service or any nonprofit that does. It has to do with taxpayer dollars, as many of the arguments have been made. So, but I can assure you what's going to happen is going to fill the room with advocates for each one of those groups, and they're going to spend, you know, a couple hours probably telling us why, right? But at the end of the day, it's a policy decision whether or not we feel that tax dollars, we should be giving it away in this manner. So, but I respect the decision of council. I just wanted you to know my motive, and to the organizations, again, is nothing about any specific organization. It has to do with philosophical point as to whether we should be using these tax dollars in these ways, in these given tough times that we're going to be approaching also.
Okay, so I don't see anyone else. I will call for the vote just on this specific item, and then hope that in our, what I also hope is very brief council member remarks at the end of the meeting, that maybe somebody makes a motion that we put this on the agenda. I agree with you, Mr. Santiago. I don't think we have to do that, but yeah, I would defer to the rest of the council as well that thinks that that's important. I would just say if somebody makes that motion, make it for the first meeting in March and not the first nighttime meeting. But so just think about it. Right now, the vote, we have a motion to approve this $1,500 sponsorship. I have Santiago's making the motion. You didn't make this motion, did you? Was it Jake? Reinhardt was the second.
Yeah,
Did you get the motion?
Mr. Johansson and Mr. Brown.
Mr. Johansson, I'm sorry. Okay. No other discussion. All in favor of the sponsorship amount of $1,500, say aye. Any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
And I think the nays were unanimous. Interesting, 7-0. Thank you, council. That brings us to, are you still up? That brings us to the events list, item 23 by Kevin Captain.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Kevin Captain, Community Information Director. This item is the community events. So we have coming up the Penland and Pomeranke property ribbon cutting. This is the 18.6 acres that was purchased through Volusia Forever on the September 6th meeting. So our ribbon cutting will be Wednesday, February 15th at 4:30 p.m. And residents can meet at Riverbend Nature Park. It's 755 Airport Road in Ormond Beach. So that's already next week, and we're very excited to cut that ribbon, and it will be a green ribbon. Also, just to remind everybody, the local artists for the Echo Gallery exhibit, they're seeking proposals for two-dimensional history-themed, Volusia County history-themed pieces by 5 p.m. this Friday. Also, another reminder about the Wildlife Festival at the Lyonia Environmental Center. That's also this Friday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. And this is a very good family event, and they're also going to be doing eco buggy tours and all sorts of good things for families. In addition, there's also Living History Day that's coming up also this Friday, and this is with DeBerry Hall. We've been putting social media posts about both of these events, so there's more information that you can learn on social media or volusia.org. We've also got a tire amnesty event that's being sponsored by Volusia County Mosquito Control. This is going to be February the 25th from 8 a.m. until 2 p.m. And this is at the Mosquito Control headquarters at 801 South Street in New Smyrna Beach. and you can dispose of up to 20 tires to get rid of the pesky mosquitoes. And also, the State of the County event is still scheduled for Tuesday, February the 28th. We will issue a news release tomorrow, and we'll also be allowing people to register electronically through a program that we call Eventbrite. And that'll be a buffet-style lunch at the Ocean Center in the ballroom. Any questions?
I don't see any.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that brings us to Attorney Russ Brown for item 25, our final item, meeting rules overview.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Russ Brown, Senior Assistant County Attorney and members of council. I'm going to facilitate your discussion tonight on the county's Roberts rules that was adopted by ordinance. And I'm sure Mr. Dyer will also tag team the conversation with me tonight. So we'll move right to the slide presentation, and whatever is the pleasure of the council, if you want to stop me in the middle, if you want to talk about something, if you want to make a motion at that time to propose a change to the Roberts rules, however the council wants to do it, I'm at your call. Just a little background, the county's charter and the Code of Ordinances both impact county meetings. County adopted very general decorum rules in 1994, and those were changed in 2021 and 2022 for the first time. And again, as we discussed, council can amend the ordinance. It does require a 2/3 vote, so if you amend the ordinance, it requires at least 5 of you to vote in the majority. County council meeting rules are governed governed by the charter. There are some things in there regarding the organizational meeting you can find when that's supposed to be held the first Thursday in January after the council's sworn in, or at the end of, the beginning of each session. So we already did that. The agenda presentation, the manager controls, the chair can supplement, and council majority controls the agenda at the meeting. Special meetings is also covered in the charter, and then locations of meetings as well. If anybody has any questions, please stop me. I'm happy to answer. In the Code of Ordinances, you have section 2-61 through 267 of the code. I'm just going to go through each one and give you the highlights. Please stop me if you have any questions. 2-62, order of business, directs that the order of business for a meeting is based upon the agenda. 2-63 of the ordinance gives the general rules of procedure, adopts the Roberts Rules of Order as a guideline to use for council meetings. As you've heard before, when Mr. Randy Moore was here, he gave a general discussion on the Roberts Rules and their intent to run an orderly and efficient meeting. The decision of council is by the majority. Once voting is starting, a council member does not have the right to the floor. Council members may raise questions of procedure or points of order and have the chair decide. The chair decisions is subject to appeal, which is governed in a different section, 2-65, subsection E, that we'll talk about a little bit later. And a meeting is adjourned by the chair. Moving on, section 2-64, authority of the chair. Call a council member to order if the council member's comment is not relevant to the subject under discussion or for lack of decorum. Chair votes on each motion, can discuss a motion without relinquishing the chair, can make a motion or second a motion after relinquishing the chair, may call for a reading of a motion before a vote. A tie vote, he rules that the motion fails. Recognizes council members in order of their request to speak. The maker of the motion may speak first. Subcommittees can appoint if that becomes applicable in a situation. And calls for a recess, refers a subject to a next meeting, or can adjourn a meeting. Moving on, 2-65, authority of county council members. Council members, just like the chair, must vote on every motion. Absent a conflict, may introduce motions and discuss subjects, may request to consider a subject formally, may speak twice on the same question during debate for 10 minutes each. Time may be extended by a 2/3 majority vote by the council. Questions, suggestions, or a motion is not counted towards that time allotted. Each motion is a separate question with a right to debate it. Cannot make a second speech on topic until all members have the opportunity to speak once. May appeal a decision of the chair without a second. This is what we talked about earlier that we're going to get to. This is on subsection 2-65E. Is debatable if the question itself was debatable and is decided by a majority vote. May refer a subject to a next meeting, requires a second and majority approval. May move to adjourn a meeting, requires a second and a majority approval. 2-66, public participation and opportunity to be heard. The public is given an opportunity to speak on matters on the agenda and 2 opportunities to comment on matters that could come before council but are not on the agenda. Once at the beginning for an hour according to your rules, and at the end of every meeting. Public commenters must fill out a request form and provide to deputy clerk, are allowed 1 opportunity to speak during each public comment period, may speak for up to 3 minutes, not yielded to another. Council may reduce the time limit to speak. When called to speak by chair, speaker identifies themselves and all public comments are made here at the podium. If a speaker is using any electronic media during comment period, that media must be provided to the deputy clerk at least 24 hours in advance. It's for a virus scan to make sure we're not putting anything into the system. Must be provided in an archivable form. The only exception to that is if they bring a speaker and they want to put it on, I think it's still called the Elmo, what I call the Elmo. If they want to project it up, they can provide that copy to the clerk. If audio, only the speaker's voice can be over it. That's to protect us from any copyright issues. All comments directed to the entire council, and if a speaker is using electronic media in lieu of speaking, the speaker must present it.
Okay.
Must be present, excuse me.
Take a
Yes, sir.
take a breath. 1 second. Troy Kent.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is one, and I'm glad you said stop you whenever we get a question. This is one that I just want to chat about with this council, and that is may speak for up to 3 minutes, not yielded to another. I will just tell you, I believe 3 minutes is plenty of time. I've heard the comments earlier about, it's a nervous thing and, we need to be lenient to people. If this council wants to make it 3.5 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, I'm just big on following the rules that we have put up for us. And then, we have people and it happens, they say, oh, I just have a couple more. And well, you've got 10 seconds and 10 seconds turns into 30 seconds. And that is not helping us run an efficient meeting. And, we're only at 11 hours and 2 minutes of our meeting today. But I'm so glad that this is before us because I'm eager to hear what the rest of the council thinks. I believe 3 minutes is plenty of time. I know that, and I'll just tell the council, I spoke before the city commission in Holly Hill and before the city commission in Ormond. And I know Ormond has a 3-minute time limit. And they were my comments. And I said that clearly. These are my comments. They are not the county council. This is Troy Kent, what I think. But I practiced before I got there so that I would be within the rules of that elected body. And I just want us to be on the same page. And at 3 minutes, when your time is up, I think it is entirely appropriate and kind to say, in any manner you want, but somewhat forceful, thank you very much for your comments. Your time is up. Because the bell ringing it just keeps going. And it doesn't lend us to be as efficient, I think, as we could be. Thank you.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll do this under 3 minutes. I agree with everything he said, and I believe in holding everybody to the same standard.
I'll just add to that a little bit. I believe 3 minutes is plenty. We have always, and you can change this, but we have always allowed the chair, even past councils, to have a little leniency towards the speaker who is all the things you said, nervous, whatever. 10 seconds went to probably 30 seconds today when I gave somebody 10 seconds. But I look at it as this is our employers and they come to speak to us. We give them 3 minutes. I hold it to 3 minutes. I will interrupt them. I don't think it's a good idea to be rude. I don't think that's what you're asking. But I will say that I don't think that is the reason our meetings are going long. I think the reason our meetings are going along is because of us and how much we speak and the time that we take speaking. So, Don Dempsey.
Yeah, I agree with Jeff. I mean, I have yet to experience anything where they've been able to run amok and, take up all our time. Jeff, that's why he gets the big bucks. He's the chair. And so I think he does a good job of allowing extra time without it getting verbose, presidential election debates. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I hear that buzzer going off and they keep right on going. And I just think that sometimes you just need to allow that extra ability to finish their thought And I think Jeff so far has done a great job. So I'm still in favor of letting Jeff control anybody going over 3 minutes in his discretion. I mean, Mr. Chairman, sorry.
Danny Robbins.
I understand all of this, but you have to remember, and Jeff, you're absolutely right, or Chairman, excuse me, we are their employers, but staff does do an excellent job. If they do run over, immediately they grab them. But if we allow one, then we have to do it for all. We have to be consistent. Mr. Kent made a good point with this. And Chair, if you feel more comfortable, and I know this is going to get, Troy has a little bit of OCD, if we make it 3:30, we may want to do 4 out of his respect. I mean, if that's the case, Chair, I'll entertain it, but let's do it now just so we have consistency here. And I've been here too when we've had 30, 40 people, and it has been a muck, and it was abused because the rules were not enforced. It's that simple. But staff, if there's an issue where more, we have emails, cell phone, all this stuff, it's not disrespectful. We have plenty of people do it. We're all listeners, and we'll follow up. But I'm with Mr. Kent on this.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I agree with your second comments there, that it's probably us that was driving most of it. I'll acknowledge that, including me today. But the rules, as was spelled out also, allow us to modify the time. I'm going to go back to my previous experience. Whenever we had any big controversial issues that drew out the public, which is often in the legislature, we had a 3-minute rule in place, but the chair, working with the body, would say he or she is going to limit public debate or public commentary for the reason for timing, right? And allowing everybody to get time, and they don't have to sit here for 12 hours, right? So I think we should exercise that when there are some of those issues with a clear explanation as to why. We want to hear from everyone, because what we also often experience in my years of this is you hear a lot of repetitive. So encouraging folks to try to stay with providing new information that will help us make the decision, and to try to be brief and consolidating the time in most controversial issues so that everyone can get through it. So I think we should exercise that when the time comes. And for example, today, when we allowed the folks to speak on the decision that I had reviewed it and said, well, yeah, let's let the public speak. I wouldn't have gone through the 3 to 4 minutes that we went through in some of those folks, because it was testimony that was already presented, and I would have preferred maybe a 1-minute update as to what they had. And I don't think that would have been exercising or taking away their right to speak to the body. So use it to discretion to try to consolidate, because I think that's the purpose here today, right? How do we figure out ways to turn these 10, 12-hour meetings into maybe 6, 7 hours?
Troy Kent.
Good point, Councilman Santiago. 6, 7 hours, much more manageable. That's why I started first with, I think 3 minutes is enough time. And I heard our chairman say he thinks 3 minutes is enough time. So my question, I guess, is if we go to 3:30, 3 minutes and 30 seconds, will they stop then? Because you have those individuals who they're going to talk until the time ends, and then they're going to continue to talk. I just want to know what our rule is, and it's not about clipping anybody's wings. I think you've done a fine job of managing our meetings, Chairman Brower, the first 3 that we've had. It's not that. These are the rules that govern this elected body, and we now have a say-so on it. By the way, Mr. Rectenwald, I believe this should have been on first meeting. This should have been on the first meeting of the year. And I think it should be on the first meeting of anytime there's a new elected person, that very first meeting. That organizational meeting, this discussion should happen then. That's just me. But I believe if we go 3:30 or we go 4 minutes or whatever, they're still going to have individuals that continue to talk. And then, as Danny Robbins said, if you allow it for one, how do you say no to everybody else? Because you can't. And what's interesting, I think, is that whenever the tone is set with the very first speaker that does it, and you say, thank you so much for your comments, your time is up. Everybody else going up behind them goes, I've got 3 minutes. I better pay attention to that timer so that I'm getting my point across and I'm not repeating myself. And I'm going to stop now because I'm repeating myself.
Okay, let's, this to me is not a combative argument. So, I think everybody can relax. What I want to come out of this is to have the will of this council. And on one vote, I'll abide by it. I don't want to increase it to 3 minutes and 30 seconds because you're right. It'll go 3 minutes and 45 seconds. However, again, I think if you look at today, we had less than 10 speakers. A couple of them went over. I don't think it's the major problem for our meetings. Here's what I'll say, and then I would like somebody to make a motion if you want it, any kind of a different rule. I'm open to that. When we start public comments, I'll make it clearer than maybe that I have, that you have 3 minutes, you'll hear a bell, and we're going to ask you to stop at 3 minutes because there's other people that want to speak to. And then at 3 minutes, if they're still going, I'll interrupt them nicely and say, you've reached the end of your time. Can you wrap it up? And if they say 10 seconds, it's pretty clear they're going to take 30 or 40. So if you want, other than that, if you want a hard and fast rule that at 3 minutes you kindly interrupt and I can mute a presenter here. I accidentally muted Miss Suzanne for a few seconds today. So that can be done. I don't think that's what you're asking. I'm asking y'all, let's set the rule today. I'll keep the rule, whatever you want me to do. However, I think if we really want, and we have to do this, it's 9:12 at a daytime meeting. Next meeting is our first nighttime meeting. It's 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. I think the problem is on 25-7, page 7, just the page before. I think this is what we really have to do, that each council member, and I'm including myself, may speak twice on the same question and debate for 10 minutes. I have been more than generous because I think all of you deserve that. But almost everybody spoke more than twice on several events today. I don't think you were keeping time. I don't think we went over 10 minutes for both times. Pardon?
We didn't, yeah, Danny did once, but I'll get him on the way back. I'm in the hopper here. I'll speak when it.
So I just think that's where we need to work, me included, and Troy, you included. You're a passionate man, and we all said we love listening to. We learned something from Don today, and he spoke more than twice on one issue. So anyway, that's just my point. So Don Dempsey.
I was just going to say, if we're going to make it 3 and out, at least maybe we could give them a warning bell make it 2:45 and say, you got 15 seconds to wrap it up, or give them some sort of heads up. So it's not just 3 minutes and then, you're done. Stop them in mid-sentence. Let them know, like a warning, some sort of warning bell. I don't know, something to say.
How about a yellow banner next to the time to let you know it's getting close?
They have that.
They're not.
Oh, they have that.
They're not paying attention to that, Jake.
I can point that out. At yellow, you're getting close, and at red, your time's just about
so they're
up.
not surprised by 3 minutes and then shut
Our
up.
warning bell is very discreet now. It used to be pretty rude, and it's pretty discreet. Maybe it needs to be louder. I don't, because
The little warning lights, the staff's talking about it now. Little warning lights closer so they can see them.
Can you see them?
I can see the ones right here on the clock, and then there's also this one that runs
Yeah.
about it. We don't run that clock anymore. Run that one.
Okay. Danny.
I don't want to cut Mr. Johansson off, but I'll.
Everybody else does. Go ahead.
Oh my God, I better get my button here. Mr. Dempsey, I'll make your motion for at 2:45, 2 minutes and 45 seconds to give a little warning after the buzzer sounds at 3 minutes. if we can, direct them nicely to staff, our staff be more than willing to give them any extended periods of time, just so we can, and that, I think that's a fair understanding, just so it doesn't make, I'm not trying to dig up stuff from the past, but sometimes it's been held against us, and I don't want to see, I think everybody here is on the same page in terms of letting them have that time. I just don't want it to fall on one person. You know, so-and-so's the bad guy here. You took his voice away. They're not working for you, and all that other political mumbo jumbo. So that's my motion. 2 minutes and 45 seconds at as a warning. 3 minutes. We cut it off and advise them to direct them to staff. County manager, you don't have a problem with that?
May I ask a question, Councilman
sir.
Robbins, just so I can implement accurately the will of the council? So your ordinance right now says 3 minutes. And so what I'm hearing is more of a procedural aspect that you just want notification. So I just want to make sure that the council's not expecting an ordinance change because you're not changing the total time.
I don't think
just
so.
implement that procedure. Okay, just making
And
sure.
Mr. Chair, if I could call on Carissa, do you have the technical ability to give like a warning at 2 minutes, 45 seconds? Does the system provide for that already?
It right now turns red, and
Correct. I believe at a minute it goes to yellow and maybe 30 seconds to red. I could be wrong. However, as far as a noise button, we would have to investigate with the program to see if it could do that at 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
yeah, the old system, which is still, there's a remnant there on the dais, of course, had the little green light, yellow light, red light on there but we advanced it to put it on the screen and then put it into a block, a colored block, so they would get that same countdown warning as they do it. Now, again, the only noise thing we have, of course, is the actual alarm that they've hit the time, correct? Yeah.
Yes, Kevin Captain. As Mr. Echtenwald said, and to corroborate what Carissa Green, the deputy clerk, said, the timing mechanism is managed by our third party, which is called Integration Factory. They manage our Crestron system, and so that would require some programming. We will certainly get in touch with them to see what capacity and capability they have. They were able to do this timer for us, so I don't know for certain if they could do this, but they certainly are very technical, so it's possible.
Well, again, that'll turn colors as it gets closer to the.
Jake?
Yes, sir. Couple items since we're on this page and now on the timer as well. Maybe if we just bring it to their attention to be very cognizant of the timer on the screen in front of them. It will turn yellow at whatever and turn red at whatever. That'll give them some indication. Not that I say see how it goes. We briefly got to the 3 minutes for the citizens are not our problem. It is the multiple bites of the apple. I have been throughout the nation and seen a couple different councils operate, and the ones that allow council members to try to convince other council members to vote in a certain way goes with the bouncing back and forth. Is it great debate? You bet. But at some point, you got to snap that chalk line and vote, because we could have debated item 4 forever, and it would have been great conversation. So I think it's important that we stick to one bite of the apple. I think it's important that we don't call each other out. Jeff, you said this. Don said that. We are a body up here. We are not a bunch of individuals. And whatever one person does, the council does. So if we joked at lunchtime about loving and hugging each other. If we dispense with some of this and say your point, ask your questions, sit back. let the next people go, then I'll decide whether to take Councilmember Dempsey's opinions or comments, or whether I'm going to discount them and vote. I kind of sarcastically said that. Well, if you believe that, then vote that way, right? That's your vote. It might be now my vote because you've changed my mind. But I don't think we have to have a 20-minute conversation of how you changed my mind. Make the statement, I'll take the info and go. But if we bounce back and forth 20, 30 times, A, you're never going to know when the 10 minutes is up, and B, we're never going to get to the second bite of the apple. It's going to be the fifth bite. So those are my thoughts on changing this from a 12-hour meeting to a 7-hour meeting.
Don Dempsey.
Am I bleeding? Because that, I guess I'm okay? All right. Ooh, that hurt. No, the only thing I was going to say, since everybody said they would go 3:30, if we could just agree on something. So how about this? Why don't we just leave the technical stuff the way it is and just agree to make it 3:15? Once the beeper goes off, they got an extra 15 seconds to wrap up their thoughts, and then you just stop them at 3:15, and we can go home.
Well, we'll see what everybody thinks about.
Jake. That was very intelligent and very smart, what you said earlier. You're a very wise.
I would.
But that's it.
Well, David, you're on here. I'll call on you first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I differ a little bit on a couple comments that have been said. I wholeheartedly believe that we can drive this, but debate is healthy. We're governed by sunshine, right? I had the privilege as a legislator. I can go back and talk to Jeff or any other council member, and we can talk through, why did you decide to vote that way? Help me understand. We don't have that privilege up here. So I came up here to learn from him, you, and each and every one of you, right? So if I don't get to hear or interact with you, then I don't think I could make the best decision capable. So if I called someone out or not reference their name, is because I really want to dig into. I think I did that 2 or 3 times tonight. I wanted to dig into why. Help me understand, because I want to learn from you, right? And it didn't change my mind, and one did, right? And I think that's healthy. So I think 2 bites at the apple would be good, but referencing other members, obviously with cordial respect, is what we should do it. And because we're governed by sunshine, we're very limited. So I think we stick to the 3 minutes. We do 3:15. We're going to go 3:30. But 3 minutes, 2 bites at the apple. I'll have to live with that. And what will happen is you have to sharpen your pencil and say, I'm going to have 1 shot. And then if I want to go back again, that's my last shot. And you got to hold us to that, right? As I'll hold myself to it. That's the key. And if that's our rules, then we have to live by it. Same thing with the members of the public that speak, and then we move on. You had your chance. And I'm okay with it. If I press my button, I was going to say Representative Santiago, sorry. But, you had your chance. We move on. I'll respect that decision.
You've had 2, you've already spoken twice.
I'm done. Thank you.
Right. No, that's what you want me to say.
That's right. And I'll live with that.
That's what the rule is now. Did it?
Yeah.
And he took 10 minutes to say that?
See? Was it 10 minutes to say that? See, I'm in within
All right.
And that was my second bite.
Okay. So you just answered my question. I can do this in less than 10 minutes. We will abide by the 2 bites at the apple, 10 minutes each time. And I'll do that respectfully for all of you. For the public, please give me the opportunity at our next meeting to do the same thing with the public, that I will make it really clear, and this is the reason why. Meetings are long. We're trying to include the public. So take your 3 minutes, just as we limit ourselves. And I'll point out the colors. I'll point out the bell, and when they're at 3 minutes, I'll tell them their time is up. And if you feel like we should give them 15 seconds, I'm not going to make that announcement. But what you're telling me, Don, is take a little leniency if it's 5 or 10 seconds. Mr. Kent knows, because he's been doing this for a long time, that people tend to do what I'm doing and just keep going on and on. Krista, you were going to say something about the timers.
I was just going to say, as you guys were talking, I did go ahead and it does turn yellow at 1 minute and red at 30 seconds. And then the timer does go off at the 3 minutes, and it continually goes off, I believe, every 5 seconds after that.
It's a pretty silent bell.
It gets louder and louder.
Each time?
Each time.
Okay. All right. Troy Kent.
Thank you. And I just wanted to briefly say I agree with everything Councilman Santiago said about keeping it at 3 minutes, holding ourselves accountable to 2 bites at the apple. If you don't speak for 10 minutes, you didn't speak for 10 minutes, but you get 2 bites at it. I will hold myself to that as well. And I agree, because of the sunshine law, and absolutely, I've had my mind changed many times on the dais because I've heard what my colleagues have shared. And Mr. Dempsey, not to bring it back to you again, because I want to make sure your head gets through the door. But there were like, no, really, I mean, you were, it was great to see what you brought to the table today, and I appreciate that, and it helped me with my process. So I'm just saying, I agree with you, David, that it's an important, impactful part of this process that has to play out and happen.
Jake Johansson.
Here's a question for council. 10 minutes, not an issue until it becomes an issue. 10 minutes per bite, 7 of us. That's 70 minutes before public talks, and then the second bite is another 70 minutes, if we should so choose. I was more thinking 5 minutes each for a total of 10, but with, like the chairman does now, you guys good? You give him the little thumbs up and you let the person keep talking if he's midstream on a great line of speaking. If it's like me and you start saying the same thing over and over, trying to convince everybody, then the answer is no, Jake, you're done. Any thought to go in 5 minutes per bite?
You're asking everybody. I don't want to limit everybody up here. There's times when somebody has something. We heard it today that took a little longer than 5 minutes.
True.
So I would be reluctant to do that.
Then
I think just holding everybody to 2 bites.
Well, hold yourself, right? Hold yourself to less than 10 if you don't have to use 10.
Okay. Breathe. David Santiago, or Danny Robbins.
I concur with Mr. Johansson, and it just, oftentimes we sit here and it's the same thing. And we don't realize we do it, and I'm guilty of it. Over and over and over and over for 10 minutes and over. And I can go on for 10 minutes just saying over and over and over, and there ain't nothing you can do. It's almost like filibustering, At what point do we hear something over and over and over again? I think 5 minutes is a great idea. 2 times is a limit. Has my support.
David Santiago.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think we needed to distinguish also questions, right? Because what I've kind of seen here is we need to, from the process, right? The agenda item is presented. Then, Mr. Chair, what I would probably recommend is at that point procedurally, we go into, is there any questions, right? Any questions on what staff has presented? And once we close out questions, we're done with questions, right? You should be prepared. I should be prepared. And move on, right? And now, unless there's another presenter, right, that's a different story. But staff moves on. Then we go on to the next point. We have that motion. Then we have the public participation. And then we have our debate with 2 bites at the apple. And I'm okay with your discretion, Mr. Chairman. I encourage you that if we're rambling and moving on and repeating ourselves, remind the entire body and say, members, we're starting to repeat ourselves. We've got to get on moving on this. As long as you hold everybody to that, I have no issue with saying, you know what, you're right, Mr. Chairman, and then we move on. But I think from a procedural perspective, it needs to go into the questions, We're done with questions. If I missed my bite at that apple, move on. We have to be ready also for that perspective. So that's part of the problem.
Okay, I'm going to come back to that. Jake's up next. Jake Johansson?
Yes, sir. I concur with Councilmember Santiago, but as it happened today, when you go back and watch the video, I have a quick question for you. Well, I'm inclined not to vote for this because of this, and then you start talking to the audience. If we have a question, ask a question. When you're done with the question, sit back. I know you're chomping at the bit to tell people what you're going to do and why you're going to do it, which I'd like to do too. But the question period prior to the motion, that's why I'm over here saying, let me make the motion a little bit early during the quasi-judicial, but I want to get the motion on the floor so we can have these conversations that we're starting to have before the motion's brought forward. So I concur, but again, we need to police ourselves and not start debating before the motion, in my opinion.
Okay, so give me some direction, council. We've heard, let's limit it to 2 bites at 5 minutes, and then we've heard, I like your proposal because I heard it today. There was a lot of single sentence questions that if you do that twice, then you're dead. Doesn't matter if it was only 30 seconds apiece. So do we do what you said, which I think has some merit? We hear from the presenter. We open it up for questions. You ask short questions without any commentary, as he said, and then public debate, and then the debate that limits us to 2 bites at the apple for 10 minutes. That could prolong the meeting more, but so y'all tell me what you want to do.
I don't think it's going to prolong the meeting. I don't know if it's going to think procedurally you'll see
Santiago.
Your
Mr.
microphone, sir.
I don't think it's going to prolong the meeting. I think procedurally, and again, no disrespect, Mr. Chairman, it's like we fumbled a little bit and we were a little bit all over the place, and some were trying to figure in what position are we in, right? That's why I asked the question a couple of times, is public commentary over? Because I wanted to shift into debate and making sure that I heard from the entire public. So I think procedurally, if what I experienced in the past as part of the agenda, from a chairman perspective, staff helped us out quite a bit, so we were quite scripted, and it said right there at that point, we have now closed the public testimony. We're now going to enter into debate. Members, is there a motion? Is there a debate? And then we went into it. You hold us accountable to not talking too long. I'm okay with not putting a timer on any one of you, right? Let's all be respectful of it. And I encourage our chair to kind of hold us fairly accountable to that. I trust your discretion as long as you're equitable to everyone, regardless of position. And then we close it out.
Okay, thank you.
That's my thoughts, folks. I don't want to bring too much of the legislature over here, but it worked, and we were efficient, and we dealt with very complex issues.
Okay, Don Dempsey and then Michael Dyer, and then we really need to make a decision. What are we doing with this?
No, I would just, with all due respect, Jake, I think you piped in 4 times during this little debate. So even though you want to limit everybody to 2, you've talked, I believe, 4 times, and Danny, I think you spoke in at least 3 times on this issue. So as you're advocating for limiting 2 times, you guys have done what I believe is 4 and 3. Just making my point. I agree with Mr. Santiago. I think that we're just getting to gel here. It's only our 3rd meeting, and I think we're going to feel this out as we go, and we'll do a better job of being able to limit ourselves. And if I tend to get verbose, then give me a signal, or I don't know. I don't mean to do that, but I do think the questions I'm asking need to be brought out, and I'm not trying to hear myself talk. I could care less about that, but some of these matters are pretty serious. I didn't like today. Today stunk for me because it was a lot of District 1 stuff, and there were some really difficult decisions that had to be made that, affected millions of dollars. So to just sit there and say that I'm under a gag order not to talk more than 2 5-minute increments is not right, I don't think. I think Jeff does a great job of limiting us. I will not be offended if you tell me to wrap it up or anything like that if I'm getting too verbose, but I don't like the idea of just being confined, especially on really significant issues.
Okay, wrap it up. Michael Dyer?
Yes, sir. What I'm hearing from council, absent a different motion and looking at Carissa, if under your current ordinance, you already have the 2 times 10 minutes each. So whether that's 10 or 5 minutes, that's up to council. If it's something other than 10 minutes, we would need to bring back an amended ordinance for you. But suggestions and questions by council members are not counted. So for Carissa's sake, if the chair, you do something such as asking if any of your council members have questions, Carissa would not start timing. It would be when you start debate.
Okay.
Unless you direct us otherwise.
Okay. Then how does the council feel about that? Danny Robbins, you have the floor.
I just had, thanks, Chair. I just had one thing, and Don, Mr. Kent, Mr. Dempsey, like today when I called the question, if we go back and review that, we were talking about things over and over. We all were guilty of it, but 4 or 5 times repeating the same thing over and over and over. That's why I called for a vote. That wasn't to take the wind out of your sails. We just, in my opinion, heard it. It was redundant over. So that's why I limited. It wasn't nothing personal, but it was to get things moving along. But then, afterwards I got kind of criticized for, which is fine. I'm a big boy, but that was the reason I did that. And I'm just being 100% transparent with you. That was my reasoning, but that was for that, to get it moving along. But that was the purpose of doing that, is to get done with the redundancy.
Jake Johansson.
You asked if we all agreed. I concur.
Which one are you concurring on?
You said, I don't know if you all agree. Do you agree? I concur.
Okay.
3 minutes. You're in control.
3 minutes of
Questions to staff do not count. And we all agree not to two bites at the apple, and we all agree not to debate during the question period. And then knowing we have 10 minutes, don't use it if you don't need it.
Excuse me. Okay, we have something concrete to deal with. Troy, before I call on you, Michael or Russ, you're right here in front of me. Does that require any change to the ordinance? Or we're just talking process?
No, sir. As I heard it, the ordinance would stand as currently.
Troy Kent.
Yeah, I agree with the last parts that we heard from what Santiago said, and I agree was the same thing I think I heard from Mr. Johansson, and I think that you certainly can handle that part as the chairman. I'm not concerned about it. One thing we didn't talk about, and about the lengthy meetings, and it's not on this section here, but we didn't talk about it, is, we're saying it's not the people going over 3 minutes. We're saying it's us, and there's some ownership with that, absolutely. But one thing we didn't talk about is that Mr. Rechtenwald sets the agendas and gets some assistance here from our chairman. That's in our charter. And this is our 3rd meeting, and there's work that has to be done. But I just thought tonight, like a private conversation for George and I, tomorrow or the next day, and we don't have to have it, but it was, did you have to put all of that on tonight? And if not, why? Because it's going to be 12 hours before we're out today. And I agree, we should be done in 6 or 7. 6 or 7, we should be done. And I think that's a healthy litmus test for you, George and Suzanne, is when you're creating these agendas, is to look at them and say, okay, I think we're looking at a 10-hour marathon here. What can we move? And maybe the answer is nothing, because you've got deadlines that have to be met, and this is the business of the people. But we had 3 or 4 in a row that were, yes, he says meaty, and I'm saying the whole cow. Right. It was a tremendous amount. So I just wanted to put that out there as well. That's a piece we didn't discuss, but I think it's a point that we should talk privately with our manager about.
Danny, before I call on you, I bet you would defer to George. Let's let him respond to that. Okay.
Yeah, number one, yes, I think we'll be talking a little privately. And definitely, we've been talking over here about what we need to do. I think there was some pent-up demand that occurred. A lot of what you had today had been, was advertised quite a bit in advance. And once we do that, we can go back to the applicant and ask. But there, like you heard in one instance, I think they were also being driven by working with the City of DeLand for that pump station. So, you know, those particular items, which was an unusual amount today by any standard, and like you say, they were meaty. And that, we'll take a look at that, but for the most part, what's happening is they've been in the queue, and they just came up